Word up, mic check, check, check. You're tuned in live right now. Culture United 9. Culture United 9. It is all happening. 9-second applause to everyone that's tuned in right now. Now, joining us tonight on this panel, this is going to be a big conversation. This is the first one we've done this month. Usually I do the monthly, and this is actually a little bit later than I expected to be doing them this month. But I'm happy to have all of these esteemed panelists here today. Up first, no stranger to the show. I think he's been on every single one of them. And he's just putting out really incredible conversations, incredible analysis, and incredible insight for his DIY community. Once again, Curtis King, 9-second applause.
Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure to bring me and my biased West Coast opinions. I'm so glad to be here today. Shout out to Rob Markman, Nixon 8.
You know, I was thinking about this. To a population, right, between the OBO fan community and now to the rest of hip hop, you're on a biased year.
Hey,
you've been biased for 365.
Some of us can't be this lucky.
That's funny. Also on the panel today, coming back for the first time in a couple of months, I think. I've been really, really inspired and really impressed by this commentary, this journalist growth in the space. I think he's been doing incredible work on red carpets for years now. And now we're seeing him with his own feature show called Soundcheck on Up Rocks. He was also one of the 3 voices featured in Absol's most recent release, the song that had no name, continuing to put on for the culture, and he always does it with a smile on his face. Jeremy Heck, 9-second applause.
Good to be here. Good to be back. Thank you, Justin. I will say, if you ever see me without a smile on my face, something really bad happened. Like somebody really pissed me off. And so if I ever have any enemies out there who get me to that level, just know they really, really push me there.
I'm actually curious to see what that looks like. Maybe I want to see that.
I'm not. I do not.
I want to see what Jeremy looks. I want to see what level it takes to get there. Everybody has a
I am a Gemini, and most people don't see that side.
Word up. Well, keep putting on with a happy face. We'll take that then. Also joining us today, maybe second time on this particular panel. I've just been a fan of his reactor work for years now, and a more recent fan of his work as an MC. I think he's hilarious. I also think he has a flow that's undefeated and a real knack for the moment. Met him for the first time in person last week at the Kendrick Wednesday night GNX Grand National Tour stop. It was hard to find him. It was all this technology. We could not find our way around this mini city that is SoFi Stadium. But I'm excited to have him back on Culture United. Big fan. Screwface Jean, 9-second applause.
It's good to be back. You know what I mean? Honored to be amongst all you guys. I watch basically all you guys all the time. So it's dope to be here. Honored.
Word up, man. Thank you for coming back, as always.
Most definitely.
Also on the show this week, first time in a couple of weeks too, I would say, a couple of months, I would say. He just dropped another, I'm sure, completely engrossing think piece, this one on Beyonce. I'm actually very excited about the one he's been working on now. He's been talking about this piece as a 15,000-word expose on perhaps my favorite artist of all time. Perhaps my favorite artist, definitely the most important artist for me personally, but perhaps my favorite of all time. But one of the YouTubers and think piece mavens with an undefeated pen and an undefeated perspective. Joining us again one more time, FD Signifier, 9-second applause.
Yeah, it's a release of Beyonce video today, and it's doing better than I thought. I was scared because, you know, I love my audience, but it's a sausage fest, and you know, hopefully we won't get into any gender war stuff tonight, but sometimes brothers don't be caring about stuff that girls like unless, you know, they just don't. So I was like, how is this gonna work? Will it reach the audience I needed to reach? And if in case it didn't, the Lupe Fiasco video was always going to be next. Because I know if I needed a win in the algorithm, I could count on my audience in particular and just the greater hip hop audience in general to be seated for a long Lupe Fiasco video. That so far I got untold lore about Lupe that most people won't know. I got allusions to anime. I got many reviews of most of his albums. I got a lot of shade. I got a lot of love. I got some AI commentary. It'll, God willing, be out this time next month. So we'll see.
One second applause, Lupe Fiasco. He always deserves that.
Also my favorite rapper, just to be clear.
Word up.
This is the only reason I can write this much about him. And it not be weird. It's not weird, right? It's not weird to write 15,000 words about another dude.
I'm not sure that's enough for Lupe. I'm not sure it's enough for Lupe Fiasco. I'm not sure. I think if anyone deserves twice that, it's Lupe Fiasco. The food and the liquor.
Okay, the bias is outside, ladies and gentlemen. It's coming from inside the crib.
Well, since he's talking right now, joining us first time on Culture United, longtime friend of mine, and also a longtime admirer of his work as a journalist. He was a one-time music editor at The Source. Impeccable ear. He's currently A&R for Busta Rhymes, president of Viper Records. He also was the first artist ever to invite me to be in his music video. We go all the way back to Brooklyn, all the way back to PNC Radio. I've known him for 15 years, and I think most of you might know him most recently from his work with Math Hoffa on the tremendous podcast, man. That was a really, really powerful podcast. Always insightful, always well-connected, and always has a great way of connecting whatever's happening in the moment to what's been happening historically. Joining us for the first time, 9-second applause to Mecca, Mr. Mech.
I'm very, very happy to be here. Very, very happy. Strong like bull. Very, very happy to be here.
Word up, represent.
Salute, folks. Thank you. Super honored. I don't have a speech, but I really am happy to be here amongst an esteemed panel of thinkers. So yeah, absolutely.
Word up, man. Appreciate you joining us. And last but certainly not least, I've got to know this next panelist over the past couple of years. Truly one of my closest friends, I would say that to this day. Always comes with brand new perspective that I never think about. But I think his storied career has impacted more people than perhaps maybe he is recognizable by his face, because he tends to hide from the camera. And as you can see, he wears sunglasses inside when it's almost at night. But Badru was the general manager for the legendary Project Blowed. And so he has traveled the world with one of the most impeccable lyrical collectives ever, helping craft the classics that they've put out, and also worked with a number of different artists as part of his group, his production duo collective, Local Astronauts, where they've worked with everyone from Rock Marciano, putting people on for the culture. And really, in my opinion, a great example of what it really looks like to put on for your city. He's super active in the community, active politically, and active in hip hop culture. Join us for the first time, my brother, Badru. 9-second applause.
I'm here on behalf of all the fans. I'm sitting in y'all seat. I'm about to talk to them. Big fan of what everybody else does here, man. For real, it's really an honor. But yeah, man, looking forward to the convo.
Word up. And thank you, everyone who's tuned in and listening. This is going to be a spirited conversation. It's been a spirited debate, even amongst ourselves, even amongst some of the group chats that we have over the past couple of weeks, or the past week and a half, I'll say. One quick update. We're doing our first Culture United live in Los Angeles, so it will be in person. It'll be next week at the Grammy Museum during BET Week. And so from 7:40 to 8:40, there will be a 50-minute in-person Culture United. If you're interested in that, I'll post about it. Tickets are available on the Grammy site right now. But this is something that sort of came out of a random YouTube interaction, and it's grown to something that I'm really proud of. So thank you to everybody who's joined us, and thank you to everybody who's been supporting. Make sure you hit the like buttons, and make sure you say thank you. Well, I'll say thank you to all the moderators. Now, the story of the day. Story of the week, in my opinion, probably the second biggest story this year. Behind anything Kendrick and Drake, I think this is right there. And this is Joey Bada popping out day one with the rulers back, staking multiple claims. He said the rulers back. He called himself the heir apparent king of New York. He challenged Kendrick Lamar to a rap battle. And he also said there's too much West Coast D-licking. Now, we have watched this. We have watched this conversation sort of get off running early in January. It took a hiatus around the LA fires. And then it popped back up a little bit in March, or February and March. And then it was on hold until 2 weeks ago once the Red Bull Cypher dropped. And since then, we've had now, since I've counted, 65 different artists jump into this conversation and 108 different songs. And for me personally, again, this is my favorite kind of marketing. I like when people rap at each other. If you're going to try to sell me a record, sell me something, please sell me while you rapping. I like that. But we're talking about Joey Badass. Main event was Ray Vaughn and Daylight and Joey Badass. Everyone on this panel, I want to go around the horn. What are you guys, where we sit right now? Did Joey Badass win? We're going to start with you, Curtis.
Great way to start.
Like, why do you do this? You really hate me, don't you? How do you start with me? No, nobody won. You show me the knockout win, and I'll show you a winner. For those who want to make the argument that, what was the last song? Crash Dummy? Joey Badass won with Crash Dummy? So let me get this straight. We're having a very hip-hop conversation a year after a very epic battle in which a West Coast artist beat the brakes off of a certain Canadian guy. No offense, Jeremy. We're talking a year later. The climate has shifted. We're having a real hip-hop conversation in the midst of all of this, and it's doing numbers. Shout out to everybody here who's been able to partake in that. So you got a West Coast artist that opened up that door. Okay. And then Crash Dummy is what I think they're trying to tell me is the knockout blow. What is that Joey Badass sounding like? What? A West Coast record. First of all, I don't like the way that this thing played out. The battle royale style of battling was not my favorite because it was way too many players involved. It was way too many folks getting off passive aggressive emotions as rappers and just saying whatever was on their mind and putting the mask up of competition. Didn't like that. I partook in this particular battle, so obviously there's going to be some bias wrapped up with that. This is what I'll say, though. Great for hip-hop. Hip-hop absolutely took the W. It's unfortunate to see people get revisionist history because a year ago, I wouldn't hear nobody talk about how Joey Badass is the king of anything except for maybe the TV show he's on. And now that there appears to be something that smells like the remnants of a win, people have forgotten about Conway the Machine, the Benny the Butchers, the West Side Guns, and folks who have been putting in the work, the undeniable work. Look, I'm just a West Coast guy that's looking at all of this, and I'm saying, look, I love the competition, but relax. That's all I got to say about that.
Jeremy, you're laughing. What do you think about what Curtis just said?
I commend someone who sticks to the code no matter what. I will say to be able to maneuver like that is impressive. And even though I got an LA hat on, just like Curtis, I will not be sticking to the coast guarding. Shout out to Head on this one. You mentioned something, Curtis. You said it was a win for the West, right? He used West Coast sound, so the West is the real winner, right?
I didn't say all that. I just said that it was a win for hip hop. I said that West Coast was used this entire situation in order for this W to appear as the people have said.
Okay. We know I'm going to go a little older with my analogy because I'm not super onto the current NBA rosters. Allen Iverson loved to crossover, right? That was his signature. He had the cross. He'd hit the rim. He might pull up a mid-range, right? Now, let's say Allen was playing against Tracy McGrady. I'm just tossing out a name, okay? Now, Tracy McGrady, more known for his jumper, for his fadeaway, for his dunks than his crossover. However, if they're going one-on-one and Tracy McGrady outcrosses Allen Iverson to get to the basket and scores more buckets than Allen Iverson, it's a win for the cross because there's awareness put on the crossover. But it is still a win for Tracy McGrady in this one-on-one battle. Now, the way I'm using this analogy is to showcase that, yes, hip-hop won, the sport won, competitiveness won, everyone's pens and everyone's ears won who participated in this battle. However, one person put more points up on the board than the others. Some of them backed out gracefully. Some of them said, I'm out of the game. Let's put some tributes up in the air and let's all celebrate. Some of them decided to step to the sidelines and not respond. That's fine. But the person who put the most points up on the board is Joey Badass, and I think we got to acknowledge it in this specific game.
Can I add one little thing to that before FD? I'm gonna let you. I promise I'm gonna let everybody cook today. Curtis King will not be talking today. If somebody runs into the middle of that supposed one-on-one between Tracy McGrady and Allen Iverson naked because they want to protest PETA or something going on, and the game has to be and the game has to be forfeited.
What just happened?
Do we stop there? Does the game is that a win for Tracy McGrady if he's the way this landed? The conversation about a white flag, the conversation about who do we even know where that came from? And then my question, who beat Rayvon?
Rayvon took himself out the game.
I think Rayvon beat himself. I think GoldenEye was. I just don't think you drop your. You don't drop your meet your grams after you drop your Not Like Us, right? If Ho Arrows is Not Like Us, GoldenEye was just Meet the Grams, and I don't think that order works. I think it needs to go the other way. Because you got to lift people up at the end. And
so wait a minute. So he releases the finals as the first song, and that's in the right order.
He released the Red Bull Freestyle. You got to start with the Red Bull Freestyle. That's when it came back because it was on him at that point. So you get the Red Bull Freestyle verse. That went over great. You get the finals. Probably when I heard the finals, I was like, this might be the best Joey Badass song I ever heard. And then you get My Town, which I'm like, oh, this is like two of the best Joey Badass songs I ever heard. And then you get to Crash Dummy. I'm like, oh, he dancing on him now. Look at that West Coast flow. That's a difficult pocket to find. That's how I looked at it. Hey, FD, you wanted to jump in?
Shout out to Lil Bill in the chat, who's from Philly, who's not a New York. Who's like everybody that's not from New York hates New York niggas. But as soon as it becomes an East Coast thing, they lock in, boy. I've been in and out of the whole beef. So like a lot of these tracks y'all are gonna end up talking about, I will not have heard. And so because of that, I won't die on the hill that Joey carried. I won't die on that hill. However, I think that also gives me a very salient standpoint. Because if I wasn't paying that much attention, but I came away with the feeling that Joey won, that kind of means Joey won. Jeremy gave an analogy I want to build on to do some really dope hip-hop nerd deep lore of like some URL stuff. I'll never forget one of my favorite URL bars of all time is Sue Surf versus he's from North Carolina, real raspy voice. God damn, I can't remember his name.
It's T-Top.
T-Top. Sue Surf versus T-Top. Amazing battle. Sue Surf carried in my opinion, but that's not what we're talking about tonight. Surf made a line about Iverson in that battle. Because at some point in time, there was somebody else made a bar about Iverson versus Jordan, right? And they were making the point that like Iverson may have crossed Jordan, but Jordan is Jordan. And Surf was like, nah, if you can't make a mark, put a stain on somebody else's. And like that's to me is kind of what we got from Joey in this situation. He's been going at Kendrick. Kendrick's not going to respond. I think we'll get a Kendrick sub at whatever bodies and whatever's connected to that comes out. We'll probably get a couple Joey subs in that. But you know, Joey was like, look, people are gonna remember. I remember that I don't remember a lot of Iverson. I remember enough, but I definitely remember that crossover, especially as a nigga that was in Chicago at the time. You know what I'm saying? So like having Joey go at the whole West Coast, including Kendrick, hold his own, and make me remember that I like Joey Badass, right? Like I've always liked Daylight as a battle rapper. Rest of these dudes, I wasn't really on like that. Most of these other dudes, but they all availed themselves well. Absolutely, I know. But like a lot of the more like new West Coast cats, it wasn't really up on them like that. But I came away with this re-spinning Joey, right? I came away from this re-spinning Joey when I'm sitting here, writing Lupe videos, editing Beyonce videos, taking my kids to soccer practice. Joey re-entered the tape deck, you know what I mean? And like I think from that standpoint, as a person who hasn't heard everything, because I can't name you the bars, it feels like Joey cared.
Did you get the same feeling, Badger?
I like Curtis's comparison to boxing because there wasn't a knockout blow, but I think the reason why FD knows and a lot of people know, and the reason why there's the Gina J moment and Absol saying, they saying that the West Coast is getting whooped, is because he won by decision. And I think if you're not fighting the champ, you can win by decision. I don't even expect a knockout at this point. So I think he won by decision. And I'm sad because Justin knows I don't want to be the one to say that at all. I felt like we shouldn't have battled. The whole West Coast should have been like, we in solidarity with Kendrick's win. And we partying this summer. We on the deuce, the four, the big, the eighth. We on that right now. Ignorance. Not stepping up to get served by somebody in the play-in tournament and the whole playoffs is over. Come on, bro.
Badger's the one. I've talked about this quite a bit on my channel. Badger had my favorite analogy for this when this first jumped off. He said if the Control verse, after Kendrick dropped Control and we saw everybody jump in that, he said if that's the playoffs, this is the play-in. There's a bunch of people getting their name in the conversation. And I thought that was hilarious. Now, when I asked Ray Vaughn about that, Ray was he disagreed with it completely because he took offense to the nature of what this is versus Kendrick calling out his friends, right? Which I see that. But to your point, Badger, I want to ask you this question, right? Because you said should have never jumped in the first place. And I know you're a West Coast representative too, right? How do you square we shouldn't have jumped in with the pride the West Coast has, the unity the West Coast has been living in right now, and also this reflex that the West Coast has that they're hated on? Is it even realistic to think that this wasn't going to turn into something if everyone is unified? It's not realistic.
It's not realistic. It's just what I'd rather. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because Kendrick is doing it right now. He understands where he's at. He understands it's a situation not really to respond to. And I just think we should have held solidarity with our champ. He won. We up. You guys got to battle each other now. Go battle the South.
Can I say something real quick that whole exchange made me think of? If there is a loser, people gonna be mad at me. It's the rest of the New York niggas. Where y'all at? Where y'all at?
I don't know.
Like,
I'm just saying. What you got? What you got, Mac? What you got?
Mac was like, I'm not having it.
Because I was all ready to shoot bail on most of this conversation. First of all, I also didn't enthusiastically partake in this battle because I didn't like the way that it started. I didn't like the fact that it started from what it felt like for me was a place of pure hating. Too much West Coast dick licking. I didn't see that happening anywhere. I didn't see anybody being on the D of the West. I saw everybody celebrating hip hop and being happy that a hip hop head took a win being a hip hop head. And it wasn't really about Coast because it was a hip hop head versus not just an out of towner, but an out of countryer. Like, you know what I mean? He painted him as a gentrifier. He made it look like that, and he escorted him back to his side of the border. And I thought that was fire. I didn't see anybody mad at Kendrick or riding the West. We were all just happy that a hip hop head took the win. So when it starts with too much West, like, bro, what are you're projecting? That's you. You're upset. Like, just how about you just go be upset? So I wasn't rocking with Joey for starting it for that reason. Just say you want to battle the champ, and I think you might have gotten more of a response had you done it that way. Listen, he got the crown. I want to do with the crown. I'm not trying to have nothing from anybody else. Now, with that said, the West Coast coming out in droves to get at this one dude from the East Coast and everybody like piling on and jumping them, I thought that looked pretty weak. That doesn't interest me when a bunch of outliers start trying to get at the one guy. You're making him look way more dangerous than you're telling me that he is. If all y'all got to come out and do something to the one guy saying, "Hey, come outside," you look weak. You look weaker to me. And with that said, I felt if there is a winner, Joey won the war of attrition. But there was no knockout blow. There was no not like us. There was no moment where everybody dropped to the mic. I actually agree with Jeremy when he the shout out to Joey's man in Pro Era that passed away. I thought that was a fitting. Okay, we're gonna close this out. Everybody just go back to your corners and we'll leave it alone from here. Once you shout now somebody's dead homie, you can't want to beef anymore, right? It's not real beef. We're not fighting.
Right.
So
it's
I thought
a rap battle though. It's not beef.
Right.
It's a battle.
Right. But the other one kind of was, and seeing as how we keep drawing comparisons, you know what I mean? Once D1 starts jumping in the chat, talk about y'all need to be peaceful and y'all need to stop promoting these brothers doing this. Once that happens, we've officially reached that place where Deacon D is telling everybody to chill out. Yeah, that we've gotten to an uncomfortable place for me specifically because D1 is my man, and even I wanted to tell him to chill. So, but yes, I don't. New York definitely did not lose in the rapping department, FD. However, I could not, as a New York dude, as an East Coast dude myself, I could not co-sign how he started it and why it seemed like he started. Because it seemed like it was coming from a place of hate more than a place of competition.
I don't know if I see it that way, but I feel where you're coming from. Screwface, how do you look at this?
I guess more like how it started aside and stuff, just talking about the battle itself, I definitely had Joey winning. And I kind of disagree that there wasn't a knockout blow or that Rayvon wasn't beat either, because the whole, what was the GoldenEye song?
Right, that's Rayvon.
The whole song, or 90% of it, or a good percentage of it, is about the whole Diddy angle. And I feel like the second that Joey says the top thing about Diddy, that is a knockout blow, because nobody responded to that. And then after that, nobody spoke on the Diddy angle again. I think because I'm a big battle rap head. I think that is the moment where you drop the mic and you go, whoa. Because if so much of this battle was predicated on that Diddy angle, when it's almost like Joey waited for people to keep piling that on, knowing what he was going to say, and then he drops that, and then it's almost like it felt like Rayvon couldn't respond to that, because then he would have to speak on that. And they're saying basically they're making the angle was Joey's proximity to those parties made him XYZ. So all he really had to do, which I thought the whole time, was a funny angle, but a bad one to predicate so much of the battle on, because a lot of people were at those parties, like whether it's the crazy parties or not, like to act like he wasn't, Diddy wasn't like a major figure in hip hop. And I was always thinking in the back of my head, you better hope nobody around you guys was at those same exact things. So when he says that, that is kind of the knockout blow. And the only thing that came after that was kind of like Daylight White Flag, Rayvon didn't respond, and so it kind of felt like that was a knockout. What was there to say after that? And I think that it wasn't. I think it was actually good for all the people involved. I know that there's a lot of ancillary people that jumped on, but I think we know what the main battle was. We know the main battle was basically Rayvon, Daylight versus Joey, and we got Reason to jump in, like to say whatever he said, and it was Reason really Reason's track that got like all the other New York people coming in, and then all the other people because he kind of just made the first shot. But for all like Daylight and Reason and Joey, how they are in the conversation, even if it's just for this moment, is good for them. All the songs that they dropped, if you go look at their YouTubes, did good numbers for them. And I think some of them put them on streaming. I know Reason put his on streaming and stuff. So at the end of the day, nobody came out of this looking embarrassed. Like there was no like Drake of this. So I think that it ends up being a net positive. Now, if it's going to be like a real thing where it progresses and people keep listening to them and stuff, I don't know. But for this moment, I think it's good for them.
That's what I think too, man. I don't see how you could look at this. I think this might be one of the more, for lack of a better term, pompous things I might say. I don't see how anybody could look at this and poke holes in it and not see how much fun this was. Literally, I'd rather have every rapper do stuff like this than some random UGC content creator dancing, acting like they like a song. I think if people got a rollout coming up, this is great marketing. I support this. You know what I mean? I don't think they're making fake songs, fake tracks at all. And particularly when I look at Rayvon and Daylight, particularly, right? I mean, these are two people, two super talented artists. Both of them in album mode, have albums coming this year. One's already dropped. Both of them, in my opinion, deserve in a different marketplace. If this is a marketplace like FD did a piece on, there's no mid-tier in hip hop. If this was like the 90s or 2000s when there was a mid-tier in hip hop where a mid-tier artist can sell 1 million records, a mid-tier artist like Obi Trice, or I think Busta Rhymes was the example used in your video, where you're gonna have artists like that be top sellers, be at least national names to a degree, they would fall into that category, one way or the other. I think for this was a very rooted in hip hop way to highlight new artists. Am I missing it?
I don't think you're missing it, but it is, I always have to try to think through the opposing viewpoint, which is one, at our age, I'm gonna tell you what this is. Maybe not Screw. How old are you, if you don't mind me asking? I think
I'm about 34 in June.
So you're about. I think you're about there. Happy early birthday. So you know what this reminded me of? The blog era. This had blog era energy, blog era vibes the whole time. Because this is what the blog era was like. It was, this thing happened. Everybody's in the message boards, stating their case. Then another thing happened, and then we back at it, etc. I will say my critique is if the full music, if the album, if the projects that follow this aren't up to par, then I will be disappointed, and that will probably recolor the whole thing for me.
Well, real quick,
but I don't
you can go check Rayvon's now. Rayvon's is one of the best rap projects that's come out this year.
Okay, I'm gonna go check that because I haven't checked for him on that. So that's dope, and that brought bringing attention to it, right? So, but I doubt that will be the case. So I think the music, like Joey's solid. Daylight, I'm really looking forward to him like breaking that battle rapper glass ceiling, right? But I do think younger generations who low-key don't even have an album culture, right? They don't have an album culture where like they're waiting for an album. That's not something they really have experienced fully like engaging with. And they are in what replaced album culture for like Z's and younger is like antics. And as antics, this moment don't look right to them. And so, you know, I will disagree if there's like, you know, people that's like, this is lame, da-da-da-da. I disagree, but I also understand that because their frame of reference for like what hip hop is, was, and could be is just starting from a different place, that it's going to be hard to like convince them otherwise. And hopefully an album will, you know.
To quote the legendary Stephen A. Smith, let me tell you something. We don't care. Okay. This is the opportunity for them to either learn, or two, for the hip hop silent majority to revel in something that dominated the news cycle, at least for a week, that wasn't named Nutty Nipples. You know what I'm saying? Like this is literally, hip hop is at a place now where there's multiple generations. Okay. I'm not taking my hip hop cues from people who don't realize the difference between a rap beef and a rap battle. I'm just not. And this is an opportunity to educate people. And I think that's in the spirit of what we've experienced over the past 365, right? I mean, we saw Euphoria drop and people are like, wait a minute, look at these lyrics. Hey guys, did you know there's a website called Genius that'll show you the lyrics to things? Look at this song, right? I think this is part of that same wave, which is another reason why I appreciate it. Badger, you said you look like you had something you wanted to say.
No, he said there's some people who would say they didn't like this battle or that it was soft or whatever. I was like, and it's funny because anytime I talked about it, I just felt like this battle has so many, I had to throw out a disclaimer every time, right? Like, no, everybody's really high level rappers. I know when there's some good rapping going on, but it reminds me of like Gregory Hines dancing like with two of his sons, like whole lot of steppers, but no toes being stepped on. You know, so many like, he's my brother, but we actually friends, but how could you do? It was just too buddy, too boxing with headgear. Like it never reached like a battle to where it just wasn't fulfilling for me. It was. I remember being young and being like, everybody loved G.I. Joe but me, and it was like, you know, they keep shooting and ain't no bloodshed in this whole thing. Laser guns, missiles, explosions.
Oh man, you was that dude.
That's such a West Coast perspective too. That feels like a very West Coast perspective too.
Well, I'll give you're being genuine in your reaction. What I will say to FD's point is the people that you were maybe like trying to get in their mind, they're just being disingenuous. Either they hate fun and love drama, which could be the case, or they just hate to see the sport and the actual competitive spirit and the actual music and hip hop and rapping be at the forefront of things. And they hate to see, because there's been such a divide in the media space, there's been a divide after the battle that we all spoke about forever and we'll probably keep talking about forever. After that, the sides were clearly made and they feel like it's politics. They feel like they got to pick that side, stay on that side, and rep for that side and talk about in their group chats what they're going to make the narrative is going to be from that side. So I don't give them the fact that they don't enjoy this when they're in their corner and it ends up being on their Spotify Wrapped at the end of the year. Like, people are watching these YouTube videos. They're listening to these battles, whether they want to come out and say it or not. I just don't think it's genuine.
But you also have to remember that who we're talking about. You got to consider the source of some of these critiques. Like to piggyback on that point, there are rap fans and there are hip hop heads. Rap fans are the ones who are going to start telling you how much an album sold in order to declare the winner. That's a rap fan. I make the disclaimer and the distinction almost all the time. I am not a rap fan. I am a hip hop head. There is a difference. I am not the same as these dudes who are going to run around and tell you who's got more money and that determines who the winner is or who the better rapper is. Now, I'm not on that kind of time. I like the idea of a net positive for all of these guys to some level. Like I think there was a loser, but I think there are degrees of losing, right? And no one, because this battle is only being taken apart the way it is because it's being framed by the bigger one that sparked it. Had there been no Drake versus Kendrick and Cole, had that never happened, who knows if this would even get the attention that it did. So I think all of these guys are seeing a net positive reaction, and thank God. Thank God, because like Justin said, hip hop is at the forefront. It hasn't translated to the degree of a Super Bowl garnering performance, because the numbers have been so astronomical. But now, that's an industry thing. That's the music, that's the recording industry. Hip hop heads are having their own Super Bowl just watching all this great rapping happen. Like, this doesn't, and we're getting, it's like we're getting a mini Super Bowl every couple of days where somebody drops a brand new track. So I'm not anti anything that happened, except for like the little narratives. If I'm Joey, I walk away with a medal on my chest. I survived the war of attrition, and not only survived, I thrived in it. All these guys came at my neck, and I'm still standing. And with some of these dudes, they're on the ground and I'm not. You know what I mean? And maybe they're just taking a knee, but I'm still standing. So I don't, my only problem, again, too much West Coast D-licking. I really wish he hadn't. If I'd been in the studio that night, I would have asked him to dead that line. Just say you want the champ. Don't start off perpetuating this attitude that people are hating on the West, because the West Coast already seems to have that feeling. They haven't seemed to let that go since the 95 Source Awards. And it hasn't been true very much since after that. Like, I don't think anybody hates on the West, especially out East. We see you guys doing your own thing. And you were one of the first groups to do your own thing. And then here comes the South, and everybody does their own thing. And I think we've kind of done like I've personally, on my expert opinion, had to argue with dudes who were beefing about the Atlanta does not run hip hop. And I had to go at everybody and let them know, number one, Atlanta had their time. Number two, the East Coast, New York specifically, is guilty for hating on Outkast, for not showing the love we should have to Snoop and Dre at the time. We didn't give the flowers that we should have, and we're guilty of that. We've been wearing that since it started. But the idea that the West is perpetuated, like they're fueled by this rage that everybody hates them when nobody really does.
How much?
No, I don't think we think people hate us now. I think there's some truth to people hating us to a degree. I think we recognize it, but I think.
Can you elaborate on that real quick? Can you elaborate on that part real quick? Because before you move on, I don't want to cut you off. But you said there is some truth to it, because that's another thing that it's been. There's a lot of little subtleties in this back and forth that have fascinated me, and one of them is this: people hate on the West Coast thing, and the reason why it's fascinating is every single rapper from New York, every one of them, got a bar in there. CJ Fly got a bar in there. Nick Caution got a bar in there. I'm pretty sure, I think Kai Cash had a bar in there. All the commentators got bars saying, we don't hate the West Coast. Guys, hey, this ain't against the West Coast. Joey Bada said it multiple. Everyone says it. But you mentioned that there is some hate. Can you elaborate on what that is and what that looks like for people who might not see this the same way as people who are native to the West Coast?
First, I think it's a matter of big culture difference. I lived in New York. I lived out here. I'm from out here, obviously. And if you're from the West and you live on the East, it's going to take a moment to understand why some of your close friends, that they're not insulting you or trying you in how they talk. I think on the East Coast, they go further with each other than West Coast, than we go with each other with words, right? So, this nigga right here.
That's universal, by the way. I think basically that's only existing in the East Coast. And you got to get used to it. As a person that came from the Midwest and then went down South and has known a lot of East Coast dudes, getting used to the way an East Coast dude will talk to you as like a normal, this is just chill. It's like, is this? Okay,
I've heard that before. I've heard that before. I've heard that. I can see.
Coast here.
I concede. No, I concede. I've heard that before. It's definitely different environments. It's definitely a different feel.
Right.
Everybody has haters. Every coast has somebody that doesn't like them. It doesn't.
Does
mean,
the Midwest have haters? This is a real question. No one ever seems to hate on the Midwest. Who hates on the Midwest?
Sure they do. It just doesn't. It doesn't make it. It's not popular. But if you go around in certain circles, there are people who are going to tell you Nelly is this and Nelly is that, and they're going to get all of his.
That's Nelly haters. All of it. The South got haters. The West Coast say they got haters. New York got haters.
As the champion, Nelly being one of the most recognizable faces from the Midwest, he becomes the representative. And then when they start going at Nelly, they're by osmosis going at the Midwest. And granted, I think that's corny. I think hating on any place just because it's not where you're from and not where you're used to, I think that's corny. I think that's very anti-hip hop. When B first came on and he said Project Blowed, the first thing I did was salute, because Project Blowed is a staple. That's one of those things that if you're a hip hop head, you go out west, you want to, show me where they used to do that at. Like the gangsters from out east, they go out west, they want to see Compton. I wanted to see Project Blowed. I'm a hip hop head. I wanted to see Project. I wanted to go where the genuine soil shit. When I went to Detroit, I wanted to go to Maurice Malone's hip hop shop. I wanted to go to, where the landmarks are. But that's me as a hip hop head. I think when you start this narrative that places everybody's hating on you, if that's what gets you out of bed in the morning, rock out. But it doesn't mean that it's true.
Is it hate though? Like that, I know that's a word that gets loosely put out there. I never perceived it as hate as a West Coast resident all my life. What I do notice is that there's different approaches, as you highlighted. Someone highlighted earlier. There's different approaches to how folks talk to each other. There's different protocols. There's different things that are not okay. I will say this. One thing that I have heard echoed by a lot of my guy Rob Markman, shout out Wayno. One thing I have heard echoed is this perception that the West Coast is too sensitive, specifically in rap. And when I hear that echoed, I think it's really interesting, because I always had this question about Joey, who I think, let me zoom out. Amazing displays of rapping on both sides, right? He absolutely did his thing. And I, as an artist myself, I would never belittle anybody's pen and what they do.
Hey, Curtis, 1 second applause. That's good to hear.
Yeah. I will say though, I wasn't done. I don't want giving that applause. I will say the timing always was a thing that made me scratch my head about the Ruler's Back. The timing, and then also I was like, go on and say the boogeyman name. Too much West Coast D-licking. Literally nobody had dropped a project from the West Coast that was of notable names outside of Kendrick. At that point, nobody had even dropped a project. Nothing got charted. Like I think even
Tyler
dropped.
Tyler dropped.
And Blue Lips.
But you know the way they try to wash Tyler as being he's for everybody. He's for all of us, even though he represents where he's from. You know how they do that. They don't. I'll just say this. I thought the timing of it was like, do you really want to say it's too much Kendrick D-licking? Because if you said that, this moment doesn't happen. Because then everybody looks at you the same way Beck brought up. We look at you now and we say, are you looking for a moment right now? Because you killing it on this TV show. You're obviously doing your thing. You're people's favorite character. Are you looking for a moment right now to get yourself in the middle of the conversation again? Okay, if that's what it is, cool. But there's a lot of folks you got to go battle at home before you start claiming king titles anywhere.
Well,
right?
Sorry, keep going. My bad.
I was going to say one last thing. Kendrick had to fight his way up the ranks. And at some point in time, the OGs that were the people that we looked at as the Mount Rushmores and the pillars said, we're going to pass you the baton. Mm-hmm. Right? We're going to pass you it's the passing of the guard. Mm-hmm. In this situation, that's another narrative that and I don't want to stray too much. I know you're making a point, Justin. That's another narrative that I'm genuinely, I promise you, I'm not being purposely obtuse. I'm genuinely confused how you can go metaphorically punch a beehive and then bees come out. And then you start swinging because you punched the beehive. I'm not calling all the rappers from the West Coast bees, by the way. I'm just saying you punch a beehive,
Killer
and then you
bees.
survive.
1 second applause.
You survive, and then people say, "There's a Medal of Honor for surviving that." Nigga, you started it.
Well, that's the thing, because like I'll say this real fast, because I have the final score 4-3, Joey. Right, this is an NBA series. It's 4-3. Right, and Joey was down 3-0. Joey, in my opinion, was getting washed at the beginning of the year. First of all, he didn't sound like he had conviction in it. Sounded like he was trying to figure out where he was living. I do not think I agree with Ray Vaughn. He sounded like he was. Conductor Williams had him sound like he was in a jazz band. That did not hit. That was not the energy to be out here doing this kind of talking. 2-3, I didn't feel like the bars or even the conversation that was around it was enough for it to be more than just a viral play. I was with everybody on that. Mm-hmm. I just think the past week and a half, those 4 in a row are not only outclassed what he was up against, but arguably some of the 4 best joints, in my opinion, he might have ever dropped. Right? If those all 4 of those are in the top 15. If he puts at least 4 on streaming, they will go to the top of his streaming charts in a second. And I think he also had the best meme, the TD East thing. So even with the daylight stuff going on, to me, it was just pure entertainment. But that West Coast D-Licking line, as offensive as it was, and I understand that, and to your point, Mac, too, it was uncomfortable to hear because it's like, man, what are you trying to do? But if he doesn't do that, this doesn't happen. And I think this is a good thing. So in retrospect, I don't even think I have a problem with that line.
You are Thanos.
No, it wouldn't happen. No, because I was agreeing with Mech, but at the same time, like let's say he just punches at Kendrick, and he just directly says, which I agree, that's his goal, and that's been his goal since Control. But let's say he just punches at Kendrick. I don't think anything else happens. I think Kendrick just goes, why is this guy punching? I don't even think anyone goes and defends. I think because it was so ambiguous and it was like, I want the spot for the now. I want, to take on whoever's on top right now, which happens to be a guy from the West Coast. That's where that ladder down effect happened. And then the analogy real quick, Curtis, on the bee thing, you can walk up and punch a beehive and the bees come swinging. And you don't get any points for the initial punch necessarily to the beehive, but you could still knock each bee down. And if the bee hits the ground because they're coming back at you to buzz, you still get some points for winning. I won't say knock out, but knock down.
Careful.
So I wanted to come back to the West Coast dick licking, but also like the West Coast getting hated on part. And this is actually me, like, just curiosity with all the West Coast bros in the room. I always perceived that sense of like hating to be rooted in the way that the West Coast sound was low key, like pushed to the side for a chunk of time, right? And like I don't know if that's hating, right? Like I remember vividly an undergrad, this is like mid 2000s, E40 doing tracks with Lil Jon. And I'm in Atlanta, so like this is dope. And I've known E40 since however long. And so like, yeah, dope, cool. And then like there's like, it feels in my head like a huge blank space of like significant West Coast like contributions for like a good decade, probably like, well, not a good decade. I remember the Game. I remember when the Game happened, that felt like a comeback for the West Coast. And then the Game kind of didn't like live up to his own potential in a way.
He probably got in his own way. That's probably the best way.
Probably got in his own way.
Yeah.
And then it's not until Kendrick emerges that it's like, okay, here we are. But even then, Kendrick feels like, compared to growing up, right? Compared to like my youth in the early 90s or late 80s, when it was literally 50-50 between West Coast and East Coast rappers and nobody else was involved. And then as hip hop, matures and evolves, everybody's getting a piece, but it feels like the only group, the only like sound losing a chunk of its relevance is the West Coast. But is that hate though? Is kind of my question, or is it just
a little bit
the cycle?
I'm glad you said that, because when you asked what the little bit of hate was, outside of Justin saying they hate in the South, they hate in New York, and the West Coast say they hating, which was hating.
You heard that?
You heard that, right? Okay,
I heard that. I got that.
Curtis, you with me? But
I got you.
Here's the thing: the how you get to that point that you described, and it's a mixture of, I love what Meg says, when you come to the West and you interested in our hip hop and you on the journey of hip hop in the listening journey, then you're going to get a better idea of what we do and what we about, and really who's on the rise and all the things. The feeling of hate is, for a long time, and I got to say that it was true because I've been there and seen it, the East Coast would not play our records. And not only would they not play our records, the records they played were specifically gangster, which is not the culture that they influenced the most. It's the Project Blows and it's the authentic hip hop sound, right? So we get to this point where our king is technically chosen by whoever you guys accept as a sound for the West Coast. So a lot of times the major sound, or when there's this gap in something for you guys, is because it hasn't been accepted by East Coast players of sound. So that's been our problem, is that our sound won't get played outside of our market, no matter how large we are and influential we are. We have a few dozen Kendricks and these different rappers that can only break through once in a generation.
Okay, let me play
1 second pause. Great. I like that one. That's the first time I heard that one. Keep going.
No, he's got something, but let me play Joey Badass in this situation. Here's what you may not, and not negating anything you just said, but here's something to keep in mind. They don't play those records here. They don't play our representatives of that sound here in New York. We don't get our records on the radio either. The main complaint in New York radio is that they play everyone except New York artists in comparison to how much they play everyone else. When I went to Atlanta, I got culture shock because they played Future so much, I thought homie died. I dead ass had to make a couple of phone calls. Yo, it was, bro, okay? They running his shit back to back like this is like something happened to him. Like this feels like the get well soon Future set. And they would just run it. New York does not do that. New York operates strictly from a financial point of view. They don't really care that much about the culture, even though this is where the culture is started. We don't have as much reverence. The industry doesn't have as much reverence for it as you might think. So it's not hate that we're not playing your records, because New York artists have a problem getting on New York radio as well. So what's that? Like, it's not, what I'm saying is, it's not just happening because it's you. It's just happening.
Well, it's not. Here's the thing: we playing y'all records. That's how the fit. So
they don't play ours, is what I'm telling you. Like, I'm with you. Experience.
You talking about the knowledge of it. I'm talking about the experience of it, which the art is coming from the reaction to the experience.
No,
right?
And I'm that's why I started off by saying I agree with you. I can absolutely see how you would take that, but that's the thing I try to explain to all my West Coast people, all my people from the Midwest, when they get here and say they won't play our records. Hey, newsflash, they don't play New York records in New York either. New York artists are pissed that they can't get on New York radio too. So it's not necessarily.
Yeah. Well,
are they only playing Atlanta records? Is that we're gonna start that fight again?
Say it again.
Were they only playing Atlanta records for a minute? I know that's how it felt like here, at least.
Yeah. No, at South period, because it's about, and this is what I try to remind people: New York is motivated by money. There's a reason why the stock exchange is here. Culture loses to commodity every time you step inside the 5 boroughs. We are currently being gentrified by people who have no idea what New York sounds like, feels like, tastes like, moves like, breathes like, and these people are setting pace in this city. And artists that are from here, born here, raised here, may die here, God willing, can't find a way to break through our own. And we don't really have a local scene the same way that a lot of the other states do, a lot of the other coasts do. We don't really have it like that. We'll shit on our own artists if they're not on the radio. We'll send them, you ain't real, you ain't got a record deal, fuck out of here. Like I'm not even paying attention to you. And that it gets like that. So again, just to bring it back to square one, we are not hating on you because you're not on our radio. We have a problem. We have a hard time getting on our radio. Our radio is kind of screwed up for a lot of artists.
Hey, bro, our radio is screwed up.
I'm about to
New
say
New Yorkers, y'all got all the chop in the world. I love y'all. I lived in New York for a long time. My family is there. I got to tell you, when I say playing our records, I do never, ever mean the radio because I'm not a radio dude. You know what I mean? But when you hit the clubs where these DJs have full autonomy, I'm trying to tell you, you're not playing our records. Okay. And you're not playing our records that, and when I say our records, I want to be specific and say, when you guys focus on this gangster genre, that's not necessarily our records. That's an outsider's choice. Stand. You see what I'm saying? And that's why we just got Kendrick when we had Project Blow when you were a kid, right? That's what I mean. Play our records.
We're clear. You know, we're clear now. Let me put you onto something else. I feel like I'm copping so many. I'm shooting so much bail for my city, but I don't like that our misunderstanding or misinterpretations are seen as hate. I don't like the glitches that we have in the Matrix come across as us hating. Let me put you onto something else. New York club culture is trash. It's absolute trash. And this is coming from a New Yorker. It is trash. They, ever since bottle service became the mainliner for New York City club life, bro, they don't dance in New York City clubs anymore. And I'm from the era when that actually happened, when the club records were records that people were dancing to. A record for the club means that you could dance to it. I've been in New York clubs because Busta goes out a lot. And whenever I rock with him, I see what it looks like, bro. For the last going on over a decade smooth. If you're not buying a bottle, they won't let you in. And the dance floor is now full of couches. It's all bottle service. So it's a bunch of people standing on the couches doing this and drinking liquor in one place. But the New York club culture, as you may remember it, is absolute trash. So if you're looking for your record to be played in there, it's not what it was. Right. Those people are not in there to listen. They're getting drunk, they're on drugs, and they're just vibing. But any a million Kendricks who have something to say, that's not the New York club is not the place for them to be played at.
Mr. Mack, can I ask you a question? And I appreciate the transparency of what's going on, because I hear a lot of the same stories that I hear of my peers out here in LA who felt like radio was turning a deaf ear to what was being done out here, especially if sonically we couldn't make the songs that they were playing, like you said, that generate the income, the Drakes and whatnot. Bringing it back full circle, then why didn't Joey Badass say it's too much South D-licking?
Because at the time the West Coast was on fire, and the guy he wanted is from the West.
Was the West Coast on fire, or was Kendrick Lamar on fire?
No, the perception from here after seeing the Pop Out show is the West Coast had all the energy, all the movements. You guys were united. As a hip hop head, I loved it. You guys were united in a way that New York hasn't been. I don't know since when.
Ever.
Yeah, okay. Like maybe what
we get
self-destruction.
Yeah, right. I don't know. I could just burrow unity.
And the narrative.
You get burrow unity. You got the Bridge Wars. People were united then. My bad, Screw.
I was gonna make one more point on that.
Hold on real quick. Oh, my bad. Go ahead, Chris. I know Screw was
quick. I was just gonna say, then can you see how some people out here may perceive that as a moment where it's like, you know what it feels like? You ain't ate all day, and then you know you looking forward to a meal when you came home, and then somebody didn't ate your food. And it's like, damn, like I just got home. I'm ready. I feel like there's a lot of folks out here on the coast who have been waiting for a moment like this to happen, where the window and the light is being shined down on what's going on. And let me tell you, not just artists ate out here, platforms, West Coast platforms, podcasts, everybody had an opportunity to eat. Mm-hmm. And the first thing you hear from somebody who's now deeming himself the king of New York is, man, it's too much West Coast D-Lick. And it's like, I just got home.
And how did I start?
Well, you're right. I'm just bringing that up as a point of view of, could you see how some folks...
I get it. No, bro,
right.
you haven't
hold on. Hey, Mac, give me 1 second. Screwface, you want to say something? Go ahead, jump in, Screw.
I was going to say that the narrative 100% is and was the West Coast is up. Like that's a little revisionist to act like, even if it isn't factual, which I could even make the fact, but the narrative for the last year and a half has been absolutely the West is up. I think most us content creators have said that at one point. And whether it's the conversation has been dominated between Kendrick, Doechii, when Tyler dropped Tyler.
Doechie's from Florida.
Yeah, Doechie's from Florida.
Yeah, but she's from TDE.
But she is representative of the West still. She's still looked at as a West artist. Tupac isn't from California either, but she's still looked at as a West artist. So it absolutely was. That's why when he said it, everybody knew what he was referencing to. If it wasn't true, if he said it, then it wouldn't have made sense, but it made sense. The narrative was the West Coast is up, especially after the pop out, especially after the unity of everything. The conversation is the West is up. Even if you see on social medias, the arguments were anytime, like if you looked at it, anytime between like the Stan Wars of the Kendrick and Drake people, it became just like the Drake stands would take wins anytime a West person they perceive would take a loss.
Yeah.
That's why when Mustard's album didn't do so well, they looked at it like, West Coast music, West Coast. So we can't act like it wasn't a narrative that the West has been on top and has been winning.
No. I counter that by saying it was 6 months after the battle when he appeared with this one.
But the conversation still is the West is up.
That's not the conversation. That's revisionist. That's for real revisionist. The West is up. We're still having conversations. Well, this is depending on who you're talking to. We may have that conversation as people who are practitioners in this and that do this, but the general perception was, can the West Coast do anything with this new moment that they have? Then the perception became, you heard different talking heads that said the West Coast is not doing enough with this moment. Everybody's waiting for Kendrick. Then it became they're copying Kendrick. So it's like it's.
But the point is this moment. The point that we're talking about is this moment. What you just said is, are they going to live up to this moment? The moment you're talking about is the West being up. So we're saying, can the artist from the West live up to this West Coast hype or whatever, the West being up right now narrative? That's what the narrative is.
So that's a narrative, or is it factual? That's what I'm getting at.
Unfortunately, it all goes back to
whether it's factual or I'm saying that the reason why Joey said that was because that was the narrative. That's why I originally said whether it's factual or not, that was the narrative.
It just feels disingenuous because the South had it for 23 years and your only issue came the first 6 months after the West Coast started getting a lot of momentum. That seems very selective.
I'm pretty sure people were dissing the South too, though. I'm pretty sure if you go
Joey.
But if you go back to, I'm pretty sure Joey has songs about artists that aren't rapping, and you can take what he's saying and apply it to Southern artists. And like if you go back to the whole thing about when Joey came out in 1999 was he was taking it back to the boom bap era. And I can't pull up specific ones, but I would almost guarantee you he's got verses that are speaking about when the South was up, where's New York at, and the New York stuff. I'm just saying
the majority of that tape. It's really the majority of that tape is about that.
Yeah, so I'm saying that Joey's just a competitive person. When Control happened, he responded to Kendrick and the Illuminati. This isn't new. So it's just that he also, when they interviewed him about who won between Drake or Kendrick, he had Kendrick. So it's not like a hating on Kendrick thing. I think just he respects him so much. And now that he is perceived at the top, maybe he didn't want to go at a lyrical battle with Drake. Maybe he didn't want to, but I'm even sure he's probably taking shots at him, whether it's subliminal or not, because technically we're still talking about subliminal shots. He didn't say Kendrick. We're still talking about subliminal. So you can tie a lot of his subliminal shots to a lot of artists throughout his career.
Dotting T's and crossing eyes.
Well, he also said, "Yeah, it's clear Kendrick's scared." He says that on Crash.
No, I'm saying from the rulers back. We're talking about.
Right.
I'm just saying that specifically.
Right. Yeah.
Later on, he got specific about Kendrick.
He got specific about Kendrick.
I was gonna say about the rulers back though. It's interesting because it all goes back to Justin's favorite song, Tailor Made Freestyle, where it wasn't necessarily a West Coast versus anybody thing, but Drake is actually the person who made it a West Coast thing and galvanized the West, whether it was intentional or not. By bringing Pac and bringing Snoop in there, his mistake was then you galvanized everybody to go, okay, this is us versus everybody. And that plays into the narrative that does exist, which is, people hate the West Coast, which also played into not like us being a quote unquote West Coast sounding song. And I will say, not to bring this point too far back, but as somebody I'm from Canada, I moved to LA and I've been all over the place in the US. You do see how stars in LA are massive in LA and aren't elsewhere. Whereas a star from New York or a star from Atlanta are still stars in LA and back home. Like, for example, a YG goes crazy here, partially because of the radio, partially because of the club. I don't think YG is as big anywhere else in the country. Ty Dolla $ign obviously has huge features. He hits different here. And I think part of it is, you were talking about the club, Mac, earlier. It's like, their club records get played here, but LA club records that you could dance to don't get played elsewhere. And I think that also fits into part of the reason why that framing happens.
I just want to shout out somebody in the chat that pointed out that we got 70 minutes into the video without mentioning Drake.
I know. I hated to do it.
But like immediately as you said that, I just thought to myself, I still can't believe this nigga did that fucking song. It's just a blunder, but like we can't do it. We can't do it today. I know that's the one track you like, Company Man.
I just don't have experience of Drake not rapping about himself. He wasn't rapping about himself. He was somebody else. That was a brand new experience. I love that. I'm like, look at Drake be somebody else. That's cool.
Justin, you just sparked the thought for me. It's something I would give back to Curtis as far as Joey not challenging the South. The reason why I don't think that happened is because the South has never had a moment with one guy the way the West Coast had with Kendrick. There's never been a Kendrick of the South where it's a pure, unadulterated champion who just came out of a beef and is crowned king. When the South was beefing, they were beefing with each other. It was Snowman versus Guwap. It was T.I. versus Luda versus, but they were going back and forth with each other. There really wasn't a cross-continental thing happening where hip hop sent the champion to challenge this man from the north and he slayed the dragon. So Joey doesn't, there was never a clear-cut target out of the South where it's like, if you want to take the crown from the South, you got to go beat this guy, because the South has such a unity to it. There's never been just one guy. Now, Kendrick, like Jeremy said, Kendrick putting the entire West Coast together, and there's no question that he brought the entire, bro, there are Bloods and Crips on the stage. There are athletes on the stage. West Coast athletes are up there sea walking. There's no question that it is a unified front, the likes of which no other coast has ever had. Midwest, South, East, no one's ever seen that before. So now there's one unified belt. That guy's got it. I'm going at that guy. As Justin said, if he doesn't do the West Coast D-Licking line, the moment probably doesn't happen, because if you out and out challenge the champ, and he doesn't feel you've got enough title fights under your belt, he's free to ignore you. What I would have told Joey is, bro, Kendrick took years to get Drake into the ring.
Right.
It didn't just happen. You just caught on. It didn't just happen. He
real
dissed
quick,
him in a Control verse.
Mech, on that point, Joey, if I'm Joey, I'd feel the same way, right? Because he responded on Illuminati, right? Because Control happened 10 years ago, 12 years ago, or something like that. I like the thing about Joey that's so interesting to me is he just turned 30. He just turned 30. The career he's put together right now is the 20, 30 year arc of people 10, 15 years older than him. Okay, we any criticism that we can really have on the sales he doesn't have, he's largely been independent, pretty much independent his whole career. He's gone through Cinematic Music Group and just had distribution for the most part, right? He hasn't been the feature artist on the major label, so there's a lot of commercial accolades. He just hasn't been in a position to receive, just given the nature of the music industry in a modern sense, right? And from his standpoint, people, there's a bunch of comments that I've seen in here today, but also throughout the past week and a half, that said, you don't just go challenge the king. You have to make sure you're in the same weight class. Joey is someone who's been punching above his weight class his entire career. He was 16 years old when he made 1999. 16 years old. He has a classic mixtape, and he hadn't finished high school yet. Okay, so this really is the moment for Joey to capture all these things that I believe, as he described on The Ruler's Back, the heir apparent king of NY is here, right? And that's what this moment feels like to me. And I have this question for everybody on here. And we'll start with Screwface. I'm very curious to see what the one Midwest representative here has to say about this. I know Vegas is on the West time zone, but it still feels kind of Midwest to me. But represent Nebraska is all day. Is Joey Badass the king of New York?
No, what? Nah.
Who's the king of New York? Who's the king of New York?
Nah, you can't. Here's the thing, though. Like this, since hip hop is a competitive sport, and especially when you're talking about rappers like Joey and Kendrick and stuff like that, it is a revolving door where you got to fight for the crown. Like your resume has to get updated always. So you can make an argument, I guess, if you want to stretch that, what he's doing this exact snapshot in time, not before it, not after, just in. Well,
you have to 1999 is before it. He has a classic mixtape to a generation. That's not
no, I'm just debatable.
Saying, he's got a classic, and he's got one of the most unique gauntlets we've ever seen anybody run through.
Yeah,
that's two big things.
Having
hold on, let's Screwface finish real quick.
When 1999 dropped, maybe you could, but I don't think right now he could be the king of New York because of 1999. But I would say if you want to just make a stretched argument for this exact snapshot in time and say that since he's, I guess, pushing the line for New York and he went up against all these West Coast artists and, came out on top, or it's looking like came out on top, you can maybe make an argument for that. And since there's not a lot of, somebody you can just stamp on as that right now, particularly for New York, kind of. And I also think a thing that people aren't talking about is I think like the New York drill movement kind of did a thing where the values of what, makes you the king of New York shifted, and it almost became like who's the most gangster and stuff like that. So now it's like you may ask some kid who's the king of New York, and they're gonna say it's this person because he got the most bodies or he got the biggest click. So I honestly couldn't even say it, but I would say no. I don't think he's the king of New York.
To that point, what I think is really interesting is Pop Smoke rapped about being the king of New York in his bars, multiple songs. It was very upfront in his music. It was something he aspired to have, and he put together that a project that was probably the last big respected New York project. And I always give New York drill a caveat because it comes from London, and I think that's always weird to me. I think it's weird when New York finds a whole lot of success taking sounds from other regions. It just feels weird to me. It's not the New York. That's where I'm like, Reason, this ain't the New York I know, but I'm not gonna shit on drill or anything like that. But Pop Smoke got that crown, and I think he earned it in the right way. And he was almost giving it posthumously at the same time because he passed so fast. And then they tried to give it to Fabio Foreign, and Fabio Foreign said he wanted to beef with Black Boy Max about Airbnbs. So I think he voted himself off the island. I know you want to say something, FD. What you got?
Yeah. So one thing I think is important to think about in the concept of, especially a King of New York, goes back to something Mex said earlier, which is the way that the economics of hip hop have made that concept low key like impossible to attain, if not irrelevant, or maybe not irrelevant, but like it don't work like it used to. Because to me, to be the king of a region wasn't just that you were the best rapper, or even had the best like music coming out of that region, because like Chicago, I'm from Chicago. Chicago is so bipolar. Like whoever you could ask so many different people, and some people would say Common and Lupe and Kanye, and other folks was talking about Twista and Do or Die. You know what I mean? Like, so like it doesn't work perfectly, period. But now specifically, because to be the king of a region is, I think, clout driven. And because clout isn't from purely music anymore, I struggle to even like, I couldn't call anybody in New York the king of New York right now, because beyond our specific circle, you know, like if you would ask me, I would probably say Benny the Butcher, right? But beyond like the hardcore hip hop heads, that concept, like I think Screwface kind of hit nail in the head. It's gonna be, you know, 456 Duckworth. You know what I'm saying? Like it's gonna be somebody with three things in front of their name and a two syllable last name. And
So,
with a lot of bodies.
1 second applause. With a lot of bodies.
You know, like and
step aside for 456 Duckworth.
Right.
With a lot of
Hottest
bodies.
out of New York.
A lot of bodies for 456 Duckworth. And that's universal. That's my train of thought. But my point is, we have to keep in mind that it's clout driven. So because it's clout driven, it has to be Joey. But until it's matched with a crossover clout, until Joey's able to get some motion, not just amongst us and not just amongst like the hardcore heads, but also like I need Joey to pop up with Castanet. You know what I'm saying? Not really, but kinda. You know what I mean? Like that's important. I know we don't like to hear that.
I want to add this. I want to add this context to exactly what you're saying. Right now, Joey Badass is the hood's favorite villain. Find a hood, he is the favorite villain. That's why we heard so many unique references showing up. Go find some nerdy kids, they love him in Mr. Robot. Go find some old heads, they love him as Inspector Deck. Go find some people who like cologne, they like him with his suits on with no shirts and his chest out. Clout's pretty high. Screwface, what you got?
I will say though, with me saying, because I dismissed it pretty bad. I didn't mean to dismiss it like that. Like he's not. I'm just saying he could be though. Like with the momentum he has right now, and even with the stuff you're saying, he has the tools and the weapons. And I've started to notice on social media the way that like they're kind of tying him with the Knicks. I'm seeing like when the Knicks win or the Knicks lose, I'm seeing Joey Badass memes. And I even saw like this one meme that's going around where it's like him getting out of a car in slow motion and he has like all Knicks stuff on. He has the eyes right now that if he delivers on this, like people are talking about his album, if he delivers on this album and like FD said, even though like, I don't know if he's being serious, but honestly, if he does some stuff like pop up with Kai Cenat and he can make the argument that he is like, he has the lane right now that if he fires in a few months or if he has like a crazy run for these next few months, it's going to be hard to say he's not. I would say that.
I'll say this.
I want real quick, John. I want to throw this in there again, guys. He's 30 years old. He got the clout. He got a legacy. He's got a generation. The album is what we're waiting to see. But he got a battle. No matter what Curtis say, he got a battle.
Got momentum. Got
So
momentum.
what'd you say for me for?
What you get me for?
Frustrated.
bad, Jay.
Quiet.
and not get hit.
No. Okay, three things. One, Ice Spice got her oats back. So just
Yeah, what
sidebar.
happened?
I'm just
Never mind.
sidebarring.
Never mind. We can't
Okay.
do that. We be in trouble.
Okay.
A whole different
No.
Okay.
Jesus
Okay.
Christ.
Okay. Two. Nas is still breathing. And not only is Nas breathing, he is breathing a lot of fire on a lot of albums consecutively, back to back. Now,
I
know
look
that
at those guys already, Doc. Those guys have graduated into the Hall of Fame. You know what I'm saying? Everything we get from them is extra. I think it's unfair to compare Kid Chris and Kai Cash to Nas. I don't think that's where this conversation.
Well, the only reason I bring Nas in rather than Jay is like I don't think Jay's out here defending his crown at all. I think Nas is still a participant in the game. I do still caveat that in a new category though. Like I don't think that's the crown Joey's battling for. But what I will say about Joey is he may not be the king, but he is the Fresh Prince. He is the Fresh Prince in New York. I think if you asked people who love hip hop in New York right now, he's the name. And yes, you could say the Griselda guys, but I don't think that even the Griselda guys have taken it to that level that Joey wants to go yet. And I think we all can agree if he drops a classic album, because he has classics already, if he drops another classic album at this moment with the heat of this battle, with the eyes on him, that's cemented right now for this moment. But he needs that, I think.
Mac, you're in New York. What you think?
I think they're all right. I think everyone's right. I think Screwface is on point with the analysis that, you know, there's a king, an overarching king, and then there's the king of the moment. And I think Joey has.
Is that everybody? That's just Mac? Look at that. See,
The moment, and he
about to say.
has a resume he has a resume that allows him that gives him a path to that crown. And like FD said, there are so many different factors other than who raps the best that makes you the king of NY. And a lot of it is financial, a lot of it is marketing, a lot of it is clout based. Unfortunately, it shouldn't be that way, which is why Nas still gets the nod in a lot of different categories, because he's relevant. It's fire. The money is there. The clout is there. All these things are still in spot. But I think Joey can make a run and solidify that spot for the future. I think he's definitely got it for the moment. I think he's got something for the moment. I think he's got a claim for the moment. I like that Fresh Prince line, Jeremy. I think that's spot on for what he is. And the Prince can become a king if he keeps going. But New York has had plenty of kings. The kings of New York. I'm one of the few of those. New York has had plenty of kings. We've never had, outside of Jay and Nas, who had to fight for it. Jay had his time. Nas had his time. And Biggie went for it. There's a lot of people who
but people fight over it, and that's the thing that I found really interesting about this. Right? People are calling me a Joey Badass fan. I'm a fan of hip hop fan. One, but two, I'm a fan of incredible narratives and things we haven't seen before. Right? And not even manufactured narratives. I'm saying if you really look at this right now, Joey Badass pulled the King of New York crown out the storage locker. He dusted it off, shined it up. No one been talking about this. He put it on his head. He went outside. People said, "Oh, you got to go through some people." So he said, "Okay, I'm going to go through some people." Right now, he got the crown because he said it. Now, who's going to say, "No, you don't, Joey"? That is the next step to this.
Nas fans. Nas fans are going to say, "No, you don't."
That's a whole different thing. Like Nas,
but they don't.
Jay-Z,
But they don't care. That's the problem. His fans are very fresh and new, and they don't care.
Hold on. Let me land on this real quick. There's nothing Nas can do right. Nas can drop 5 bricks in a row. He can drop 5 farts like Ice Spice right now, and it's not going to dent his legacy. Okay, like that's a different thing. That's a whole different generation. That's a whole all those guys are cemented. That is just what that is. You need a king for every generation, and based on everything that FD was pointing out earlier, I don't think a lot of these kids were over here listening to Magic. I don't think they were just bopping the King's disease. Based on what you said about the clubs and the radio, I'm curious if they even heard these joints.
I challenge
4, 5,
that
6 bodies.
4, 5, 6 bodies.
Yo, you got
That's the name of the album. I gotta roll.
Wait,
y'all.
just let me get. I challenge that strictly because if you're a Joey Badass fan, you're probably a Nas fan. He's 100% in that vein. So if you, I can't say that people who are bumping 1999 aren't bumping Magic.
If you are a fan of Unique and a Red Bull Cypher, are you also a fan of Nas? Is that the same thing? If you're a fan of Unique, does that make you a fan of Nas?
I think the same audience that loves the Red Bull ciphers are Nas fans. I think the people who appreciate the Red Bull ciphers are probably Nas fans.
I mean, hey, man, 1 second applause to Nas. Curtis.
Not to say I don't disagree. Not to say I disagree with you. Not to say I disagree with you.
No,
I believe that Joey has the moment and can go for it. I don't want to get that misconstrued.
And I think the crown is someone's going to have to take it from Joey. We're talking the King of New York crown, right? You know, and there's some there was cats who like Esquire, MFN Esquire. He dropped a fire track last week. Kid Chris dropped a dope track. Kai Cash dropped a good dope track. Nick Caution's track. It was in support of Joey, but I thought he came with the energy I haven't seen in a long time. Like there was a lot of cats from New York that did come outside because of what Reason said. And that to me is what's most exciting because I don't remember. I can't tell you the last time New York as a city had this much light and attention and energy on it as a city, not necessarily as a virus. You say what?
Graph's album was crazy. The album he did with 38 Special was nuts.
I'm not talking about music. I'm talking about energy as a city. Right.
I apologize. You're right.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying there's no talented artists. That's not what I'm saying.
No,
like
no.
The conversation is King of New York. Well, like I haven't thought about this in like since I was laughing at Tekashi. I was like, dang, look what happened. Look what happened to the city. Tekashi took the crowd, and no one's taking it from him. No one's smacking.
That's probably the last time that it was relevant like this convo.
We are never going to live that Tekashi thing down ever. That's never going away.
No one showed up to PM Dawn Tekashi. There was no KRS-One to say, no, this isn't happening.
He had security, dude. He's surrounded by cops. Like you couldn't even get to him to do that. He had gangbangers and cops. Like I don't know how you PM'd on him at all. We're never gonna live that.
All right, I want to shift gears real quick because one thing that came out yesterday, it's on this topic, but I think it's a separate topic on its own. And it was Absol. He dropped another song, and I think everyone here has heard that song. The Absol song to me, you know, one, I think it's another reminder of how incredible of a lyricist he is. Two, Absol along with YG for this, you know, Joey Badass versus everybody conversation, they would represent the next tier up this Mortal Kombat ladder, right? And no disrespect to Daylight or Rayvon or anybody else, but now you get into Absol, you get into YG, you get into names that people know, right? And so I was actually kind of surprised that Absol did that. I mean, that caught me off guard a bit. I'm pretty curious about you guys' reaction. Badger, what was your reaction to Absol dropping, and what'd you think of it?
I was thrown off. I was surprised. I definitely didn't see it coming. I was getting the feeling that this was winding down. So I thought he played the role he was going to play. I thought he really made it clear that they were friends, and he was kind of putting the friendship first in terms of like not getting in it. I don't know. To me, it feels like peer pressure. Like after the Red Bull thing, you know, because I felt he slighted him during the Red Bull issue. I feel like that about him being absolute line was just kind of a quick little jab. And then maybe people kept talking to him. Maybe he decided to just at one point respond. The response itself, I was on the edge of my seat, like, okay, this is what we've been waiting for. And there was a lot of jabs. It was just a series of jabs, and not even to do harm, you know. So for me, it was a little underwhelming. But again, the same disclaimer: you can't doubt that he can really rap. I just don't think he answered the assignment for that, you know, especially if you're kicking it back up with who's the current winner, it seems like.
Curtis, what do you think of Absol's joint?
I listened to it a few times before I did the reaction, hoping I was going to catch something that maybe I wouldn't catch in a moment. And one thing that keeps like yelling very loudly in my head is that I think the friendly fade, the fair one, needs to be redefined in this generation. I think that when you have all of these onlookers who are instigating things, they're looking for moments. Like I had people putting think pieces in my comments. I had to just delete it because I'm like, I know some of these people in real life. You're theorizing, and that's your right to do it. But I think when you have all these people getting involved, it feels like that was when I listened to it, just without having any conversations with. So I listened to it, and it feels like, all right, let me get ahead of some of these narratives that are out here, right? Because this is a win for everybody because we all cool, we all brothers. But at the same time, I think he saw what some of us saw, in that some of these websites who, I don't know if it's West Coast fatigue. I'm not going to call it hate, but I kind of feel like they were very quick to be like, Joey Badass beat the West Coast. Let's make that front and center. When it's like, whoa. Daylight is definitely one of the best lyricists out here. One of the best pens, period, no matter where you go. But Solo, a friend of his, is somebody that he even told you in the verse. He's like, at one point in time, these were young kids that were studying what I was doing, right? They had such a respect for what I was doing, and I'll defend them like those are my folks. All I know is I'm looking at this and I'm seeing all of this, the songs still going back and forth from people who've never met each other. Even some of the stuff that I saw going towards Joey, somebody had artwork that had Joey like outlined in chalk, and I'm like, y'all never met, y'all never had no conversation. This don't feel like competition no more. It feels like, you know, it's being mastered. That so when I listen to that song, that's the first thing that came to mind, is that I think that even when it's homies that I have in this moment in a public eye, and they're just having a competitive moment, I think too many narratives, too many voices get involved that could make it a little bit more spicier than it needs to be.
Yeah, I think you know, it's been described as a warning shot. You know, if people are listening and wonder what the name of the song is, it doesn't have a name. So we don't. I call it "Give Me My Props" because he screams that at the end multiple times. Give me my props, right? I like that part. 1 second applause. Give me my props. But Jeremy, what did you think of the track?
Well, it's funny. The track name, I'm overanalyzing like I tend to do, but if you say 3 periods out loud, what is that? ... I'm just saying that's how he titled the track. 3 periods ... Could be something there. But
or high
power. 3 eyes, which was referenced multiple times on that song, Double Entendre. I honestly didn't know what to think at first. I had used that term as well. I initially used the term warning shot. Had quote tweeted me and put one of these emojis, and you know, I was like, what did I miss here? And I know I wasn't the only person. A lot of people were saying that, but I think Curtis and I were talking off camera about what that warning is, and I think listening back a few times, it's partially a warning in the sense of like anybody who really wants it, like my pen can enter this, but this is not that. I think it was also a warning of like, he has the bar where he said, you know, I'm not knocking your hustle, but like if you aren't involved, don't get yourself in trouble. I forget the exact quote, but he's basically kind of also warning everyone else who's not really involved in this. Don't just step in when you're unnecessarily unneeded. Like there was even a couple songs I didn't cover afterwards, after the daylight closer, that to me were getting too real. And I don't know how real the implications were, but the tone to me was like, oh, what? Okay, let's calm down. So I think part of it was Soul kind of being the return to his mediator role that he had in the cypher, where he's like, let me reflect on what just happened. Like, here's where I'll be objective. Ray Vaughn had too many Diddy references, but he was hungry for this battle and he killed it. Daylight mentioning me on that song with the bridge was a little too far. It was insensitive, but you don't know our real relationship. You don't know how me and Joey are really friends in real life. You don't know Capital Steez was in the studio. We were talking about this real shit. So I think it was like perspective giving rather than it was a spar. But I still, and this is me biased because he used my voice, I still want to stand on that and say that if Joey does respond, which I think would be warranted if he does want to spar with Soul Friendly, I still don't think anyone really wants it with Soul. I just don't know that he showcased that as well as he could have in my mind. Like, I don't think this was Absol really showcasing nobody can compete with me. I don't think I heard that on this song and I'm like, oh, stay away from Soul. I just still think it's there. So I'm still processing.
Yeah, I think the timing around it is really, really interesting. I mean, he definitely wanted to get something off his chest, which I appreciated. I also really appreciated, obviously Soul's backstory is so pronounced in his music and a lot of the challenges that he's had. And so it feels, from my point of view, that the track feels kind of cathartic to me. I think, and I appreciate that from him, because I at the same time, he started his Red Bull cypher off something similar. He was like, people said I missed my moment and I was trash, and then he turns the rhyme around. This one he's saying, give me my props. He was on Effective Immediately talking about he wants to have a slapper. And so for him to do this track felt like a moment to me. It felt like something that was significant for him from an artist perspective. Screwface, I know you reacted to it. What do you think of the track?
As a lyrical, like I usually like giving my full, because I'll have a different analyzation of it if Joey responds. But right as of now, as a lyrical exercise, like a lyrical showcase, it was good. Like it had good lines and stuff in there. Obviously, it's Absol rapping. As a battle song, I always say I always try to go look at it strategically. Strategically, if you ask me, if you're trying to get into a battle, it's an awful strategy because it is kind of everywhere. A lot of the second verse is really more the scathing stuff because it is a warning shot, but he is absolutely calling Joey to the table because he even said, Joey, my little homie, hold on. Don't enter the void. If you knew, clear the room for I seek and destroy. So he's warning him, don't look into the void. Don't step in here. If you knew what I had, I'll destroy this whole thing. So he is leaving room for Joey to respond, but it is too on both sides of the fence to me. And I feel like he did the same. If I'm Joey in this battle, it kind of speaks to the same thing he did the Red Bull cypher that made people kind of upset, where it kind of just feel like he's constantly playing both sides, which is cool if you're just like, I want to be the mediator. But then on your second verse, you're like, but if you guys want, and I'm just saying, as just the mediator speaking about it, that's cool. But now when you're if Joey goes, oh, okay, let me enter the void. Let's see you seek and destroy. I think he's already starting with one down because he was two, and Joey can play on that badly. That's how I looked at it. I looked at it more strategically, lyrically, great song. But as a battle song, even a warning, like it's not a good because if Joey would have said too much West Coast D-licking, and then the next line be like, but I don't know though, is there too much? It would have been like everybody in the West would have destroyed him with that because that's what it feels like. He's being indecisive, but he still wants to be like, but I will do this. But it's like, that's not the best warning shot. It's just not for me. But as a song, it's cool.
What do you think, Mac?
I can't stop. But is there too much?
I don't know. That was great.
Maybe it's the right amount. Who knows?
That's hilarious. Yeah,
maybe it's appropriately.
It's not that bad.
Maybe it's appropriately distributed.
Yo, it's screw. As my cousin, as the guy who looks most like he could be at my family reunion, screw. I don't have 1 second applause, but I got it.
Salute. I appreciate
Thank you.
it.
And I agree with my Midwest cousin. I think if J. Cole's approach to the battle was a song,
whoa,
it would be this.
I mean, yeah.
Like you bro,
Oh,
you could pick a section depending on. It almost feels like if that song was playing in the background and you were doing the dishes or vacuuming the floor, doing some kind of chores or something, and you happen to turn the water off at one specific part of the song, you're gonna get something different depending on where you turned the water off. If you turned it off in that second verse, you're gonna think, oh, it's up. Oh, okay. And then you go back to the beginning of the song to listen to everything, and you're like, what the hell happened? What did I miss? Because there's
what the
no,
hell?
yeah, this whole first verse is like, what did I miss? So yes, I think strategy wise, it just feels like you got to shit and get off the pot, because I'm not gonna hold you. That whole scenario I just gave you, that was me. I was washing the dishes with it in the background. Heard the second verse, was like, "Oh shit, it's up." Okay, here we go again, and ran it back to the beginning. It was, what did I skip past? Did I rewind to a different song? Am I on a different playlist? What just happened? So, and lyrically, of course, it's Soul. He's doing what Soul does. What Soul does. So
if J. Cole approach was a verse.
Somebody said in the comments, this is his Port Antonio.
Wow. I mean, there's this one right here too. Shout out to the Doomer. Badass versus Cole. That's what we really need.
He's earned that.
He's earned that. I'm actually here for that.
Cole could defend his Kendrick friendship. Maybe that'll win back his Kendrick friendship. If he steps to the table and says, you know what? I got it.
He has to be the monk of hip hop from here on out. Never battle again.
That would be too much West Coast D-licking. if he did that would be.
You can't go psych to that apology. You can't be like,
no.
Nah. You said this too much. It's too much. We get it. It's cool. We don't want to see it.
Doesn't this highlight how much we were spoiled last year? Like all the elements of what had to happen, like all of the subbing that Kendrick and Drake did over the last 13 odd years, it had to work out this way to where they both had to be at a certain point in their career. And then it got the way that it did. It went the direction it went, because this is never going to happen between friends. Like genuine homies, like this is not going to happen. And so every time I keep seeing this, you know what it also makes me think of? And I know there's a lot of stuff going on in this arena. Battle rap. This is what I love about battle rap, is that they can come to the stage, say the most craziest shit, and then at the end of it, good shit. Everybody leaves and go their separate ways. I know it don't work like that for everybody, but I started recognizing also there's a generational difference that I'm seeing in the things that I look for when it's a head-to-head battle. And it just started to get to a place where I was like, okay, all right. I need y'all to be strangers in order for me to enjoy this.
I think Joey and J. Cole's a good battle, to be honest.
I agree.
I agree with Curtis too, though. I need that element, that real life element, because this is starting to feel like I'm some type of pure boxing fan watching these exhibitions to get money.
It's like the NBA All-Star game. You see how bad that got? It's like, yeah, this is the best players in the whole world playing together, but y'all don't want to get, like, nobody want to box out. They like, I don't want to get you injured. I know you got $1 million deal on the line. Like,
all right, so I want to.
It all feels like marketing now. I get you. I'm sorry. It all feels like marketing.
I like that marketing. Let's not hate on that marketing. That's good marketing to me.
What we get from it as a hip hop head, you love.
Yes,
I'm completely with you on that. However, the element of genuine competition sometimes feels a little thin. Like the real nah I'm better than you, and I don't care how you feel about it, and I'll tell you that at Thanksgiving. Like I'll sit across the table and tell you I'm
Right.
better than you.
Right. You'll sit
That
there and
feels-
say too much. You'll sit there and say too much West Coast D-licking with a straight face.
Too much
That's
turkey
what you'll
looking
do.
at this Thanksgiving.
That's what you'll do. They'll do that. You know what I'm
Give me
saying?
the macaroni, motherfucker. You hear me talking to you, right? Like, fuck wrong with you? Yo, you want to go outside? Yo, as soon as I sleep this off, bro, like for real, did you just take the last biscuit? Yo, my man. It don't feel genuine in a lot of places. I get it.
And I think
Ray Vaughn felt like that.
Yeah.
I think Ray Vaughn felt like that.
Yeah. I think for the culture, it's important that it stays a little vicious and a little bit personal, because we got to remember, and this is why I was so disappointed in J. Cole's dropout. It's like, remember why we promote battle rapping in our culture, unlike all the other musics. Like, we need our youth who are problematic to have an option to get at the other one in a way that keeps them away from physical violence. So when we start playing and it becomes a joke, then it's not an option for two people who really, the only route to being cool is public embarrassment. And if you know about our communities, not to go into all that, but it's a big part of hip hop thing, getting over being afraid to die is something you do as a kid. Being afraid to be embarrassed is something you do as a man. So hip hop matures a lot of our youth through a way that we can live through. You know what I mean? So that's why I keep saying, oh, it's too soft for me. Oh, it's too this, because the minute it's just punchy, play fight, it's not going to be an option for real resolution. And our music still has a purpose at the end of the day, you know?
This makes me nervous. This makes me nervous. What you're saying right now makes me nervous, because I hear what you're saying, Justin, and that as a marketing tool, this is a great way to bring lyricism to the forefront and make it a very popular conversation, right? But what happens when, who was the dude that y'all said earlier, the fake drill rapper 456?
456 bodies.
456 Duckworth.
What happens when
Duckworth?
456
456 Duckworth, yeah.
What happens when 456 Duckworth meets YN.exe in 2045 and Universal Music, that now owns everything, puts both of these folks to battle, and they never were built for that to begin with? Now it's kind of making a mockery of the whole thing, because now you got folks in it.
Wait, help me understand real quick. So we're in the future, and Universal.
We're in the future where now this is not just a rare thing that happens. This is now an option in your rollout plan. Let's find you a competitor and let's make this out here in the forefront. The baby alluded to it. The baby alluded to it on Shaq's podcast, where he said there was a rapper that approached him while all of this back and forth was going on, Kendrick and Drake. Somebody approached him with their label and said, I think you and I should have a fictitious beef. And he's like, I'm not going to do that, because everybody on my entourage don't know what's for play and what's for real. And so when I look at this and see how things are playing out, I'm more encouraged by there being a reality in the midst of it, because look at what's also happening in reality, and that Drake is really putting battle rap on trial in a mainstream form by suing the label. I love that this is happening underneath all of this going on, but I can also see last point. I can also see a label taking full advantage of this and then just putting the two artists that they own and saying, "Y'all go at it. No matter what, we win. It doesn't really matter."
Well, one, I want to say again, I say this all the time. I'm speaking of a very, very real distinction between rap beef and rap battle. So if it's a rap battle, to me, fine. I like watching those ciphers with Jay-Z, DMX, Big Pun, and Old Dirty Bastard in them. I like that. I think that's great. Right. Now, two, if the label's gonna own this and put together rap battles over tracks or whatever, I'm fine with that. I'm actually fine with that. I like that better than random UGC content creator dancing to this song to make me think that a whole bunch of people like it. You know, I personally.
Well, and it's better.
Right.
It's better that the label is going to be pushing raps and lyricism and battle rap than the label marketing killing each other,
murder, death, kill,
and violence, and the beef that was going on prior.
Right, and then oh yeah, go ahead, Screw. You finish. And two, on that same point, what the baby was describing to me sounded like beef, because I remember that conversation, and I'm with the baby on that. I think the industry's done a lot of that already, quietly. I think they've instigated raised tensions to a certain point. And I think what Drake is doing on trial, fortunately, in my opinion, UMG is taking the angle, treating it like it's a rap battle. Because if you look at Drake's filings, he's not calling it that. He's calling it beef. And he's juxtaposing those two, if you read the difference between how those filings are worded. And so I think if there's more rap battles, like if there's more things like this, it actually curbs a lot of the things that, that could be problematic 20 years down the line. But Screw, go ahead, jump in.
Two things, if I remember. I guess I don't understand what's the issue of in the future record labels having two of their artists battle rap. And maybe I'm just too much of a battle rap fan, but like even as y'all was saying that, I didn't hear. I'm still waiting for the other shoe to drop. Like instead of having them. We've been hip hop fans our whole life. We've been seeing the goofy non-hip hop things that they've been doing to have artists push their records or their moment. They have people date people to push their records. So it's like if they're changing it to have people rap against each other, I'm perfectly fine with that. I don't really have an issue with that. I don't even see why that's a problem.
I don't trust labels with that kind of influence over the artistry because they don't see us as a culture. They see us as a commodity, and I don't trust them with that kind of influence and power because, like Curtis said, first of all, a lot of the young dudes out here don't know the concept of competition without malice. They don't understand that at all. And number two, and I understand exactly why you're concerned, but number two, labels have also profited when artists die. So I don't trust an institution I don't trust any institution where the bottom line justifies all. And they'll set these dogs loose with no understanding or concern about where it might go. And
they're doing that now.
That's what I was saying, but that we're saying that as
they're already doing it now. It's not even this wouldn't even be a hypothetical.
That's what they're doing right now. We're saying as in lieu of that's what they're doing. We're saying that the battle labels using this new strategy of having people battle rap to sell their records would be the new thing. What you're saying is what they're gonna be doing regardless and what they've been doing. We're not saying that all people are gonna understand how to what competition is, but if the labels, they're never going to understand it regardless. They don't understand it now. The point is they're going to want to get artists that do so they can engage to do this as long as they can.
But that's the distinction for me. Like I don't think they're discerning enough to go get artists to understand what the difference is. I'm saying they're not discerning enough to do that now.
Right.
So it only from here it only escalates. Now it's not just okay. I'm just gonna say it. Now it's not just bad rappers who can't do anything else but physically beef with each other. Now they're gonna go get lyrical rappers and push those entourages to go to the next step. And that, for me, that was always kind of like, for me, it was kind of a safe haven. It was almost a trusted space that if you were lyrical, you understood what this was and you knew not to take it any further because you wanted to be the best lyric-wise. But I think that will now I don't trust an institution to not push that to more heinous levels because they'll make money from it either way.
Okay, we're saying that, and
we're saying
we're saying in a hypothetical, by the way, and that could happen. What I'm saying though is, we are speaking that if they start trying to introduce battle rap as a competition, that would be better than what they've been doing as the thing now. I'm saying that if I'm a record label artist, right, and I've watched the last year, and my goal is to make people rap to sell the records. Mm-hmm. What the market or the numbers shows, you get two artists that can rap or a few artists that can rap and do it together. I would believe that if they did do this on the most shallow end, they're not going to get the people who don't understand this. They're going to do the best they can to get the artists that will give you the Joey, Kendrick, reason moments, and they know that because they've been pushing the drill. They know that eventually those beats are going to end without music. We're saying that if they were to now bring a way of selling records as battle rapping, that's better than what they're doing now, as in using people to beef to sell it. Now they might take it to something awful. They did that with the music in general, though. That doesn't. But they did that with rap in general. But I'm not saying that would negate that. I'm just saying that is there's not an issue with trying to make rappers rap competitively to sell their music.
I see your point.
Because they're already trying to make them kill each other to sell their records.
No,
the ultimate win is none of this, right? The label's not controlling and owning any of this, and that's actually the best case scenario is regaining ownership over the art form, regaining ownership over the music. This, I think, was a either or, if one has to be the lesser of two evils, right?
I see your point. I see your point.
The quality of boxing is going to go down. I mean, the quality of the battles are going to go down because look what it did for boxing. Oh, when top ranked fighters would only fight top ranked fighters, and then we're just getting to a point now where this management company will let this fighter fight that guy. It just kind of killed the sport a little bit. So
when they commercialize it, it's corny.
I'll say this too. Like, a lot of, there's comments in here saying, but it's not authentic, right? I'm pretty sure everybody here has had experiences like this at some point in time growing up. But like when there was two cats at school who rapped, there was inevitably going to be a time where they rapped at each other. Now, it might not be diss tracks. It was just like you go to the cypher and you have to show that you're better than the next person.
And then they become a group.
Then they become a group. 1 second applause.
Then they become a group.
They become a group. Right.
It's
not beef. This is not beef. This is a rap battle. I think it's totally different things.
Sorry, but I think I got to say, I think it's also dangerous to say that a rap beef is not authentic because there's not actual malice in it. If you really think of what you're saying, no, it's authentic because it's an authentic part of the culture before music was battle rapping. That's what makes it authentic. You're doing something authentic to the culture. If something can only be authentic if we think somebody might get hurt behind it, that's not authentic. That's actually more taking it further away from the art, further away and more into the crash out culture where it's like, it is funner when there's real like palpable malice to it, and it's good to watch, but that's our lowest denominator. That's the part where we want to see a car crash. The authentic hip-hop part is watching two MCs able to battle each other, and like Curtis said, shake hands afterwards and chalk it up for the culture. But when people say something not authentic because they don't think someone might die, what are we really saying?
It's different levels. There's the sport, right? And then there's the street fighter version of it. So if it's for sport and you a battle rapper, I want to see you battle all the battle rappers. And I hope that there's nothing personal because you're of the discipline. Mm-hmm. I'm talking about also when I see two people who are not familiar and they're not, like Justin likes the marketing part more than me. I feel like if you're gonna do it for marketing, then you might as well consider yourself a battle rapper for a period of your career, and you were doing it for sport. But I prefer to see when two people work out their differences through battling, because I'm not thinking of it at the lower denominator. I'm thinking when two big heavyweights fight, and I think Meg said it, the song is coming, the connection is coming, something good is probably going to come out there. I don't think it's going to happen with Drake and Kendrick, but I think a lot of times we have an opportunity for to see what happens after conflict. But
and truthfully, real quick, we have a number of examples of that have happened this past week. Kai Cash and Reason, they're going to do a track together. There's a number of people who have been involved in this one way or the other who plan on collaborating.
I honestly think, though, when it is more malice-based, like what you said, Justin, I think when it's more malice-based, it doesn't resolve anything. I don't think that we can name any beef in hip-hop that was major that actually had malice where after the diss tracks, they resolved their problems. No, the only one, it's like Tupac and Biggie, no. Nas and Jay-Z, it took years after the beef, so it wasn't really them dissing each other that made them hash it out. It was the time in between. We can think of the ones that really had malice. It only makes things kind of worse.
Well, if it worked out. Like Tupac and Biggie didn't get along, but Death Row and Bad Boy became cool.
And Diddy
Sugar's
and
beefing with
Sugar in jail, and they're both in prison right now.
But Sugar is still talking against
Trading
Diddy.
money on their books.
But they're uploading videos of Suge currently talking about beefing with Bad Boy still. It didn't end. Suge still, it's just because Snoop took Bad Boy. But that's not the players kind of changed and stuff like that. But Suge still hates everything Bad Boy. He's still saying it currently.
And everything
but Suge also didn't rap. Like Suge was purely an instigator from the side. And I think the distinction here is so thin. It's so because there's for your point, the marketing, if marketing understood that the better the rapper, the better the sales, or the more talented the artist, the better the sales come out to be. And now they're pushing to get better quality MCs in the seats. Win for everybody, win for all of hip hop. I do think there is going to be, in the scenario we're describing, I think the difference is me rapping at this guy to prove that I'm the better rapper than him versus me rapping at this guy so I can sell more records than he does, or I can sell more records than I already sell. And I think that the motivation behind the competition is something that people in this space, the comments included, and us here, I think this is something that will be able to smell out. And Bad Drew he's anticipating, I'm going to smell a lot of fraud. I'm going to smell a lot of, you're only doing this for the numbers. You don't really want to be dope. You just want to be famous. So now you're rapping at this guy because you want to be famous. This is bull. I smell fraud on you. Meanwhile, the entire scale, rising tide raises all ships. Now you have to go get dope MCs to even market this way, to even get the fraud. The MCs have to be, you're looking at Ab-Soul now becomes the standard by which the rest of the MCs are judged, and J. Cole and people who can participate. We went across the board as a culture when the art blows up. So I see both sides. I can see both sides.
We win, but when them people get involved, when people get involved, at some point in time, not only is it going to get corny, but at some point in time, I'm just imagining a scenario where you have an artist coming up, and I'm just going to use his name, not because I don't think that he can hold his own in a battle, but like somebody like Saba, right? Saba's amazing at what he does. Top tier lyricist at what he does. I would hate for, in the middle of his rollout, he's sitting down with them same people that 2 years ago were like, all right, you got your album done. What are you going to do for TikTok? Do you have any dances for the TikTok dance? I would hate for them same people to tell him who you're going to battle. Yeah, because the thing I think that's problematic is they have a machine, Screw. You notice they got a machine that can push out narratives. If you remember my reactions with the whole Kendrick and Drake thing, I was happy to see Drake go down. I was not happy to see corporations get involved. Like, what the hell does Pizza Hut have to do with this?
Or Joe Biden. Joe Biden. When they played Not Like Us, I was like, oh, we have Macarena. This is the Macarena, y'all.
At some point, I'm looking at that and I'm like, nah, y'all are not of the culture. When y'all get involved, it actually gets more dangerous because now people who don't have the emotional IQ to decipher the difference between battle and beef now think everything is beef because I heard what you said. Matter of fact, I heard your lyrics broken down in that Screwface video or that Curtis King video. I can see that's why I had to stop covering some of the songs back and forth because I was like, all right, now I feel like I'm part of the problem because I feel like I'm instigating. And from somebody in middle school, that was the last time I ever instigated a fight. That's the worst feeling when you feel like, damn, I didn't have to put no extras on that. They fought because of me. They had nothing to do with it. They had very little to do with their issues. I look at this and I say, when them people get involved, not only do they profit off of the fictitious battling, but they also profit off of the real streams that surged 400% because he got popped by somebody who had a real mental health condition or somebody who really was a part of an entourage and didn't get the difference between the two. We do because we're part of this. I'm saying when them people get involved, it's only a matter of time before they use us like they always do and move on to the next thing.
That's a
No,
Hey,
But
how about
my-
this? Easy solution. Independent artists.
But
I love that.
even to that, majority of the songs that were dropped during it's a weird hypothetical that we're having because the majority of the songs that were dropped during this beef weren't labeled back. They were just people dropping independent songs. So actually, the way that they shifted away from the labels was doing this. And also, I think saying that you shouldn't do something or you don't want something to be a certain way because the labels will commodify it, well then throw away hip hop because hip hop has been commodified by the labels. You still have to fight the same way that you have to find the hip hop you like, you're gonna have to find the battles you like. So it's not really, and I guess like I just don't, if you don't like the battle and it smells inauthentic, then don't engage with it. The people who like it are going to do it. What we're doing is giving an option for people. What the other argument is essentially taking away that option. You don't have to engage with that option if you smell it as false. The same way that you don't have to engage with the antics that they're using right now to promote their albums. If Ice Spice twerks to sell her albums, you don't have to watch the twerk videos. So I'm saying that
I tend to pass on Ice Spices.
But
I may watch the video. I'm just not going to stream the music. But the video,
I feel like they smell. She's been talking about farts too much. I feel like I can smell her videos.
I can't see nothing.
I
don't see. There's videos online.
That wedding ring all in this game.
Blind to it. Come on.
So I'm saying like
faithful
really
blind.
in the battle culture, if you know, if you, like I said, if you don't want to engage with the battle, you don't have to engage with the battle. I still have yet to see what the issue is because every issue that you're saying has been an issue in hip hop with everything because you just have to treat it the same way you would treat everything else. If you're saying that you don't want the labels to get involved because you're afraid of the way they're going to take it and people might die, that's what they do with hip hop, but we find a way to consume it and enjoy it every day.
No, that's one level of it, though, Screw. I'm also talking about oversaturation, which is something that gets involved.
But that is also a problem in hip hop.
That was the problem when that was the problem. I'm not saying this as if this is a hypothetical.
No, I'm saying
but what I'm saying is now we're at a place where these independent artists, mostly, like you said, mostly independent artists, Justin, who are getting involved in this, are making decisions that are all based upon their experience in hip hop and not a marketing team full of people who have no consequences by telling you, maybe you should do this. Maybe you should say this.
Right. That part's already happening though.
That's what I'm saying.
That part is 30 years old.
That is the record label. If you have a problem, what you're saying is everything you're saying, you haven't said a new problem yet that this will bring. You're just saying the record labels are going to be record labels. Record labels are still going to be record labels. Nothing is, by adding the element of using battle raps to promote hip hop, it doesn't add a new issue. It only adds a new thing, a new solution. If you don't want to engage,
that's another issue. There's no way in hell that doesn't add another issue. My thing is, how many segments of hip hop will we allow them to suck dry before we sitting up here and saying, well, what else is left that feels genuinely a part of the culture? Like that's exactly what it's gonna happen anyways. That don't make no sense to me.
But we can't throw away pieces of hip hop because the record labels might get involved with it. That doesn't make sense.
I'm saying get their asses out and get their asses out of here because they don't got to face the consequences.
Then don't listen to any music from UMG.
That sounds crazy, Screw. You sound wild for that. That makes no sense.
He's like, I want to listen to that new GNX.
Wait, hold on. UMG uses marketing uses marketing strategies right now that you disagree with to push artists. You consume UMG music. Yes or no?
Yes.
So what would be the difference if UMG now started a battle rap marketing plan? What would be the difference? You're still consuming it and you don't like
with it. Because of the repercussions that come along with that, and we're seeing in real time these folks who they cannot decipher a difference between what you said in a bar and if I see you in person. I'm seeing certain folks getting involved and they can't decipher that.
But they still
can't. I'm saying when you put that on a main stage, that becomes more problematic.
Hold on. All right, we're good. We're going in a circle right here. I see where we're at. Let's pause on this one because I do want to introduce a new segment. It's called News on the Panelists, and so I have a question for each of you that I want you guys to answer while we have everyone here. And first, I do want to start
lined up.
So, but I think that was really dope. 1 second applause to you guys debating this back and forth. Hopefully, we can continue this. Maybe one of you guys can diss the other one in a tweet and not tag them.
You sound like the label right now.
The company, man.
This is all just Culture United promo. This is promo for the next Culture
just
United.
Go out, just take this to the streets and then make sure you link back to the channel. But no, but for first off, I want to start with Curtis, because since we were talking about Joey Bada so much, now Curtis is the only person on this panel who actually had 2 tracks that were part of this great battle royal. So if you guys missed it, Curtis King dropped. The first one was called Content, and that was within the first 20 days. Now, if you guys would like to know what I'm looking at here, I really enjoyed this battle so much that I created a spreadsheet. Okay, and so my spreadsheet has everybody who dropped. Now, these numbers are a little bit dated, but on January 11th, so this is 10 days after Joey Badass, Curtis King created Content. And then on May 19th, which was last week, he dropped Cut the Cap Free Trial CJ Fly Response, right? And so if you guys, I'll come back to that in a second. But here's my question for you, Curtis. Now, seeing that, this was an independent thing here, and so all the things you and Screwface were arguing don't come into play. But I particularly appreciated the CJ Fly response, because one, that thumbnail was incredible. It was AI Cookie Monster at the on the radar freestyle section.
I thought, man, sound like Cookie Monster. That's all.
Right. So do you want to share the audience your motivations for jumping in this in the first place? Because a number of people did look at this as potentially a clout chase. A number of people did look at this as, now I'm not saying you personally, but that's part of the conference. That's part of a number of people thought that, particularly in the beginning, and then later on, like, cause I did, and the second one, 1 second applause.
Well, the interesting thing, and I know Screw can attest to this, when you're reacting to something, you can't help but think, like, what would I do in this scenario if I was responding to this, I guess, via a verse? Or how would I write myself? How would I write my response in this? As I was talking about the ruler's back, and we were there cracking up about a whole bunch of things. I'm like, he came here when the lights turned off and everybody was going home, leaving the park, and everybody had a good time. He talking about I want to hoop. And it's like, come on, man, 6 months later. So as I started to say that, I said, is this all for content? So then that's what sparked the first thing. One thing I was very, very consistent in. I never called these disses. I don't know these gentlemen, right? Matter of fact, I produce with a song where Joey Badass and I have solos on it. But this one was interesting because I was minding my business, living ghetto fabulous. I was minding my business. And then all of a sudden, these strangers was like, hey, yo, Curtis, man, did you see that thing that CJ Fly said on the radar about you? I said, y'all lying. Y'all up here making stuff up. And then I go to the video, and the first few comments I see is, damn, I wonder if Curtis seen this. Damn, I wonder if Curtis. So I'm like, okay, I read into the lines, and I was like, maybe. Then I heard the second one. For those that don't know and need context, I made a video in reaction to CJ Fly's first diss on Rayvon, and I said, how the hell you gonna leave in the little CapCut watermark at the end? I said, let me find out you did this with a free version of CapCut, just being funny, just making jokes at it. And that man, he put a sub, and he was like something along the lines of, I ain't talking about a video edit when I talk about you getting these cuts from this. He was some line he said along that line, and I said, oh, all right, cool. My thing was this. I came up on hip hop. I'm a hip hop head, as Max said. There's a difference when you're a hip hop head. I ain't need no clout. I can make a video about it and get more views. I'm not worried about the viewership. I love the sport. And I saw this as an opportunity to, one, do what rappers do, which is rap. After a certain point doing videos, I get tired of just talking about it. I want to rap too. Shit. It's like watching people play in 2K. You want to play too. It's like, I want to watch y'all play 2K. So I got involved in that conversation, but the first song was literally about the content. The second one, I was like, nah, I think he's taking shots. And then he got on Twitter and said, it's a stretch. I said, all right, then that's done then. But that's it. Just the sport.
1 second applause. Because I think this was actually a great example of what Screwface was talking about too at the same time. So I thought that was another point that I wanted to share. But make sure you guys check out Curtis King's entire catalog, not just these 2 tracks. But these are the first 2 joints I've ever seen from. These are my first time seeing you in a battle. I never seen you in you know what I'm saying, in war mode out there.
That wasn't war mode. That was me being 40 years old and saying, "What y'all doing on my line?" That's all it was. It was like, what you gotta say, West Coast D? Like, what's up with that? Like, what are we doing here?
Word up. Now, another person who got into this battle was Mick Jenkins, and so Mick Jenkins was one of the early people who stepped out there, and he dropped "War and Rumors of War," and it was perhaps one of the best lyrical bar performances of this whole thing. Now, that one's really interesting because Mick was on Cinematic along with Joey Badass. So they were actually on the same label. And so when Mick put that out there, that was the first thing I thought that was interesting. But if I'm not mistaken, Screwface, you have a feature coming up, a collaboration with Mick Jenkins as well. Am I right about that?
Yes, I do. Saturday, 12 p.m. Pacific, the West Coast time, and whatever that is, East Coast time. 3 p.m. Yeah. Me and Mick got a song. It's called Tears. I actually went to LA and shot the music video with him, and we actually got this is probably one of my favorite videos I've ever shot. It's like my most high quality one because I knew if I was gonna get a song with Mick, I wanted it to be all the way, professional. So I also like the song a lot because it's it's one of those songs I feel like it's not just like us got together and we're just spitting random miscellaneous bars to each other. It's an actual song, and I felt like when I get artists like that, I like to get like songs like that will hit an emotion or something because that lasts longer than just barring back and forth. Now, I love doing that too, but I wanted to make like a showcase my music making ability also, but we're rapping on that too. And I think it was a good moment for the song because of the climate right now and everything that's going on and how people want, it seems like, more rapping and more dense stuff to break down and talk about and quote and stuff. So yeah, it's Saturday dropping with Mick Jenkins, Tears. And it'll be streaming everywhere too.
Word up. 1 second applause. Do you have a clip of the song you want to play, or do you want people to hear for a second?
Oh shit. Can y'all? I wasn't ready for that.
I'll let you sound it up. We'll come back to it.
Everything in his face was like, "Oh, well, shit. Wait a minute." Oh, fuck.
He's like, "Well, now that you mention it, I can play my song. Thank you. That'd be dope." You know what I'm saying? I mean, from the man that brought us Opolis and Akadiddy, this was just about to be. You're on a winning streak right now. I have to
stop myself twice a month from doing another academics disc. I always be like, he always does something. I'm like, let me just chill. I can't do it again.
Right. We'll come right back to you, Screw, as you find the song. Now, one of the things that's around this story too, that was really big, and I think one of the things that actually feeds into this narrative that this was all marketing for Joey Badass in the first place. Now, whether that's true or not, I like this kind of marketing, as I've said before, but I think one of the things that really brought that home were 2 things. I said, I can't remember what conversation I was having. Somewhere I said, probably with Sky Zoo. I had a conversation with Sky Zoo about this. And I said, going into 2025, I think it's fair to say that Joey Badass wasn't on anybody's radar musically, right? I think it's fair to say that, right? And actually, I'm wrong, right? Joey Badass was on Jeremy Heck's radar. And so in a Culture United we did in December, I think it was December.
Yeah, December.
We did predictions for 2025, and Jeremy's over here like, I predict Joey Badass is going to make a run at the crown. He said that, right? And I'm like, I was like, okay, yeah, it's cool. In retrospect, it makes a lot of sense because Joey Badass basically drafts off Kendrick, right? Whenever Kendrick drops, you got 6 months to a year to get a Joey Badass album. I can't believe people don't say these things in these rap battles, right? Like his whole strategy is like, Kendrick cleared the way. It's my turn. You know what I'm saying? But either way, right? I can't be giving away these guys. Man, the stuff I want to say to Drake's team. Oh my God, they'll never get this. But
you said they should hire you for rap battles. I'm like, that would be a good move.
They should do that, or help draft their legal arguments or whatever, but you know, there's not enough money in the world to go certain directions. But Jeremy said that, right? And then on his fantastic new show called Soundcheck, he had Joey Bada on. It's one of the earliest interviews. And he talked about how he was in album mode. And he talked about how he wanted to get his album out before, I think, August 30th.
Yeah.
August 30th, which is actually the Grammy deadline, right? Which is crazy to me because he's going up against GNX. And I don't think, at best, if he even makes it into that nomination category, this is probably a year to come out September 1. You know what I'm saying? Just like January 1 was what it was for him. But that conversation was really dope. And it also dropped, I think, right after a lot of this back and forth that happened. But it was shot earlier. Can you talk about that interview with Joey Bada, when it happened, what your takeaway is from that, and what you think about it in connection to this back and forth we all just witnessed?
Yeah, so I actually shot that the same day that all of the madness took place at the Red Bull Cypher, but I was completely unaware. We did a partnership with Red Bull where we had someone there writing an article for Uprocks, and they allowed me in to do 3 episodes of my new show Soundcheck, where I, pick songs based on an artist's music taste. I get to know them through research as much as I can. And then I put 2 songs up against each other so that at the end I can hopefully guess the song that they write down on a piece of paper as like their life anthem or the song that represents their whole life. And Joey, it was interesting because that day he was walking around awfully confident now that I look back at it. Like he was like the way he was, even they had a shuffleboard table. He was playing shuffleboard like who wants next? Like, oh, you want something? Like he was playing pool extra confidently. There's an arcade. He was walking around like it seemed like Joey Bada could not take an L that day. And the way he was even talking to Ab-Soul was very like playful, but still like that was the day you got to remember. The rulers back had happened and all of that happened, but then the fires kind of paused everything. And so I was sitting there like, this was in March. This was the Red Bull Cypher took place in March. And I was sitting there like, is it real or is it going to be tense? And I didn't know for sure his relationship with Ab-Soul, what it was at that moment. But then seeing like they were dapping up and everybody was, showing love. So I was like, okay, it's fun. But I still expect bars. So I didn't actually hear the Cypher verse. I wasn't there for that verse. But when we did sit down for the interview, it was funny afterwards. I was like, just so you know, like this is fun and this show is like, just like to get to know your music taste. But I have a lot of rap questions. Like I have a lot of questions I would love to ask you about what you're aiming for and what you're about to do. And he's like, all right, man, let's do it one day, whatever. So I didn't expect much to happen. But then the fact that we weren't allowed to drop it until after the Red Bull Cypher came out, we had to hold 2 episodes. So I have an Ab-Soul episode dropping in 2 weeks. And the Joey episode was scheduled for that Wednesday for 3 weeks. Now, all the stuff that happened, it lined up perfectly where the Daylight song dropped and then the Joey episode came out literally the same day that like the battle had kind of cleared for that moment. So it almost looked like a planned victory lap. Joey's, he's walking around like loving life and smiling and he's talking about his album, but that was actually months ago. So God's timing worked out.
Prophetic. Called it in December. 1 second applause. That's a really fantastic conversation. And, sincerely, everybody who's watching this, really check out Soundcheck. I think it's on the Uprocks channel. You guys are doing that?
Yeah, it's on Uprocks YouTube every Wednesday. I, sit down with a different artist. We literally just listen to music, vibe out, and then hopefully you get to know your favorite artist better through the music. And thank you. I truly appreciate the praise from you, Justin. It means a lot. And the opportunity to plug it. I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's a really dope show. 1 second applause. Now, my man, Mech, man, I feel like you need a book. You're one of those people that should have a book, maybe like a Doechii style TikTok series or something that really dives into something cool. Because, you work as a journalist, your life as an artist, your the inspiration you provided to artists themselves, and your work as an A&R, right? And right now, you're a Busta Rhymes A&R, and so I know you're working on that. And he's in album mode. Right. And at the same time, you're starting Mechanism Monday. Is that right? You're going to keep it, not starting it, but you're going to put more energy into your Mechanism Mondays.
Yeah.
Is that what you're going to do next?
Yeah, there's a couple of, I'm going to add on to, I'm going to look to take Mondays over completely and just expand Mechanism Monday. It's been something really good that's been helping artists out a lot. I get a lot of really positive feedback, mostly on YouTube, getting a lot of positive feedback, a lot of shares. People are pushing it forward, and I'm happy to see that I'm able to help artists avoid pitfalls. There's enough of them out there financially, professionally, emotionally. There's a lot of things that artists and creatives as a whole run into. I know because I run into them myself, and from the journalist standpoint, and when I was doing work as a publicist, and now as an A&R, I see a common thread of ways that artists trip themselves up. So Mechanism Monday is just basically geared to help them. One size doesn't fit all, but if you can avoid this, it's one less thing.
Yeah, and 1 second applause to that, right? And I think you and Curtis actually aligned quite a bit because significant parts of your brand is dedicated to helping other people navigate this terrible over here, this industry of cool that ain't too cool on you when you try to get up in it. But I also think I think a lot of your new, if it's fair to say, I think a lot of this renewed focus on this particular product comes from you leaving the podcast that you had for so long with Math Hoffa, My Expert Opinion. And I know there's plenty of people in this audience who are very curious about what happened to that podcast and where it stands now. Is there anything that you want to share? You're open to sharing about it.
I don't have it's not mine. it's not mine. Doesn't belong to me. It never did. We made a lot of history. I feel we did a lot of great work in the tradition of my inspiration on being on any podcast is always going to be the one, the only Combat Jack. So, one time for Combat Jack, the original Podfather. I don't even fuck who you listen to now. Combat Jack is the guy that I followed and patterned myself after, and I approached it with that level of integrity. And when it doesn't belong to you, it doesn't belong to you. And it's something I've realized late in my career, but you can put in all the sweat equity, you can put in shed all the blood, get all the tears, you can ride, you can wave the flag. When it's not yours, you have to know when to say when. This man who, whether it's the Source magazine, whether it's My Expert Opinion, or anything else that I've been involved in, when I've rah rah shish boom ba, something happens to remind you that this doesn't belong to you. The artists that I've consulted, the producers I've tried to help, the singers I've tried to help, the rappers I've tried to help. You can put all your all into someone else's career, someone else's brand, and then they remind you it doesn't belong to you. So you do what you need to do from there. And with that said, Mr. Mech on YouTube, same name that's on my title right now. I'm looking forward to the next couple of things. And thankfully, some of that is being back on the mic. Some of that is helping continuing my work with Busta Rhymes and looking to do, Grammy award-winning-ish interviewing folks and being in spaces like this that I haven't been able to partake in way too long. And connect with heads like this. This is the kind of, hip hop heads. I'm a hip hop head. So I'm home and I'm back outside, and I have no intention of ever serving another, I'm taking my talents to South Beach every time.
1 second applause. And real quick, anything you can tell us or you want to tell us about the new Busta Rhymes music that's on the way? I got to say, man, ELE2 from, I generally speaking, I don't like it when artists make sequels. I'm like, oh, we doing that? Oh, I don't know if that juice worth that squeeze. Just come up with a new name and let it be dope. And I'll be very honest, I very much was concerned with Busta Rhymes doing that because ELE, to me, was his best album. But for me, that was. And then when ELE2 dropped, and it, in my opinion, matched the energy, matched the potency of it. at a much later point in life that you just generally don't see artists be able to tap into at that point in time. I mean, that entire project is crazy. And I know that you guys worked really hard on that. And so one second applause to you guys for that one. But two, what's Busta up to now? And what can you give us a preview of what perhaps we can expect?
Continuing. There may be, oh man, I don't even know what I can say.
Man, look at all the love coming in for ELE2 right now in the chat, man. People are like, yeah, that was crazy.
For everybody over there shouting it out, and for you, Justin, yourself, thank you. That album was he was the first dude to actually give me credit as an A&R. For all the people that I've worked with, Bus was the main guy who said, yo, you A&R this album, me and you rocked out, and we made, and it was, I was nervous tackling ELE2 because a lot of people feel the way you do, including myself. I normally don't F with sequel albums, but timing wise, what we were going through, the pandemic, like that title and the energy of the tracks and the pocket that he was in and the space he was in while he was recording, it made sense. We were back, he was back in that space. And Bus, the reason why we get along so well is because he's the most competitive dude I've ever met. He's bred it up. He's got all the accolades. He makes other celebrities starstruck. I've seen it. I've seen them shout him out from across the room and come over rapping his music. Now he just wants to rap with whoever's the best, which is where the Dragon Season inspiration came from, which he made me the head of A&R because of that series of projects. So we got a couple of things coming up. The next album that drops, I'm gonna say I have a very special attachment to that project. Just finalized, and it's about to be a different season for me specifically, and I owe that man all of that for that. And yeah, man, we're doing some things. It's gonna be real nice. Pull up to me over on YouTube. I'm gonna start going in depth a lot more. I'm taking my cues from you, Justin. So and Curtis and Jeremy and Scrooge, all the cats in here. I've been watching and figuring out this new energy, but it fits. So I feel comfortable. I feel at home.
Word up. 1 second applause. And my man Badger, man. So again, there's a lot of people who've been in, might have come in late and don't realize all the things that Badger has contributed to hip hop in one way or the other, from Project Blowed all the way to Local Astronauts to so many different things that have taken place around the city. And one of the things I really love about the work that Badger does with Local Astronauts is that him and his partner Polly Rob, they are the type of production duo that really executive produces a project, really helps artists craft a very unique sound that really can find in, generally speaking, throughout their catalog. One of my favorites is, excuse me, Scandalous Summer with TF. To me, that's TF's best album. To me, from a totality, it's TF's best album. They did a phenomenal project with Planet Asia. And right now, as I understand it, Bad, you're looking to make, and they also work with a number of different R&B singers across different genres. And so you guys are in album mode now, and you're working on something that's a bit more eclectic, if it's fair to say. I'm not sure how much you want to talk about, but I want to give you your props and praise as a curator of music, just generally speaking, a curator of culture on a macro level. But two, also, I really think, I talked to you about this quite a bit. I think you guys really need to be louder. And until you guys are more comfortable being louder about the things that you guys have accomplished, I'm going to continue to do that every chance I get. But here is an opportunity now to talk about what you guys have coming up next. And also, I think you have a very unique philosophy in terms of how you work with artists. And so if you could just share a little bit about what you think artists should consider when they're trying to figure out what's the best sound or style for them to represent themselves.
Yeah, that's a journey. Like, that's why we have the astronaut first portion of our name. It's like we just in the exploration of it. I think, Rob and myself, we both did a lot of stuff that we wanted to do artistically before we came together, and which both included managing labels and so many artists. and just taking some time to just have a different relationship with them. You know, one where I'm not like financially invested in you on the front end, where your decisions are reflecting me as a business person. You know, so what we're doing now is we just making music, man. We're working on our album, which we're kind of in the journey to find what that's going to be like. We're working on, which I feel you, Mac, on not wanting to do sequels, and I don't like to do sequel. And we just agreed today that we're doing a third installation of Scandalous Summer with TF. But this one, it's the lead producer on it this time is Mike Summers. So
word up.
We're just curating it and doing what we do to it. And really, I'm a 90s hip hop dude, right? And the death of 90s hip hop niggas is talking about what they did in the 90s, right? Trying to like live off 90s fame clear into 2000. And for me, I'm like, I've been able to be around so long because it hasn't been about me and my time. So we're not on my time yet. We're on creative time. You know what I mean? So we should be louder, right? But we would rather just quietly make like impact, because my relationship with these artists, bro, I've seen so many people go from an ugly duckling to a swan, and I'm not looking to be in a speech, but it's definitely in my catalog of, what I talk to my kids about. And it just makes for an uncanny life of being like, oh yeah, I know him. Oh yeah. It's a beautiful thing. And that's the part we enjoy. I was in an Uber and the dude was playing some stuff. I'm like, this is what you guys listen to now? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, okay, who's that? And he's like, it's Larry June. And I'm like, oh yeah, we just did something with Larry June. And I'm like, let me see the cover. I'm like, it's this song.
What's that?
You see what I'm saying? But when somebody else enjoy it, do all that, that's our thing. We just more art forward than like music industry forward because we've been in it forever, so we probably be a little gem of a thing to a certain degree. But I think the fact that if we talk a lot, if I talk enough to any hip hop person, I've done something that touched them. And that's like big, you know what I mean? So, we just kind of slow motion with it. We working on Propagandist album, working on a lot of different artists' albums. So I'm just enjoying it. You already know. I would talk about anything else to the end of the earth instead of what I'm doing. And like let me pat myself on the shoulder one time, but I enjoy what I do. I live in a world that came out of my mind. I was a hip hop kid watching on the radio watching it before I thought it would even be on the radio. Right. I know y'all had that moment where it's like, I'm listening to hip hop on the radio. It's like, on what radio? That's a tape. So for it to be where it is, radio? Be a part of it is cool, man.
Yeah. Word up, man. 1 second applause. And I don't know. I mean, maybe I'll say this. Well, I'll say this. When the fires happened, Badru, you were in a lot of correspondence with the people in Altadena around the fires out here in Los Angeles. And is there any update that you might want to share with people or people need to know or where things are with some of the people who are most affected by this? Perhaps there's not, but I know that community service is something that's really close to your heart too.
Yeah, no, it's the most positive Black coming back to a position of strength story for a community I've seen. Brandon Lamar and a lot of organizations in that area, including like Bo Black LA, which I work with, are doing a lot to just bring life back to the community. They haven't fell for the selling their properties early for the low. They've really been standing strong. And from what I've gathered, they're going to have a lot of very progressive approaches to rebuilding their city. You know what I mean? When I drove up there, the neighboring city, I was calling my friends like, I see zero damage. This must have been all the news. And when I got to, the Altadena community, they were really hit. It was gone.
Right.
So I think from where they were to the direction they're going right now is pretty dope. And then I'm trying to go to well, you can go to Bo Black LA and a few other ones. They'll post like updates on what they're doing, you know, on a regular basis on Instagram. But yeah, Mad Lib, this concerts, everything they've been doing to bring it back has been beautiful, man. I gotta say that.
Yeah, definitely. 1 second applause. Back to Screwface. You got your track? You want to play a clip? You gonna play a clip of Tears with Mick Jenkins?
I don't got speakers, but so because I'm on my phone and I would usually play it off my phone. I didn't think I was gonna have to play anything, so I can't really even play it because I got headphones. Unless I like put the headphones up to the, but that seems way too. I can't do that.
That's how the bootlegs used to come out. That's how the bootlegs.
Yeah, I can't do that.
That's
Sound
a way
like a
to
jail album, bro.
Saturday 12 p.m. PST.
Saturday.
Send me a link with it. I'll put a link in the
had the
description too.
speaker set up if I would have known because I got
Nah, screw. We got Saturday 12 p.m. West Coast time, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Everybody, we in the building. Everybody who love you, gonna go support.
Right.
Don't worry about
Appreciate
that.
that.
No, you ain't got a jail album it out with the headphones.
Get the Tory
Hey,
Lanez.
by the way, Mecca, you had you used to have like a podcast with like 2 or 3 other people. It was like because I've been watching you for like, because I wanted to tell you how long I've been watching your stuff, but you used to have like I don't know if it was it was like before a podcast, but it was you, and then there was like 2 other, I think there's a female, but it was all like hip hop shit. But it was like years ago. I don't know if you
I'm trying to oh, wait. Are you talking about, oh my God, what was the name of that show? You're talking about me, Jazz Fly, Low Key.
Yes.
You're talking about, oh shit, what was the name of that? That was the
I remember
first.
that too. I remember that.
Yeah,
too.
no, it was Rest in Peace, Jazz Fly. That was one of the. Oh my God! Just because I want to remember the name of it, I can't. The dude's name was Harry. He's from like England, and he started it and he brought it over. Jump Off TV.
Yep.
You're talking about Jump Off TV.
Yeah.
Rest in peace to my sister Jazz Fly. Shout out to Low Key. He's over on Apple Music now. Wait a minute. What are you doing? What are you doing? If you bring up the hip hop tree right now,
this is the first music video I was ever in, y'all. And it was Mr. Max JBF video for PNC Radio.fm. And so that's me.
That lighting was.
Right. This is what we was doing back in 2000. What year was this? 2000.
Something ridiculous.
13 years ago, 2012. And this is significant because also in this video you have.
Meanwhile, your face hasn't changed at all.
Nah, he looks like him.
That vampire blood you've been drinking, bro. This is Benjamin Button you want.
You know what I'm saying? Just drink enough water and everything works out. But
apparently. Of course, we have the legend forward to.
Right. Well, it's also my first time being in the room with porn stars, y'all. Very welcoming community. But this is Combat Jack.
You keep saying your first time.
Oh,
you keep saying your first time.
Well, eventually I moved. I eventually moved to Los Angeles. You go to McDonald's and be in a room with some porn stars.
She might be serving you the burgers.
This is Combat Jack right here. So shout out to Combat Jack.
Wow, rest in peace.
Rest in peace, Combat Jack. So
I just brought that up because I remember I've been watching you for that long, and I just didn't want this to end without me saying that. So I've been a fan for a real long time. Sorry.
Oh, brother, I greatly appreciate it, and just know, whatever you got from me, I'm now getting from you, this collective in this space. Whatever you got from me, whatever it was, and I'm happy to give it. I'm not trying to be buried with nothing. When I die, I'm gonna die empty. Everything, I'm giving it all. But whatever you got from me, just know I'm collecting so much of that from being allowed to be around you cats in this space.
Appreciate that, man. Appreciate it.
Nothing but love and respect. And I'm following. I've been tracking everybody here. Everybody here. We gonna keep the party going. I got more coming.
That's the beautiful thing.
Shout out to Justin for making it happen.
Seeing young Curtis King come up.
Wait, what I do? You saw
Stop, Mel.
Wait. You talking about my son?
No, you.
Wait a minute. What I do?
I talked to Justin about that earlier. I'm like, man, it's really good to see you evolving in this space and where your career went, because you remember me booking you really early.
I looked at the text messages. When he's in a group chat, I said, this name is already stored. We've already had conversations years and years ago. And I was like, wait a minute. It had to happen at Lemert. Probably a show.
No. I booked you when you were like starting to have a buzz. And I tell Justin this story because it's hilarious. Because I'm kind of a bull about money and budgets and all of that.
Yeah.
I called you up. I'm like, he's doing this thing. I'm about to call him. And what you were charging me, I won't say what it was, but it wasn't what I was comfortable with at the time. I'm like, he's brand new. What is this?
Why you think I moved to YouTube?
And they were like, hey, man. This is before YouTube, right? You told me, you were like, look, I'm not like these cats. I'm out here. I'm married right now. Yeah. And I got a situation right now. So even if, it's the beginning of people telling me not to charge, but I got to charge. And I remember being like, I'm going to pay this dude, but I'm paying you what the closer got to pay. So now you got to close. And it was like, you closed. Yeah. And Bill Camille, some others were on the event. The event was called Upfest.
Oh, wow.
Mall.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you being one of the few promoters who did respect that, because a lot of them were like, I don't care that you married. I don't care if you got kids. I don't care what you got going on. This is my price. And what you getting is gas money and drink tickets. Yeah. And I was like, nah, I need to pivot. But no, I appreciate you, man. You've absolutely been a pillar, and I'm glad to see it all come full circle like this.
Yes, sir.
Word up, man. Anyone else have anything they want to share? Anybody want to answer any comments from any questions that the audience has or anything like that? I'm going to hang out for a few because there's some super chats in here I didn't get back to. More than welcome.
Let me say one thing, Justin, before I leave here. Yeah. As I sip from this cup that I'm pretty sure somebody in this chat spit in, and they probably from New York, I say this with love. Look, my son is named Nas.
Hey.
My son is literally named Nas. The respect and the love that I have, Meg. That wasn't a shot. I'm just quoting Dave Chappelle. I'm sipping on this drink that I'm pretty sure somebody is spit in. I say this. I'm so glad to see any season where New York is up and LA is up, because those seem to be the best of times, best of my memories, whether it's in hip hop, whether it's in sports. No matter what it is, I love to see that. I'm wishing Joey Badass all the best. I think he is primed. I didn't get a chance to answer this because I think you already know my answer. But before I leave, okay, I think that he is primed and he is ready to take on that position. And I think that there's going to be a lot of people who remember this time and say, aside from the people who I thought were standouts like Kai Cash and a few other folks, they're going to ask the question, damn, who did step up at a point in time where things were so different? I think the most ironic thing about everything is that every time I talk to somebody from New York, it feels like I'm talking to a mirror of things that I've complained about out here, of things that I would ideally like to see. There's a lot of things, and I'm just saying that, man, I'm happy to see across the board. Maybe not as a Laker fan, I ain't too happy. I mean, the Knicks did beat the Celtics, but aside from that, I'm grateful to be in this space, Justin. I always thank you for inviting me into this, because it gives me the opportunity really to break bread with a lot of people that I've already been fans of. And shout out to Hip Hop Discourse, bringing in all of these damn people on a regular basis. Like Justin says, it's all happening. What a time to be alive. I'm grateful that I can contribute in whatever ways that I can. So thank you for the invitation, fellas.
Always.
Hey, shout out to Jeremy Hatch too. I felt like you didn't get shout out to you, bro. I've been watching you. I really got onto you when the battle started and everything, but even just watching how much you've grown in that amount of time is super dope. And I got super hyped when I heard your voice in the.
I saw that clip.
Yeah, I caught
I saw
that
that clip.
too. It was dope. So
No,
yeah.
thank you, bro. I saw you caught the voice first. You caught my voice before even Elliot's. You're like, wait, I know that voice. I know it. I know it. Sure. But no,
I've
I've been
watching
watching you for a
of
long time.
guys throughout this stuff, so I could catch your voice.
No, I've been a fan for a long time, and I'm honestly a huge new fan of you guys for, just getting to chop it up today. There was a lot of great points. I'm sure there'll be a lot of reaction videos to this Culture United. So, and yeah, shout out Justin. You make magic happen in the hip hop space always. But I'm excited to see the live version of this, and everybody should go buy their tickets right now.
Word up. It's all happening. You guys want to answer some questions? I understand if you got to go, but there's
I got to escape.
Yeah,
my little man probably asleep right now.
Definitely. All right, yo, appreciate y'all. All right, y'all. Peace. Oh, shit. Before you guys leave leave the thing open after you leave so that the download can take place in the background.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't have to be in front of it. It'll give you the option to exit the studio or leave the app or something like that.
Is it cool to just get up and walk? Like, can I just leave it like this?
Yeah.
Enjoy the skateboards.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, I'm gonna hit leave studio.
So I hit leave and open upload page.
Yeah, leave an open upload page. There you go.
Okay, cool.
There you go. That works. Cool. So Badger, you do the same thing. You can leave. There we go. All right. What's up, y'all? Over here hanging out. What do you guys do? Did you guys enjoy this? Let me know in the give me applause. Give me an applause emoji if you enjoyed this conversation this time. Let's see how that works. Oh yeah, boom. 9-second applause. Boom. Yeah, that's what's up. Man, shout out to you guys. Shout out to all the moderators, man. Y'all be holding it down. Deluxe the champ, my man Deluxe be everywhere. You guys should follow him on Twitter because he has a full scope of everything that's happening in hip hop. 1 second applause to Deluxe. Big shout out to Kara Turner. Kara Turner, she know all about the tussles. She will tussle for the right things all the time, man. Oh man, I'm so thankful you're a part of the community. Thank you, Kara. 1 second applause. Andy Pandy, big shout out to you, Andy Pandy, our resident Meg the Stallion champion. She's actually Andy's single-handedly. I'm being sincere when I say this. Andy has single-handedly allowed me the opportunity to reframe my position on a number of different topics in the comment section, but particularly the difference between Meg the Stallion and everybody else. So anytime you get that kind of insight from the audience, that's amazing. Thank you so much, Andy, and thank you for being a moderator, being a part of the community. Big shout out to Lord Racer out here, dedicated, out here elevating the culture in the comment section at the same time. I'm super thankful. I appreciate you. 1 second applause. My man Bucktooth, I know you're in here somewhere. At least you might have been in here somewhere. I think you're in New Orleans, if I'm not mistaken. Bucktooth is the first person to say that he was a moderator on this channel in his bio on Instagram. And I was so honored. To be honest. I was like, oh, this is actually cool. Oh, this is what other people be experiencing. You know what I mean? So there's so much love and support that you guys show me. It motivates me every day. It also reminds me that people care. I went a long period of time where I felt like, nobody really cares what I have to say. No one, I've been making all these videos and saying all these things, and no one gives a fuck. Should I keep caring? Do I care this much? You know what I mean? And so it's really, really meaningful, really important to me that you guys show up the way you do. So 1 second applause to you guys. 9 second applause to you guys. Okay, so a couple updates again. I didn't post this weekend, and I know you guys noticed that. And that's because, much like Curtis talked about when it came to this conversation around this battle, Curtis was talking about it from an instigating standpoint. I didn't feel like I was instigating. I didn't feel like I know a lot of people were very concerned that the temperature was changing. I think there's a couple of moments that I thought like, I'm not sure where this is going to go. But generally speaking, I think this was a really good example of the rap battle, right? Because again, part of this conversation today that I thought was really interesting, particularly the back and forth between Curtis and Screwface about once the labels get a hold of it and all this stuff, what does that look like? Well, people don't know the difference. And I honestly feel like it's part of our job every day. You know, anyone who's using their voice to explain things to people, to share, you know, perspective or context. I think it's part of our job to do that, to contextualize culture, right? And that's one of the reasons why I've been so consistent. Be like, this isn't a rap beef, guys. This is a rap battle. See, there used to be this thing. Maybe one day you should go watch this movie called House Party, and there is a manufactured scene. Now that's a manufactured scene between Kid and Play. They're best friends, and they get into a rap battle, and at the end they dap it up, and then Martin Lawrence says he could beat both of them, and you know none of them believe them. And they get back to the party, and the hijinks ensue. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I really appreciated what Mech was talking about. How, yeah, you do a rap battle, then everybody becomes a group. Everybody becomes a group, right? And so this is one of those examples of it. So I've been really excited about it, and so I've been writing a script all weekend for a breakdown. I think right now it's more substantial than I expected it to be. We'll see how it turns out with a couple of new things I want to add to it. But you know, I've been very, very inspired by this pretty much all year, and so I'm happy that you guys seem to enjoy the conversation, because all the comments have been really great around it in the comment section too. So I appreciate you guys. I'm gonna get to these super chats here in a second. Did you guys let me know? Did Mech say he was coming back, or was he trying to upload his thing? I don't know. We'll see. I'll remove him from the stage right now, and then we'll add him when he comes back. Let's do that. All right. I'm seeing Pacers in 6. Right. So I guess the Knicks lost last night. So tonight was Minnesota versus OKC. Oh my gosh, guys, that doesn't even sound like a fun finals. So maybe this is the example of me maybe I'm currently in the middle of being the example of hating on the Midwest. When I said, do people hate on the Midwest? Maybe this is what it looks like. Oh my God, OKC, Indiana. Oh my gosh. All right. Okay. Let's see. Mr. Hummus. Thank you, Mrs. Hummus. Thank you, Mrs. Hummus. 1 second applause. I appreciate that. She became a member. That's awesome. Screwface is the illest, man. I mean, you guys should have seen us. You guys should have seen me and Screwface try to find each other at SoFi Stadium. I'm sitting here. I felt so embarrassed, guys. I'm sitting here like, I felt like I was pretty good at technology. We're on the phone. We got speaker phones going, trying to figure this out. At the same time, we run into so many different people in the audience, so many people who watch our content. At one point in time, I had 12 people following me so that we could meet Screwface. And it took so long. They were all like, okay, I guess we got to go home. Tell him I said hi. So that was funny. 1 second applause. But Screwface is a really great guy. Screwface did the coolest thing. Okay, this is one of those things. This is one of those things, right? You know, I'm a firm believer you can tell everything you need to know about someone by the way they play basketball. The way someone hoops lets you know if they're a terrible person, right? And also, particularly, I volunteer at the LA Mission. I'm an LA Mission ambassador, right? And so I help bring different people to the LA Mission so that we can help the community, the homeless community, the houseless community, the underserved community. I do that every Friday, right? And so I also believe you can tell a lot about people by how they treat the less fortunate people, or how they treat you for trying to help people, right? So me and Screwface were walking. It's me, Screwface, and a friend of his. We're walking, and by this point, where the lift pickup was, felt like it was a mile away from SoFi, right? So we're walking. Peace out, Mike. But we were walking, and there was a few people ahead of us, and there was a trash can on the ground. And we were walking up to this trash can, and Screwface stopped. He picked up the trash can, put it back in place, and kept walking, and didn't say anything. About it. And I looked at Screw. I was like, man, you're a good dude, dog. I could tell. Because ain't nobody going to be walking in Los Angeles just picking up trash cans, picking up everybody's DNA, whatever kind of DNA might be all over it. and everybody else was just going all the way around this trash can. Screw picked that joint up, man. Screw's a good dude. One second applause to Screwface Show. That was one of the coolest things I'd seen. I was like, oh, that's heartwarming right there. All right. Pratik Ray, big shout out to you, Pratik. 1 second applause. Much rather would be here tonight than watch my Timberwolves get blown out. 1 second applause. I hope it was better. It looks like OKC advanced. I do believe in Anthony Edwards. I do believe that they're going to need to get some additional help, scoring help on that team. But they're kind of an interesting spot, right? Okay, Minnesota looks really good against old teams. I'm not sure they look that great against young teams. And right now, OKC is built for the future. So, but, you know, always got next season, and now your Timberwolves got Cancun. So big shout out to you, Pratik Ray. My Bulls weren't even in conversation, so, you know. Jermaine L. Johnson, hog tie. I forgot what this is about, but 1 second applause to you, Jermaine L. Thompson. Reason made me take another look at his music when. 1 second applause. I had a lot of people tell me that about this Reason track, and there's been a lot of people who have been critical of Reason for doing this, right? Because we heard how Mech, in the beginning of this conversation, we heard how Mech talked about this. We heard how Curtis talked about this consistently. We've heard Curtis talk about how all this, and a number of you, I mean, this, when Joey jumped out and said too much West Coast D-licking, it felt like a clout chase to a lot of people, and it felt like it was unnecessary, right? I think all those things are true. But on the flip side, when Reason did this, a lot of people on the East Coast felt the same way. This ain't the New York I know. A lot of people felt similarly to the way they felt when it came to Joey Bada, right? And I'm of the mind with both of these that if these two things don't happen, this isn't nearly as interesting as a battle. If Joey doesn't say West Coast D-licking, I'm not sure anybody responds. I think he's talking into the ether, which is Badger's point, right? Badger's whole point was we should have just ignored it, right? If Reason doesn't do this, then I don't think Kai Cash jumps in. You don't get an extra look for Kai Cash. You know, Kid Chris is here. You know, Kid Chris, he was here. I'm not sure if he's still here, but Kid Chris dropped a diss track at King Los and at Reason, at both of them. And so I think that speaks for itself. I think Kid Chris dissing Reason or let you know how people reacted to Reason's quote unquote clout chase in that regard. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to pull it up on my little document here. Let's see. Okay, clear here. Kid Chris. There it is. Right. So he pulled up share screen. Share screen. There it is. Share. Right. So he put out Biohazard at King Los and 11-inch Godson, which is a Reason diss, right? These numbers are as of 5/22/25. I'm sure they're higher now. But when Reason did that, people felt like that was a clout chase too. They thought that was a clout chase too. It's particularly because Reason was kind of mentioned. He wasn't dissed. He was used as a device. He said, Joey Bada said, you're going to be the next to get dropped from Top's roster, and I'm going to be the Reason, right? And so Reason came in, and he opened it up to, what's going on in New York, man? And that's when the thing got more dynamic. And so I appreciate that too. I appreciate all of this because it stayed in the battle context. And I appreciate the fact that so many of these cats were in contact and communication with each other, right? So, which isn't, to me, too dissimilar to what it sounds like Kendrick tried to do with Drake, right? There was a call at the beginning. There was a conversation about setting parameters. There was a conversation for that. You know, hey, let this be, by the time we hear Let It Be a Friendly Fade, there'd already been a conversation, right? That could have gone a different way. Now, it didn't. It didn't go that way. And I think we're all better for it. 1 second applause. But when people are in conversation around these things, communication is always really important. And so, you know, shout out to you, the Doomer. I think I honestly think Reason's a big winner when it comes to this broader conversation too. All right. next one. Hip hop won, New York City won, Joey MVP. He literally battled a bunch of rappers and MCs. Joey got better with every response. I agree. I agree with that too. Now, there's a lot of people who say, well, these aren't the best people in the West. Well, I guess we'll have to see what happens with the next people, right? But it's not insignificant that someone would even embark on something like this, right? I went back and I was listening to the Rulers back, and he says, I'm taking calculated risks, right? That's what he said in the beginning of that song. And it played out. It played out. So, OC, look it up. Thank you for your super chat. 1 second applause. Kev Heb. I'm disappointed no one is talking about AZ Chike's 2 tracks. Game Time was fire video and track. Game Time is a dope song. It's a competitive song. It's definitely gonna rock out here in the West. That video is fire. The video is so fire. Oh my God. That's what it looks like when you get a budget. That's exactly what that looks like when you get a budget. I mean, look at the. I'm gonna get flagged again. I remember I tried to do a reaction to this video. They blocked me for a week. I'm not gonna take the risk, but the video itself is flyer. Now, Game Time really isn't a diss track, right? The video is a diss, but that's not. What is more of a diss? And then this last song, I can't remember the song he released afterwards. That one's dope too. I think a lot of people aren't talking about Chike because Joey Bada said, Ray Vaughn is so last week. Now I got it. Now I'm hearing about a new nigga named Ass Cheek. And I think that one line dismissal resonated very loudly, but I don't think that takes away from the promising career Chike has coming ahead of him. And on my Twitter page, I quote tweeted a video of Chike explaining how he was able to perform on Saturday night of the Grand National Tour. Really inspirational moment. And I think that's the areas where Chike's really going to win, right? Anytime I've seen Chike talk, I want Chike to win. He is someone who talks about his challenges, the power of positive thinking, the power of manifestation. Like he basically willed himself to be able to perform on the GNX stage. I think everyone's probably seen that clip of Chike watching the Super Bowl with his family, and then like how emotional he got when he saw Kendrick rap his verse. I think things like that are really going to help be the solid underbelly of his fan base going forward, because he's someone who speaks from the heart, and you want him to win. Same thing when you talked about how good those Gatorade checks are in that TMZ commercial. So make sure you check that out. But I think Chike's got a long career ahead of him, and I agree with you. I think those tracks are really strong. 1 second applause. Let's see. Ray Vaughn and Joey tied to me. Both fires shouldn't have been that close, in my opinion, because Ray is new. I didn't see a knockout, though, like people acted. East bias. East bias. Anybody biased for the East Coast or biased against the East Coast? Because I've lived in every region, right? Except for that I haven't lived in the Midwest. But every region thinks that New York doesn't like them, thinks the East Coast doesn't like them. When I was in the South, it was all about, the New Yorkers hating on us. Even back then, Snoop Dogg said, y'all ain't got no love for Snoop Dogg. The East Coast ain't got no love for Snoop Dogg. That was a crazy, crazy, crazy clip. 1 second applause. And I think we still heard some of that today. I think of all the regions right now, New York is doing the worst when it comes to chart success, when it comes to commercial level. I've even heard people start breaking down, well, you know what the real problem is? The real problem is the New York accent. No one sounds like the East Coast. The problem is the accent. See, everybody in the South and the Midwest kind of sound alike. And, West Coast isn't that far away from it either. I don't know. I don't know what it is, but I don't really know what this East bias is, right? Because I look at it as like the East is the most difficult place to come out of right now. I think 2 things are to the East should give the East hope. One, Joey Bada just made the King of New York crown a thing again. Whether people think he's the king or not, right? He made it a thing. Okay, he made it a thing again, and I'm happy. I like it when the King of New York title is a thing. I think hip hop is better when all the regions are better. But 2, following GNX, right? GNX, the battle. A lot of emphasis on the West Coast, a lot of emphasis on regional sounds. Redman's, Muddy Waters 2, Tyler the Creator's Project, Bad Bunnies, Tiara Mouse Photos. Everyone makes fun of my Spanish all the time, but I'm working, I'm trying. 1 second applause to Spanish. Tiara Mouse Photos. His album is a love letter to Puerto Rico. I think if there's everybody's from the internet, but I think if everybody's tired of everybody being from the internet right now, if you look at how the South has been winning, generally speaking, they win off their own regional sounds. If you look at how country music is taking over the charts, we talk about this in Chart Beat every week. The country music artists are having the most success. I think that puts a lot of opportunity for a regional sound from New York or from the East Coast to have a lot of success. And I think if there is a point in time where New York can come back and be a New York that resonates in a different way, I think this is it. Now, I'm not taking away from New York drill, but New York drill comes from London. Okay. And I'm not saying London drill, and London drill doesn't sound like Chicago drill. Chicago created drill, right? So New York, what they're doing now is successful on the levels that it is, and I'm not knocking it, but it's also a third generation style, right? And so, and that regional sound isn't their regional sound. I think there's an opportunity right now for someone from New York to make an album that's palatable to the rest of the country, that can get past some of the natural challenges that I think New York has. But as for the rest of this comment, I think Ray Vaughn and Joey were tied up until GoldenEye. Once GoldenEye dropped, that to me was when it flipped. Because GoldenEye at that point was going up against My Town, and My Town had Loaded Lux on it. And so, and by the time GoldenEye drops, he'd already started getting dismissive of, he'd already been claiming victory on Ray Vaughn, right? So Ray Vaughn dropped Ho-Air, then after Ho-Air, you get the finals. Then he waits days until My Town drops and tried to drop right on top of it, right? But there was too much momentum at that point in time. So it was dope though. I think Ray came away looking great. 1 second applause. Shout out to you, Shy Nose. My favorite city, Chicago. Chicago, my favorite city. Great American city. Great American city of the world. Where we at? Okay, here we go. Kid Chris, the West Coast bias gotta stop. I agree with that. 1 second applause, Kid Chris. Kid Chris, all up in this battle. I'm gonna take a look at your track. I think I reacted. There's a bunch of joints I didn't get a chance to react to, but there's a bunch of joints that actually show up in this piece that I'm scripting. So this is just one of those stories that I love so much, man. I mean, when do you get a chance to see 60 something? Look at this list here. I gotta show you. I don't think you guys have really seen this. Look at this list. Look what this looks like. I had a good time doing this. Look at what this list looks like right here. Look at this. Look at all this. And this is in release order. This is the order of release. Look at Lip Poppy right up here. Right up here, Lip Poppy and Stoic Mike. First two out the gate. But look at this. All these people had something to say. Everybody was like, oh, they rapping? I rap. I would like to rap as well. Look at all this. This right here. So Dime a Dozen, How You Remix. Now, this was a track, when this first started in January, I was telling you guys there was going to be another New York artist that was going to jump out. And he never jumped out. Well, it was Dime a Dozen. It was the How You Remix. So he actually jumped out on a track with Daylight going at Joey Badass, right? And that track has a video for it. Right. I don't know if the video is coming out now because the track is on Dime's EP. I'm not sure how that's going to be released, but he ended up putting it out. It's on his new EP right now, which is a great listen. Dime is a fantastic artist, but we didn't get that. We ended up not getting that song until May 15th. I mean, that song was ready to go. Look, here's in comparison, right? Here's Daylight's High You right here, right? So this comes out 1/7. So I'll start talking about there being a remix to this after Joey drops Pardon Me. No. After he drops Sorry Not Sorry. Where's Sorry Not Sorry? Sorry Not Sorry. right? After he drops this one, these dates are actually out of order. But after he drops Sorry Not Sorry, we don't end up getting it till May 15th. So a lot of these things are fluid. You never know things are going to go. But 1 second applause to Diamond Dozen. But look at this. I mean, these are all people. Here's Kai Cash right here, Nixon 6. Jordan King. Jordan King is funny. This dude, Jordan King, he dropped, let's say he dropped 4 songs. Did Jordan King drop 4 songs? Check this out. This guy, Jordan King's a trip, right? Look at the Jordan King songs. Jordan King's songs are Warning Shot, Reason and Rayvon and Daylight Diss. Jordan King, Practice Makes Progress, Daylight and Rayvon and Reason Diss. Jordan King, Nothing Personal, Reason and Rayvon and Daylight and AZ Chike and Hit a J3 Response, right? So he is going at all the West Coast guys. All the West Coast guys, right? But then when you go to his Twitter account, it says he's from Beverly Hills. Beverly Hills. I was shocked by that. I couldn't believe it. I've never even heard of Jordan King. And the songs aren't bad. The songs aren't bad. Not bad at all. You guys should take a look at this. Is a public link too. There's other people in here. I gave this link out. It's on my Twitter account. It's also in the description and in the pinned comment on my Absol video that just dropped. So anybody wants to take a look at this, go peruse through these songs. But look at all these songs, guys. We're not even done yet. Look at all these songs. Eastside K-Boy basically put out an EP. Basically, he put out so many songs. Look at this. Look at what Daylight did in one day. Ayo, Word is Bond. This one I can't remember. I can hold that. This I can't remember. And then there's one more that comes out. And then end credits. Like Daylight was like, "Oh, I'm emptying the clip right now." But look at this. Here's 2 more. Yeah, end credits right there. Look at all these songs. 108 songs. And I know I'm missing some. I literally know I'm missing some. So there was just so much, so much that was going on with all of this stuff. It's kind of crazy. Oh gosh. All right. So West Coast bias. Look, I'm happy the regions matter. 1 second applause to regions. AZ Chike is forever as cheeks. 1 shot kill. 1 second applause to Doomer. That's a sticky line. That is a sticky line. On my pop out reaction video, I didn't record when they announced AZ Chike at the pop out. So when I was putting that video together, I could only read his name. I didn't know how it was pronounced. So I call him As Chike. As Chike is well. I thought he was Nigerian, but it's AZ Chike. And now, to population, he will be as cheeks. 1 second applause. All right. Andy Pandy Pie. Since when does someone release 3 trash tracks in a row before having a decent diss and we act like that didn't happen and crown him the winner? When they come back and win the next 4. When there's multiple rounds and they come back with the next 4. I'll tell you, I thought Joey got washed in the beginning, but you can't take away what he did that week. You can't. Now, particularly since, 1, he shocked people. 2, I'm not sure how many people expected the finals to even happen. I think everyone knew that the Red Bull Cypher happened. It was an open secret, right? You heard Jeremy sit here and talk about how he was at the Red Bull shoot. He knew something happened, right? He said he didn't know what the song was, but we just heard Jeremy say that. I knew that Joey Badass responded in that Red Bull Cypher way before. I knew it after it happened, like the week after it happened. That's what I was hearing, right? So if I knew it was happening, then everybody that was in this battle knew it was happening. Daylight and there's no way in my mind that they didn't know that this was happening, right? So they had a chance to be they were more prepared with those than anything that happened in the beginning. Had to be, right? Especially Rayvon, because Rayvon wasn't really in the conversation in the first 3 months. Rayvon was dropping tracks, but Joey hadn't acknowledged him. The closest he comes to acknowledging him is on Pardon Me, where he takes a Jay-Z flip. If I shoot you on Brainless, you shoot me, you're famous. So, but if I knew about the Red Bull thing, and if Jeremy's there saying he knew about the Red Bull thing today. Dude, in my mind, everybody over there knew about the Red Bull thing over there. And so with that in mind, to me, everybody who knew about that was in this and rapping at this, they had a chance to be more prepared for anything. You know what I'm saying? And with that additional preparation, here comes Joey Badass with the finals, My Town, and Crash Dummy afterwards. To me, that's the answer to this question. Since when does someone release 3 trash tracks in a row before having a decent diss, and we act like that didn't happen and crown him the winner? I still act like that happened, and that's why I give Joey 4-3 on this one. 1 second applause to Andy Painted Pie. All right, so let's see. Next. Alex, get back in the booth. 1 second applause to Alex. All right, let's see what we got next. Sean Kearney. This battle elevated the names of all involved. I agree. 1 second applause. Sincerely, right? This is my favorite awful track from the Rap Royal Rumble, right? It is a terrible track, but it's my favorite. It's my favorite terrible track because there's a lot of, don't get me wrong, I understand what people are talking about when they say, oh, this battle's mid or this battle's trash. And I honestly think that anything following Kendrick and Drake is going to have a little less luster than if Kendrick and Drake had never happened. And come on, we're talking about 60 different artists right here. Yeah, there's going to be some bad ones. There's a lot of people in here that are hobbyists, right? Of course, there's going to be range, but this is my favorite because sometimes a bad song still makes you feel good. And this one still makes me feel good. So let's see if I can get this to work. I couldn't figure this out earlier. I was trying to share the audio, but the audio wasn't sharing. So let's see what happens here. To share a video with audio. So let's see what these steps say. Share screen, okay. Chrome tab, gotcha, okay. So here we go. Okay. Video with audio. Okay, so let's see if this works. Chrome tab. Let's see if you guys can hear this. All right, so this one comes from Keto Abashi, and it's called Nigerian Giuseppe's. All right, so let's see if we can get audio. Oh, it's not coming through. This is what happened before. So let's see. Maybe I can just move the mic closer, and it'll just be a bootleg version for a moment.
Hey, shouts out to my Africans. I love y'all to death.
We only need to hear the beginning anyway.
What? Man, they hide this nigga feet.
This is unghostwritable. We playing chess. This debate track. Don't take the bait. This is only a test. Joey, we caught you wearing Nigerian Giuseppe. Nigerian Giuseppe. Nigerian Giuseppe. Yeah. Nigerian Giuseppe. Step with a king, walk the walk, Nigerian. I step like a king, like a lord. I walk Nigerian Giuseppe. Yeah. Nigerian Giuseppe. Hey, yo, Keto, let's go. Yo, I'm mad nice.
Oh, man. Shout out to Keto Abashi, man. I love that. 1 second applause. Nigerian Giuseppe. That's such a trip to me. That song is so funny. Could you guys even hear that? I'm not even sure if you guys can hear that. Nigerian Giuseppe's. Oh my gosh, that song is so funny. But that's on the list. That's my favorite bad track that's on here. It's legitimately bad. It's objectively bad, but yet I feel really good, you know. And I would have never learned Keto Abashi if it wasn't for this battle. So I agree with you, Sean. This battle elevated all the names involved. 1 second applause. Nigerian Giuseppe. That song is so funny. Billy Halves. Salute to y'all. This has been fun. Salute to you too, Billy. Thank you. 1 second applause. Joey is Buddy Pine from The Incredibles. Buddy Pine from The Incredibles. I like The Incredibles too. How come I don't know who Buddy Pine is from The Incredibles? Let me see what Buddy Pine looks like. Let's see who Buddy Pine is. Okay. Here's Buddy Pine for people who don't know. He is the villain. Here's Buddy Pine right here. Okay. 1 second applause to Buddy Pine from The Incredibles. Hold on, give me a second. Can't be having the fire not in place. That don't make no sense. It can't just be a blue screen behind me. It's got to be a fire screen behind me. All right, next one. There we go. Homeostasis. All right. Andy Pandy, what we got? Joey was in the car with Diddy alone, making the love symbol with their hands. They like they are lovers. That's more than pics at a party. Ew, yuck, gross. 1 second applause. I agree. It's more than pics at a party. I still don't have enough information to put that on him. And he's not listed in any court documents. And he wasn't even listed in prospective witnesses in the case. And there was a lot of people who were listed as prospective witnesses that didn't make it to the actual trial, who weren't called. So he even by those measures, he was still pretty far away from the action. But that's what I mean. You know, we're in that environment, and I understand it. And I think everything around Diddy is disgusting and awful. Still, when I'm saying that I didn't feel like that the Diddy angle was going to be sticky enough, it's because to the general population, there isn't other evidence other than those two things. And even to what Screwface was saying, because I agree with what Screwface was saying about that, even being around it, like I write for Revolt. I write for Diddy's media outlet. I've been on Revolt Live on their TV show. You know, I've been to Revolt Christmas parties. I've taken pictures with Diddy. I haven't been to his house. You know, I definitely haven't been to a freak off. But Diddy's been around so long that I just don't think that was the most effective angle. 1 second applause. All right. Joey in a one-on-one bromance video with Diddy, not just a party. Yep, that's true. 1 second applause to pointing that out. Definitely not to the bromance video, though. That whole thing is disgusting over there. My God. The Doomer. All I know, I got puffed onto a bunch of spitters with bars. I'd rather this more than influencer rap and mumbling drillers. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I look at this as just another piece of marketing, another marketing option. It doesn't have to be the only one. It doesn't have to be the go-to. It's another marketing option. What's wrong with that? 1 second applause. Mikey Sanders. Gen Z, real hip-hop lovers are real. We here. Represent. Shout out to you, Mikey. Thank you for being a part of this conversation. Dudes only want blood sports. There's a lot of that. There's a lot of that. And I also think there's a coastal difference in that, right? Because New York is open to competitive rap. The South is to a degree, but most of the guys in the South are like, I ain't trying to rap against nobody. You know what I'm saying? And then on the West Coast, they're like, oh, but we didn't pack them out, though. You didn't pack them out. You know what I mean? So there's three different energies we get into this conversation. And so people start calling it fake if it doesn't turn into, doesn't hit a certain energy level. I hear you on that one. Why young Siak the box? 1 second applause. I butchered that one. Oh my God. I did my best, young Siak the box. Brittany J. Shout out to Brittany J. Brittany J be showing a lot of love and support. 1 second applause to you. There is a lot of West Coast D-licking, but it's warranted and deserved. Stay there. LA's up. Hey, can't knock it. Can't knock it. I mean, SZA and Kendrick are pulling $10 million a night. $10 million a night. They get up there and it's a split show, right? It's a split show. So let's see, there's 6 acts. There's 6 acts, right? And they do about 5 songs, about 30 songs between 2 people. This is about 15 songs, or 50, the amount of time for about 15 songs. They're pulling $10 million a night. LA up to me. 1 second applause. The Doomer, Curtis looking like a shaking can of soda about to pop. Don't do Curtis like that. Curtis, my man, that's my homie right there. 1 second applause. I definitely started that conversation with Curtis because Curtis, he made a whole video talking about his West Coast bias, and I respect him for it. You know, I talk about my biases last year, particularly when it comes to that battle. We all have them. And I think it's better for us all to make it known where our biases are, rather than this terrible idea of false objectivity. False objectivity that they want their media to be stenographers. Context is important. I don't see how you could talk about certain things without putting context into it. Oh, I'm unbiased. Well, then fine. You know, like I don't think that people understand what they mean by unbiased. They want people to not have an opinion. They want people to treat 2 different things the same way, even if they're completely different. Oh, well, that elephant and that mouse both have heartbeats. They got to be the same, right? You got to treat them. No, you don't. You don't. So I respect people who are open and let people know where their biases lie. Like in this particular situation with Joey and Daylight and Rayvon, I'm actually really unbiased. Like I don't have a dog in that one. That's what I like about it so much. You know, when it comes to Drake and Kendrick, I'm super biased because I completely disagree with everything Drake represents. And I've made that clear in multiple videos. I can't sit here and say that because Drake's songs are successful or he makes good rap songs, that it's comparable to what Kendrick's doing. That's crazy. If you have a preference, sure. But if you're asking me to look at Drake and Kendrick as if they're the same, they are not. They are not. And the same thing with Joey and Kendrick. I think it's nuts. That's why I like the West Coast D-Lincoln thing, like I said. Because without that, I don't think anything happens. Because Kendrick is making $10 million a night. You know what I'm saying? He ain't coming down here for no unique, doing something that's completely ununique. No one even said that. Joey up here trying to pull a control. His name's supposed to be unique. I don't know. There's a lot of flips I don't even see that people leaned into. They probably should have. But shout out to you, Doom. Appreciate you. 1 second applause. Let's see what we got next. Genova Vienne. Well, Ass Cheek didn't. 1 second applause. Did not win. Might have had the best music video, though. Perhaps he had the best video. He's in the running for that one. It's either that one or the Red Bull Cypher. Those were the best visuals out there. 1 second applause to that comment, though. That's funny. Big Biz Grizz. Why didn't Joey ever come after Drake or the South or anyone from New York who had cats looking crazy for years? He was making devastated and acting. Well, devastated actually is a knock against Ray Vaughn's strategy because he opens whole era with baby teeth. You ain't even got no plaque yet. We got a plaque for devastated, right? So good thing he did make devastated because it helped from this battle context, you know. 2, why wouldn't he go after Drake? Well, I guess he didn't go after Drake. I think the difference with if I'm looking at this from all the things it looks like Kendrick is representing, right? Coming off that battle, Kendrick is representing friendly fades as an option. Kendrick is highlighting competitive hip hop. He's highlighting regional styles. He's been pushing this narrative that I got love for y'all, but I'm trying to murder y'all in the track. I love y'all. I think him and Dot have some sort of relationship for a long time. And so to me, that would be the immediate difference is that Drake don't be walking around saying that and no one from the South walks around and says that, right? So if Joey's going to pull that with someone, Kendrick would be the one who would at least understand because Kendrick is actually the talisman for that and he represents that, which is one of the things I love about Kendrick in the first place. That would be my first answer. My second answer would be he didn't get named to Control, and he never got a response to Illuminati. So there's that again. My third answer would be clearly he's in album mode, and this seems like a good thing to do. So, you know. And then my fourth answer would be if you're going to go, my fourth answer would be this, right? I think Joey really does know how to read the room, the moment, the culture in a way that maybe we don't give him a lot of credit for, particularly lately, because we think about him being on TV more than anything else. But I think, honestly, he had this in mind. And I think because, in my opinion, Joey tends to draft off of Kendrick. So if you go look at when Kendrick drops, 6 months to a year later, you're probably going to see Joey drop something. Even in COVID. Like the other angle I didn't think worked that well in this back and forth was when people kept saying that Joey went away, he became an actor. Well, Joey was a victim of COVID too. Everybody was a victim of COVID. He dropped 2000 in 2022, right around the time Kendrick dropped Mr. Morale. Right? So, you know, Kendrick dropped last year, so it's time for Joey to drop. And so a lot of things that Joey does to me are following after Kendrick Lamar, which is something else I can't believe no one said this in the battle. It's crazy. It's very easy to, you got to take the acting thing away from them. If anyone who's in a rap battle, the goal is to take away their strength. You have to take away the veneer of what that is. And so it would just make sense to me that Joey would come out and do something like this because he tends to follow whatever Kendrick's doing, in my opinion. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that, again, because Joey's just turning 30. He's just turning 30. So this would be his moment. But, you know, those are the answers I have. I'm not sure how much of a real answer you wanted, Big Biz Grizz, but that's how I would look at the space. 1 second applause to that question. How are you guys doing? You guys doing okay? Am I boring y'all? Am I just talking and not interacting enough? Let me see what you guys are saying over here. Yeah, I mean, Nowhere New says, no, who said this? Dom W. I don't know. I don't hear anything about 2000. It didn't make an impact. It literally didn't make an impact at all. At all. You know what I'm saying? So I listened to it the other day just because I was curious, actually. Some good songs on it. But again, we don't appreciate the fact that Joey is independent. Like he doesn't have a machine behind him. I think he can have one for this project. And I think that the fact that regional sounds seem to be more palatable may work in his favor. And the fact that he's every hood's favorite villain right now. And the music industry likes for you to have more dynamic persona that crosses over to different parts of entertainment. They like that. I think there's a lot of stuff working in his favor. And generally speaking, I like what Joey Badass represents too. And that's the other thing. Like, I feel like certain artists, regardless if I'm fans of them or not, I still could think of them as being good for the space and the sport, right? I'm very critical of J. Cole. Very critical of J. Cole. It's not that I'm not a fan. It's just that, objectively speaking, I have things that I could be critical of. But one thing I've never wavered on is that I've always thought J. Cole is great for the space. Great for hip hop. I think I wish it was easier to replicate that model and have more J. Coles around, or people who value the things that J. Cole does. Even with like the throw rocks to hide hands thing, we could pick apart anybody if we really want to. But in terms of what he's offering through his music, offering his audience, yeah. I mean, I think Joey's one of those guys too. So we shall see what this year holds. Shy knows Joey fire, but he needs way more to battle for the top spot with Kendrick. To get in the ring with me, you have to be somebody in my weight class. 100%. He needs way more. And that one more is an album that people care about, or records or songs that are successful, you know. But we have to keep in mind, Joey's been punching above his weight class his whole career because he just turned 30, right? So if Kendrick is 37, 38, right? So Joey was in elementary school when Kendrick was graduating from high school, but they're competing at the same time. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. It feels like Joey's moment's coming. The Doomer, New York ain't been a tastemaker for years. Too much truth. 1 second applause. Ugh. Seriously. That's what happens. I mean, you know, Read My Soul talked about this too. I've talked about this at different points in time. But when you have a certain level of gentrification, that's what happens. That's what happens, right? When you have all of the cultural hubs turning into CVSs and daycare centers, yeah, you know, where did the artists congregate? I mean, the artists, I was talking to somebody in Atlanta. I work with T.I.'s team on a few different things. And we were talking about how whatever new sound is coming out of Atlanta ain't coming from Atlanta. It's going to be in whatever suburb outside of Atlanta. And I think that's where it is, you know, where, you know, most of these places nationwide. And that's why part of why I think you get things like New York ain't been a tastemaker in years. You know, the people in New York, the kids who are coming up with these sounds in New York are also from the internet. And so they're taking stuff that's popular on the internet, you know, like most of us have, which is why I think this is a great opportunity for regional sounds to come back. 1 second applause, Dewar. Did you guys know the Joey Too Much Ick Licking line he said on Capital C's mixtape American Corruption in 2012, track 11? I did not know that, but thank you very much, The Thinking. You've been thinking in. 1 second applause. When Screw gonna say something? We ended up talking more. 1 second. So what I'm getting from Mecca is New York is just lame. Easy. I mean, you know, I think a lot of people can be critical of their cities. And Mecca is New York to the core. Mecca is New York to the core, up and down. You know what I mean? So, but I think as we all can relate to, it's one thing when you're from someplace and you talk about that place you're from. It's another thing when they come over here and they ain't from here and they start talking about us. You know what I'm saying? So 1 second applause to you, Big Chris. Doomer. In ATL, it's all bottles and lemon pepper wet. That's my favorite chicken. 1 second applause. All right. Joey started this with Rulers back dissing the West Coast. Ray and others responded. Joey disappeared for 3 months, stacking up disses, bars until he was ready. He was ready to battle, then had the nerve to say anything past 24 hours of shot clock violation. Yeah, he did do all that. 1 second applause. But I also think that's up to the battlers. That's up to people in the competition because, like, I play a lot of chess, right? I'm learning chess. I just started playing chess last year because I needed a hobby. I needed something that I was doing that would help keep my mind off of everything else that was going on in life, right? And so I needed a hobby. And also I needed a hobby because I quit drinking and I quit, you know, I took a renewed focus on myself. I've talked about this before. I had way too much pleasure, not enough joy, right? And so I needed a hobby. And so chess became my hobby. So I'm learning chess. But there's a thing in chess called tempo, right? The tempo is who's controlling the pace of the game or the pace of the match, right? So a lot of times when I'm playing chess, I can find myself, dang, if I just made that move like 1 or 2 moves earlier, then I'd be in a better position. Point is, Joey controlled the tempo. That's not Joey's fault. If anything, whoever's in the battle who's controlling the tempo, that's actually a knock or a nod to them actually winning. Kendrick controlled the entire tempo of Kendrick versus Drake. Controlled the entire tempo, right? And so Joey did it here. So that is not a knock against Joey. If at best it's props for Joey, at worst it's a knock against Ray and Daylight. So appreciate your first name, last name. That's what I think about that. 1 second applause. Let me know in the comment section what you think about that part too. I look at anybody who's controlling the tempo, the pace. That's a pro, not a con. And if it's a con, or if you're going to turn that pro into a con, it's up to the battlers to do that. And nobody did that. So where we at? Joey was victorious. The West Coast artists are insensitive, but still up and about to take over the rap game. And New York rappers, OG, are lame. Midst of the battle, still throwing shots at Joey and not supporting. New York is different. You know, I think that is one of the things that's unique about New York. I don't know if anybody in New York expected New York to come support Joey. I expected Pro Era to show up sooner. Or I expected, because that's the thing about what Joey did. Joey basically came in and dissed everybody in the room. He basically was like, too much West Coast D-licking, you're too short to box with Elohim, and all you guys, the rule is back, right? So he really put himself in the position to be the target for everyone else. That's another reason why I give him. That's another reason why I was saying what I was saying earlier, where I'm saying, well, right now, Joey's the king of New York until someone comes and takes the crown. And I'm not talking about, and I'm not talking about Nas or Jay or 50 or Rakim or Run. Those are different eras. Like, you know, you can sit here and say whatever we want, but just because the mantle is passed down in a different way in the West Coast, that's not how it's passed down on the East Coast. It's just not what it is, right? Whoever gets the crown really showed up and took the crown. They took the crown, and then it was up to other people to come take it back. And that's what Joey did. So right now he took the crown. He said, oh, look at this crown nobody cares about. That's what he did. So it's going to be up to someone else to come and take it back. Ice Spice had a perfect opportunity. She went MIA. When all this started at the beginning of the year, Fabio Foreign, he said he wanted to go get into a streamer battle with Black Boy Max over smoking in the Airbnb. And now he's arrested. I think they charged him with terroristic threats. He's distracted. And he is the last king of New York. And the only reason I say that is because he had that song, City is Mine, City of Gods. I can't think of what it's called, but it was on his album with Columbia with Alicia Keys and Ye. And he basically talked about how he was the king of New York. And I think a lot of that was just sort of, you know, by default, because him and Pop Smoke were close, and people looked at him as the leader of the drill movement. So until someone comes and takes it from Joey, you know, that's how it goes in New York. It's not necessarily passed down the same way as it is on the West Coast. And I think in the South, it can go either way, but it really is whoever's running Atlanta. 50s and Futures ran Atlanta since Dirty Sprite too. So, but big shout out to you, Rashad Gunter. 1 second applause. All right. Let's see. Curtis whining a lot. Okay. Jeremy Hart's 1 second applause to Pope and 1 second applause to Cindy James. 72 pass. In the words of KRS-One to Roscast, forget going line for line. Let's go show for show. K-Dot can say, let's go show for show or tour for tour. Big facts. Big facts. If anybody's going to battle Kendrick, they got to get past $10 million a show. 80,000 people, sold out stadium. I was looking at the numbers. Every place is sold out except for Houston. And Houston was 93%. 93%. And it was a playoffs. NBA playoffs took place that night. I don't know who else can say that. He's going to be battling with Beyonce and Taylor Swift, and not even Beyonce right now. Right now, he got Beyonce. 1 second applause. King Lowe says, y'all forgetting GNX had just came out. That's why. 1 second applause. Nico Hernandez. That's why Joey needs a machine like Rock Nation behind him to take him to that superstar level. 100%. 100%. You know, and he I think at one point, they tried to sign him. He turned it down. I think he did turn it down at one point in time. He's been – that's another thing that I think people are not understanding. He's basically been independent his whole life, so his whole career. So when he dropped Before the Money and that did 250,000 first week, that's basically independent numbers. That's like 2 million. And you put money behind that, that's kind of crazy. You know what I'm saying? So 1 second applause. J-Mo. Oh, I get it now. Joey thinks he's Vegeta. Sorry, guys. I don't watch Dragon Ball Z. But I think that's the one with the white hair. Let me know if that's the one with the white hair. 1 second applause. Let's see. Sean Kearney says, New York has multiple kingdoms. There's no single king. Then Joey got one of the crowns. You know, Badger said something on the conversation with me this week. He said, what did he say? He said Joey Badass was like King Joffrey. He called him King Joffrey. He said it was like King Joffrey because, and it's really sad that LA's king is so much bigger than New York's king. He said Joey Badass like King Joffrey. And I was like, that's not fair, man. Don't do Joey like that. Don't do Joey like that. He's not King Joffrey. Okay. You know, Tekashi 6ix9ine, that was King Joffrey. 6ix9ine was King Joffrey. Tekashi was King Joffrey. Just little petulant running around screaming. Right. If anything, Joey Badass has the potential to be Jon Snow. He's positioning himself to be Jon Snow. He has an opportunity to do that. But he's got to make the music, and there's got to be records. And this is that point in his life where it has to happen because he's just now 30. And the life experience he's had right now, the reach and the access, you know, it's on the table. But 1 second applause. All right. CM backfired. Definitely A Boogie with the hoodie. 1 second applause to A Boogie. Why y'all always forget the legend Lupe Midwest? I don't know who forgot. I'd never forget the legend Lupe. I got Lupe on my wall right there. You know, Food and Liquor right there. But you're right. I'm with anybody who thinks Lupe Fiasco deserves more credit. 1 second applause. This is the part where you guys in the comments remind me that you guys don't like AI. you don't like a lot of decisions Lupe's make. And this is the part where I say, I like AI and I think Lupe is amazing. So 1 second applause, Lupe. The Woods Report. Kendrick is the king of all regions right now. Big facts. 1 second applause. That's without question. And anybody trying to debate that, I don't even know. Like that was the thing with that Maul and DJ Head debate. You know, I think Maul, again, I said in my video, I think Maul does the best describing some of the positions of Drake fans better than most people on the OVO side. But the reluctance, like to sit around and try to say in spring 2025 that anything around that battle is still up for debate.
Tomato.
Can't do it. Can't see it. Kendrick is the king of all kings right now. Deservedly so. He earned it. 1 second applause. What we got? All I saw was an attempt at reclaiming Black American art by the West Coast cousins and enter a New Yorker with a divisive energy and a chip on their shoulder. I see it too. Excuse me. I see it too. I see that too. Look, I like the way that I see it better, but I can also see it this way. Right? And I think that's how it played out. And I think that's why we had so many different people who reacted to this the way that they did. So 1 second applause. That was a great comment, Alexa. Let's see. Aaron Crowder. Y'all like them conductor jazz band beats? I don't. Now, overall, I think Conductor's a dope producer. But whatever he was given to Joey, and then at that time, too, because you had those 3 tracks. You had that Fighting Irish freestyle with Drake. That had just came out. I think Conductor did Port Antonio. Maybe he did or didn't. I'm not sure. But Conductor was around a whole lot. And then when Joey jumped on those, for what he was doing, I just didn't think the energy matched. But I'm not a big fan of those tracks he did for Joey overall. But generally speaking, I like Conductor Williams. And he's got a great story. 1 second, pause. One thing about the West Coast, they're past torch maybe. OG, look out for YG, from Cube to Snoop, past the game, past the K Dot. New York, that doesn't happen and never will. And they will lose the game because of this. 100%. 1 second applause. I mean, that was the narrative too when the South rose, because the South was more unified. Now, you would have people who would beef in the South here and there, you know what I mean? But generally speaking, everybody in the South supported each other financially, and New York is just the opposite of that. And that's another reason why I'm sitting here saying, hey, why can't Joey be? Joey is saying he's the king. In this environment that you describe right here, Rashad Gunter, one thing about the West Coast, they passed the torch. OG, look out for YG, from Q to Snoop, past the game, past the dot. New York doesn't happen like that and never will, and they lose the game because of it. New York never happens like that. Someone comes and takes the crown, and then someone's got to come in and challenge it. Even from the beginning, right? Even when Busy B was viewed as the best MC at the party. Well, Kool Moe Dee said, no, I'm actually the best MC, and we're going to put that ball with the ball bullshit on hold. That's what we're going to do. Now, what you going to do about it, Busy B? And Busy B couldn't do anything about it. Could not do anything about it because he got it took from him. And then it happened with LL Cool J. When LL Cool J was like, you know what? I don't like the way this Cool Mo D fella up here is up here rapping so robotically. I think I need to bring this crowd over to Queens. And he went at He went at Cool Mo D, and he ran over his Kango. And Cool Mo D tried to run over LL's Kango on the cover of his album, and it didn't work out. And then LL dropped Mama Said Knock You Out, and he became the king. That's how it goes over there. So somebody will have to come up and take this crown from Joey Badass right now, because he picked it up and he put it on, and he actually did something about it. I respect that every day of the week. 1 second applause. Let's see what we got. Hey, Lils, what up, Lils? Don't like conductor jazz beats. Guess everyone is wrong sometimes. I didn't like those 3 that he put out there with with Joey Badass. Maybe it's what Joey did on him. You know what I mean? What Joey did on him to me was just not. You can't be out here saying too much West Coast D-Lick and where's Kendrick Lamar over some some jazz beats. I'm over here jazz beats Nah, man, you can't do that. You need to come with that finals, that My Town, that Crash Dummy energy, because that worked out. 1 second. All right, Alexa, how does drill come from UK when Chicago exists? Because Chicago goes to London, and then London is the London grime sound is what New York took as the underbelly as like the base of the production of the music. So if you listen to New York drill and you listen to Chicago drill, they don't sound the same sonically necessarily, right? So Chicago drill influences London drill. They put some grime on it. Pop Smoke likes it a lot, and then he comes out, and then that's where that comes from. So that's how it comes from UK. So truthfully, New York has third hand drill. Third hand. 1 second, applause. All right. CM backfire. A Boogie definitely got it. I don't know about Joey. Well, A Boogie might have to come take it because Joey just claimed it. And the last time I haven't even heard A Boogie claim this thing. I don't even think that era, that generation thinks about it like that. I know Pop Smoke rapped about it a lot. He had a song called Christopher Walken, which is named after Christopher Walken, who was the star of The King of New York, which is where Biggie got the idea for The King of New York from. Christopher Wallace, right? So, hey, A Boogie and Joey, I'm not mad at it. Let's see what that looks like. 1 second, applause. Jermaine L. Johnson. King of New York was valued when competition was amongst Nas, DMX, Hove, Raekwon, Big, etc. But in 2025, King of New York means nothing. Well, we shall see. Someone put the crown on, and that guy is the hood's favorite villain. He's got the youth. He's got cologne commercials. He's got a 15-year reputation, and he just turned 30. And he just had a successful battle experience. Whether or not you want to say he won or not, you can't say he lost. Public opinion's already past that point. And we all know he's outside. He's got a celebrity wife, and he's got magazine covers. All he's got to do is the hard part, make music that matters. And we shall see. But regardless of whether this means nothing in 2025, the fact that we're even talking about it, the fact that this was the biggest story in hip hop outside of the Diddy trial, that's king shit. The fact that we've been waiting on the battle rap side, we've been waiting on Daylight versus Loaded Lux for years. And he found a way to make it happen. That's king shit. We haven't talked about New York collectively as a city, as a region, outside of Griselda, period. And we talk about Griselda. You know, we talk about Griselda more than we talk about what's happening on the East Coast. Joey's got the conversation going, and not even just here, just all across all different YouTubers across. There was only 2 real stories that were taking place on most of the rap media publications last week. And it was 80% Diddy and 15% Joey Badass and them and 5% of whatever Kanye said. Right? That's king shit. Okay? So I guess maybe up until the day before the Red Bull Cypher in 2025, we don't care about the King of New York. But after it now, I would love someone to come out. I would love A Boogie or whoever want to go at Joey, come at the crowd. I would love it. Put some interest in there again. You know, get together, make some dope regional music that can find success in this environment, because I do think we're in a regional environment right now. And I think we, again, like I pointed out, between Tyler, between Muddy Waters 2, between GNX, between Bad Bunny, we have a lot of examples of people moving into a regional music sound. There's this other band, I can't think of them. When I do Chart Report, I always talk about some of the stories around some of these artists. And there's another band that just had, I can't think of them right now. But they were able to, they eschewed what their label said, and they went to a regional sound, and they found a lot of success too. And the regional sound of New York, if you can galvanize it, you know, in the tri-state area, there's 25 million people. 25 million people. I mean, that's enough to say, like, let's say like Cameron, Big Pun, Jay-Z, Nas, Method Man, right? Theoretically, every one of them can have millions of fans that never overlap, all from the same city. So all of them can have multiple millions of fans that never overlap in the same city, right? So if there's a place where you can get a regional sound off, that seemed like where it is to me. This is the landscape looks pretty good to me. I don't know. 1 second applause. Let me know what you guys think about that in the comment section, because that's what I see. Long-winded short story. I like that title. 1 second applause to your name alone. I'm from Cali. Joey got a technical win for battling multiple guys, not better disses. He had better rebuttals. I'll say that. I didn't hear nobody have good rebuttals for Joey. And everything everyone else said, Joey rebutted. All the Diddy stuff, yeah, I saw top there. Ray Vaughn is so what last week. Now I got to hear about a nigga named Ass Cheek. Oh, my God, this little dog is barking. Y'all need to start TDEs. Top's asking me to put this guy on. Are you crazy? The number of times, the way he gradually, over the course of the tracks, he did the subtle thing with Ray Vaughn. It's like, in the beginning, he was ignoring him. And then on the Ruler's Back Cypher, he's talking about him. He's like, Top hit me, told me to talk about this dude. And then he gives him like 2 sentences on the finals. And then by the time you get to Crash Dummy, he's like, yo, there was a whole scheme to get Ray Vaughn active, to give Ray Vaughn some attention. Right. So the whole time he slowly builds to marginalizing Ray Vaughn as someone that needs a machine to get people interested in him. Like, it's subtle stuff like that. So maybe he didn't have better disses, but he definitely had the best rebuttals. Definitely had the best rebuttals. I didn't see anybody rebut the stuff that I mean, what's his name? Daylight had the illest rebuttal to Loaded Lux when he said it takes 10,000 Luxes to make Daylight. That's probably the best rebuttal, but that was again at Daylight. I mean, that was at Lux. That wasn't even at Joey. So if Joey didn't have the best wins, the disses, cool, but he definitely had the best rebuttals. But 1 second applause. King Quint. Thanks, man. 1 second applause. Love Nas, but his fans are getting AARP in the mail. That's what I'm saying. That's why I think it's just more fair to keep it to generations, even if you're still rapping. You know, and there's no disrespect to Nas. Yeah, sure. He's but in my mind, certain people will always be the king of New York. Like Jay-Z will always be the king of New York. Nas will always be the king. Like in my mind, certain people will just always be there. They can, no matter what they do now going forward, will never take them away from being king of New York. Right. And I love Nas fans too. Nas fans walk so J. Cole fans can run. 1 second applause. Big Biz Grizz. Real question is, can Joey make an album that matters? Because let's keep it a band. Are we excited for Jid's new album or Joey's 2000s? Joey's 2000 ring a bell? No. Well, I'm excited for both now. Now, odds are to me that whatever Jid's going to do is going to be a better body of work than what Joey's going to do, in my opinion, because I think Jid has spent his entire career proving that. I think he's spent his entire career proving he can make albums. And I love the Forever Story so much. Oh, my God, 1 second applause. And Joey still has to prove that. He has to prove that. But if we're talking excitement, I'm really excited about what Joey's going to do now. Because I didn't think Joey was going to do none of that he did last week. I didn't. I was over here. I was happy talking about Coyote. I was like, look what Coyote's doing to Joey Badass. Oh, look at what Ray Vaughn doing over here to Joey Badass. Oh, look at that Daylight. That High You might be the best song I ever heard Daylight make. Daylight might be able to make songs. I like that High You. I like what everybody was saying. Look what Curtis King's over here saying. Look what Mick Jenkins is saying. This is great. And then keeping it being, Joey came back. So now I'm curious to see what an album sounds like. I'm legitimately curious about that. So I'm excited for both. But you're right about 2000. 2000 was, I don't want to give it a tomato, but it's definitely tepid. It was definitely tepid. Appreciate you, Grizz. 1 second applause. Why did Joey's songs drastically improve suddenly? There you go, Andy Pandy Pie. Right on time. Right on time. I love the arc of your comments around this too, by the way. How you make them trash songs in the beginning? Oh, how you going to say someone won with these trash songs and then come back later? Well, how did the songs increase so drastically all of a sudden? You know, that was a conversation that actually came around about this. And there's an interview that Loaded Lux did with PSA Reloaded. So shout out to 3. 3 is actually a really dope channel too. If you like battle rap particularly, but if you like people who interview lyricists. And so 3 on PSA Reloaded, he talks to a lot of people. Like he talked to Danny Myers, he talks to Crooked Eye all the time, but he had Loaded Lux on. And they were talking about whether or not Loaded Lux was giving Joey Badass tips. And he was vehemently no. Vehemently no. Right. And so I think that this is, and then Joey is just Brooklyn. Like he came up in this, right? So there's certain things that I give him a lot of respect for, and he definitely embodies that Brooklyn swag. The thing I think about these that I think is going to be interesting to see if it can carry forward is the way you wrote this, Andy, right? Why did Joey's songs drastically improve suddenly? I think he found the sound that he needed to be on. I think he needs to be on, and I hope this project does this. I think he needs to be on Blueprint sounding Reasonable Drought sounding beats. I think he needs to be on big production stuff that feels like the Empire State Building. This isn't the time, for no disrespect, for Duck Down sounding, Dwick sounding, guttural, Conductor Williams jazz band stuff. This ain't the time for that. This is the time for Empire State of Mind sounding stuff, New York State of Mind sounding stuff, Hypnotized sounding stuff. It's time for something big, right? And he got closer to that with his last 3 tracks. So I think that's step 1. 2, if you think about it, it's the same song. They're all just diss tracks. And he just got better at making these diss tracks. So that's what I'll say. I think he was just more tapped in and more locked in. But I don't want to sit here and say that they're great songs outside of, I mean, I like them a lot, but it's not the same as if you had like Squabble Up, Luther, and 30 for 30. That's 3 different songs. Okay, Joey's making the same song. And I like this song a whole lot. It's perfect for this situation. But I think that's what happened. But no, I don't think he got ghostwriters at all. And Loaded Lux said that didn't happen too. So 1 second plus. New York championed a lost and confused Diet Ninja from Canada over real rap from Cali. That speaks volumes. I know, man. I know. I couldn't believe that. I still can't believe that. The number of people. I mean, I get it, right? You know, Toronto's closer to New York. You know, he produced battle rap events. He touched the people in New York, whatever. But like, the way those cats, especially in the beginning, oh God, watching Mace and Cam and Wallow and Maul and all these guys sitting here and talk about how great. I'm like, are you crazy? Y'all are saying this? This what y'all saying? Ugh.
Tomato.
That's always going to be a blemish. That's always going to be a blemish. It's always going to be a blight. But as far as I can tell, Joey Badass ain't one of those people. So I think that maybe is a benefit in his situation, because at least he knows what he knows how to strive for the right goals, the right rosters. You know what I'm saying? 1 second plus. Kid Chris, tell Reason to stop ducking me. I'm gonna send him the track. I'm gonna text him the track and I'm gonna say, "What do you think about this?" I'll get a reaction for it. I'll see what he says, but I'll hit you up about it, Chris. 1 second plus. Joey dropped his only notable project the same year as Good Kid, Mad City. He on the same New York hip hop level as Joey Bada. But see, Aaron, to this point what Aaron Crowder's saying right here, he basically drafts off Kendrick. Especially since that point in time right there. But 1 second applause. Let's see what this says. Love y'all, man. My fault, gang. Pacers in 5. Love y'all too, man. 1 second applause. Thank you for the donation. The Doomer, Badass versus Cole is what we really need. We really do need that. And I think we just talked about that in this segment. Let me know who you guys think would win. I think Joey might get him. But yeah, I'm just saying I think Joey might get him. Because again, I think about that too. Because he dissed Cole on Sorry Not Sorry. So it seems like he's willing to have smoke for Cole too. And anybody that's on that kind of time with that kind of energy, who seems like they really want it, I'm with that because I don't believe Cole really wanted it like that. You know, Cole. What did Badger say? Cole needs to just be a Buddhist monk in hip hop for the rest of the time. I think he needs to do that. Just get back to making great music. 1 second to plus. Ab is Yoda Lupe of the West. Hey, he even said, I will run laps around Jay-Z. I want Ab versus Joey. That would be lyrical warfare. I'd love to see that too. I think we talked about this one too. Big thank you again, Rashad. 1 second. Toast the GOAT. Salute to the conversation. Chill on my boy Ab. 1 second applause. Ab-Soul the illest, man. I love Ab-Soul. Dr. Love, the Soof want fall off because they make club music. The South. Oh, the South. That's the Soof. The South. South got something to say. That's all I got to say. Word of Mouth. That's one of the best Ludacris albums. 1 second applause to Ludacris. The South want to fall off because they make club music. I think really it's the youth. I think the youth it's not even just really the South, it's the music industry because there's a fantastic YouTube channel called The Dope Shift, SHFT. And I love his think pieces because most of his think pieces lean into hip hop's relationship with politics and with social issues, and he compares a lot of things that are happening in hip hop to things that are happening on the continent too. So I really love watching his videos because he opens my perspective and I get different angles on things that I know a little bit about, but not like a whole lot about, particularly about when it comes to things that are happening in the continent, right? And he made a fantastic video that was about the hip hop, what's it called? The hip hop political scale, like the political thought scale. So on the far left, he had Immortal Technique, and he called him a communist. Actually, true story, I actually sent this to Immortal Technique to see what he thought about it. He said he got a lot of stuff wrong, and he said he's not a communist. But nevertheless, right, you get an idea of what the video is. So the far left was Immortal Technique as a communist, and the far right was Kanye as a fascist, I think. Either Kanye as a fascist or Jay-Z as a capitalist. But the point is, in the comment section, I was like, well, I looked at all the artists that he talked about, and all the artists were the senior artists, like legacy artists, guys like well over their 40s and some in their 50s, right? And I'm like, well, where's the youth on this? And so in the comment section, it ends up being a really long thread, a bunch of us talking about this, and we're asking where the youth are. Like, where's the youth politically in this space, right? And most of them are apolitical. Most of them just really think about, at least this is where the conversation went. You know, I'm not necessarily saying this speaks for everybody. Obviously, there's exceptions to rules, but like you have a lot of young people who just aren't as politically in tune and politically active. And if you listen to their music, they're not talking on topics like that, right? You don't have a dead prez that can make it onto radio right now, or that can make it into the front of Rap Caviar. You don't have these things, right? The youth isn't thinking about the world the way that we did. They have different priorities and they approach things very differently, right? And so therefore, in my opinion, and I was talking about this in a group text with a couple of friends of mine in the music industry, and they were talking about how years of labels not prioritizing rappers particularly, but rap music that brings in a higher thought, a higher consciousness, a higher vibration, and higher conversations on things that are happening politically around us has led to a culture surrounding rap music where we think all those things are bad. And we think all those things lead to people not wanting to listen to your music. And so now you have, now you have a generation and a half that is out here completely void of these type of topics in their music. And on a micro and on a macro, if you look around, people start getting pissed off when you start talking about politics because they want everything just to be the same. Oh, I should be able to be a fascist Nazi and you should still want to have lunch with me. That's what should happen. It's freedom of speech, right? So you start factoring all that stuff in. So now you have very disposable music that people that mass as more successful because of the success of massive festivals like Rolling Loud, but the artists themselves can't fill a 300 spot nightclub. You know what I mean? And so you end up having a music that is void of cultural conversation at the same time. And I think that's why the South's going to fall off. I think that's one of the reasons why the West Coast is actually doing so well, because they are having conversations that are bigger than themselves with a lot of different, like even Lefty Gunplay's album does that. You know what I mean? I think New York at its best has an opportunity to have conversations around that, even though we don't find those conversations really in drill. But away from different regions, with the exceptions in different regions, that is a vulnerability that all of hip hop has. The entire hip hop space has that vulnerability. That's why I'm excited about things like this that happened this week and the reemergence of regional sounds, because I do think there needs to be a contraction. I don't think everything that's coming out that we're calling hip hop should be called hip hop. I don't think that everything that's being promoted should be the stuff that receives the most emphasis. So in some aspects of my life, I find myself being an accelerationist, right? Like, okay, let's just speed this up real quick so we can get through all the terrible times real fast, and then we can be on the good side of the revolution or on the remix of the change we want to see in the world, right? And you know, at some point, people are going to get really tired of whatever the next my butthole song, my vajayjay song, my slide and my op song. At some point, people get tired of that, and all that stuff becomes less successful. And once it becomes less successful, you have a music industry that doesn't want to invest in it, and that's fertile ground for new styles and new sounds and new organic communities and cultures that come into it. That's a way where you have people who weren't really about this culture in the first place, not seeing the opportunity to grift off of this on their media outlets, or to grift off of this in their algorithms and on their social media accounts, right? This is where you actually have a chance to galvanize a culture. And I think we're closer to that spot. I don't want to say the South's going to fall because they make club music. I think overall hip hop's biggest vulnerability, or the biggest vulnerability in this space, from the business of selling music to the way we interact with what's happening in this culture, the biggest vulnerability is that we have no broader consciousness, no class consciousness, no Christ consciousness, no emotional depth, generally speaking, outside of sex and violence. And that is what I think will lead to the tipping point where you're going to see stuff like this when it comes to falling off. So good point. 1 second applause to you, Dr. Love. Rashad Gunter, once again, that's why my theory, I think Top pulled the plug from Ray and Light reply when Joey brought up an open lawsuit against the TDE executives. Hey, I mean, would you do I mean, it makes sense to me. I think people who are in that position, and it's a friendly fade, and things start getting a little too far, someone pulls the plug. So I see that. 1 second applause to you, Gunter. The girls shine. Kendrick has no peers. He's breaking records every other day. Joey's resume is not enough to battle Kendrick. Him calling his name is disrespectful. Joey needs to do better. I was with you 3 of the 5 sentences. 4 out of the 5 sentences I was with you. Kendrick has no peers. Right now he doesn't. I agree with that. He is breaking records every other day. Yep, we just talked about that. Joey's resume is not enough to battle Kendrick. Yep, I agree with that too. I wouldn't talk to him if I was Kendrick. Him calling his name is disrespectful. This is where I disagree. I don't think it was disrespectful. And he didn't call his name for a long time. But I do think it's trolly, and I think this is a comment that I think really captures a broader sentiment that we see not only in fan culture, superfan culture, which is a superfan environment that we're in. A superfan is any fan that's willing to spend money on an artist or an idea in 7 more different ways. And that's where the music industry is prioritizing all of its investment. So byproduct of that is you have fan bases being very loud and looking at anyone who's coming at the artist they support as being disrespectful. I see that 100%. But this is also something that is a critical, crucial, and historic part of hip hop. And Kendrick is someone who's been championing this Like, he's been championing this type of thing. He's been championing competitive hip hop, getting people to just rap, arguably at least since Control. Or rigor mortis. Don't ask for your favorite rapper. I killed him. He did. Yes, sir. Right? He's been about this. And so this, in this type of hip hop environment, this kind of thing happens all the time. And Joey didn't come at him disrespectfully. You know what I mean? He didn't come at him in a way that is disrespectful within a hip hop context. Now, I do think that everyone on this panel said quite a few things that I would agree with. You know, there's a lot of people in this panel, especially Mac, where he was like, man, you up here saying there's too much West Coast D-Lick and no one's thinking about that. All right, I get it. But I'm with you on everything else. I just don't find it disrespectful. I find it fantastic marketing. I don't know if we get Daylight versus Loaded Lux if there's not too much West Coast D-Licking. I definitely don't think we get, what is this? What is this? I definitely don't think we get track 8 on Coyote's upcoming album, which will be out this Friday. It's called Coyote Sea of Darkness. It's a fantastic listen. If I do say so myself, I've had it early. Thank you so much, Coyote, Guapo, and Ricky Blanco, and Mike Shahade, and the whole team. I appreciate it. But I don't think we get track 12 on this upcoming dope project if it wasn't for this line. So, you know, I think a lot of beautiful things can come after it. And I know that Kendrick is of this and understands this, so I don't find it disrespectful. But I appreciate your perspective, that girl shine. 1 second, Paul. Leroy Green. Director Yo Pizza to Daddy Grain's Pizza. That's my favorite movie of all time right there. The Last Dragon, Bruce Leroy. Oh, man. It's the hero's journey. One of my favorite books is called The Alchemist. It's by Paulo Coelho. It's about this guy who goes on a journey, gets his ass kicked, and realizes what he's searching for is at home the whole time. Well, that's The Last Dragon. That is The Last Dragon. It's about Bruce Leroy, who's looking to become the master, and he has to go through the Shogun of Harlem, Sho'nuff. And one of my favorite things about this movie is that just about every black person in the movie does karate, and just about all the Asian people in the movie rap. Barry Gore's The Last Dragon. 9-second applause. So shout out to Leroy Green. Now, Leroy says, before last year, we hardly heard any lyrical-based battles at all. So at this point, better to roll with it than to throw the baby out with the bathwater. Thank you. Thank you. I knew with a name like Leroy Green, Bruce Leroy, The Last Dragon, Director Yo Pizza to Daddy Grain's Pizza. I knew I'd see where you're coming from. 1 second, applause. Unashamed apologetics. Screw missing the point. A real hip-hop battle has real losses, fan base, credibility, legacy. Label staging battles is reckless. You're risking careers, not just streams. This ain't WWE. The damage sticks. Well, this is already happening. This is something that's already happening. Labels will stage beefs. They stage girlfriends. They change your age. They do whatever it takes to sell and market your product. They put out your greatest hits if you happen to pass away. This is part of the business. So this is already happening. Right. And that's why I keep reminding of the distinction between the rap beef and the rap battle. And if you're staging certain things, you're keeping certain things in certain places. Right. Now, even away from a label context, everything we're talking about right here is happening outside of that label context. But labels have pitted artists against each other in much more dangerous, much more violent ways. Much more violent ways. And if it's this big of a risk, then a label just doesn't do it. It wouldn't be mandatory for a label to do this. But if I have an artist like Kai Cash and I got Rain 910 and I got MFN Esquire and I got Coast Contra, right? If I got artists like that, it's not going to get, and I know that this is what they like to do, I'm going to try to find avenues for them to shine within that. And maybe it's not even a beef or a battle. Maybe it is a Red Bull cipher. Maybe it's something like that because all of those come from the same energy. The cipher is the same thing. Who's got the best raps in the cipher? Now, you might not be dissing each other, but sometimes you might be. So all of it is still the same thing. And it's up to the label if they want to take that risk and do that or not do it. If they don't do it, that's fine. But we can't act like this stuff isn't happening already and hasn't happened historically. And that's where I agree with Screw on that one. 1 second, applause. Mokar. I wonder if that's like a real name, like Mokar, or if it's like Mo Power, like when you get like a. my homie had a friend of mine had a challenger. He'd be like Mo Power. However he used to say it. I don't know how to say that shit. So I wonder if it's Mo Car or if it's just like Mo Car, like more cars, more Teslas. No one said that. All right. Do you still think the South and Midwest missed the opportunity for their lyricists to jump in this battle? Aside from one or two artists, they stayed silent, and I wish they'd engage. Well, I talked to a couple of people that I thought could have benefited from this, and a lot of people were really worried about looking like the clout chase. And in that regard, I respect it. But I don't think anybody, I think everyone obviously has the opportunity to conduct their own careers. But looking at some of these numbers, right? Let's look at this. All right, so let's analyze this. This is another reason why I did this, because when I was writing this piece this weekend, when I was scripting it, I wanted to get an idea of what we were really looking at over here, right? And so you guys should be able to see this. So we're going to sort this. So we're going to sort sheet. Which one do I do? No, I want to do this. Yeah. So, oh, wait. Yeah. So we want to do this. We want to sort. So we're going to sort this, sort range, and we're going to sort by column D. All right. So you sort by, oh, we want to sort the other way. Actually, we're going to do this the other way. There. Sort by column D, Z to A. All right, so if we sort by column D, the thing I thought was really fascinating about this, now these numbers aren't current, right? These numbers are as of May 22nd, so 6 days ago, right? But like, here's what I really thought was interesting. With the exception of Joey Badass and this Red Bull cipher right here, right? Everybody on here made 50 to 600% increases in their YouTube numbers for these particular videos, right? So War of Rumors of War at this point in time was a 1 million view video for Mick Jenkins, right? Where's the Ray Vaughn joint? Ray Vaughn, Crash Out Heritage, 1 million views, right? By the time this battle really got going, like last week, these cats were doing 100,000 to 200,000 views in a day, right? In a day. But then it gets interesting too. Like if you look at people we haven't really heard of, right? So let's say we'll use this guy as an example. Rome Holman, right? Rule Who. So this is when he's from New York. He jumped out. He dissed Joey Badass. He said, "How you just going to show up here and saying you're the king of everything when you're not the king, right?" So let's take a look at Rome Holman's YouTube channel. So what tab do you guys see? See what tab you're looking at. Okay, you're looking at that one. So we want to share this tab. All right, we're going to look at this one. I think Rome Holman is a good example of this, right? So we just had Rome Holman. That video did 14,000 views, however many days ago. Now let's look at Rome Holman's views, right? 2,200, 127, 206, 2.7 thousand 7 months ago. Rule Who, 15,000. Won't Pardon You, 27,000. Wreck, this has nothing to do with them, 761. Rotten Apple Freestyle, has nothing to do with them. This conversation, 697. Zoo has nothing to do with this conversation, 2.1 thousand. Reason Diss, 56,000. Purpose, another Reason Diss, 5,000, right? Now, none of this really should look crazy. None of this should really look surprising to anyone, right? Conflict breeds interest, friction, right? I'm of the mind that there can be positive friction. Everything doesn't have to be a negative friction. There can be positive conflict. There can be positive friction, right? But if you look at Rome Holman's, his numbers look like most people's numbers. It's even at the top end, with the exception of maybe Joey Badass. The velocity that people were going up, the virality of the conversation, the fact that it ended up being the biggest story in hip hop that didn't have anything to do with nutty nipples. I think you can argue that people missed an opportunity by not jumping in, especially if they're lyricists. especially if they're lyrics. I think you can make that argument. Now, I wouldn't tell people to put themselves into a situation that they overall think is going to hurt their brand. But I also think that if you jump in this conversation, for example, and you make a track that talks about the macro behind everything, right? If you don't necessarily diss people, but you make a track that like gives everybody props for coming outside or something like that, you still get a chance to be a part of the conversation. You get a chance to show your style and your talents, and you still get to, draft off of the virality of this conversation. So I think that there's ways to get into something, even if you don't necessarily want it to be about all the ugly things in life. And I think for those type of artists, they miss that opportunity because we don't get this type of macro type of mobilization happening on a regular basis. It just doesn't happen very often. So that's my thoughts on it. Shout out to you, Mokar. 1 second applause. Corporate isn't an issue. The block button works. I'll be sure to describe to all here. Love the conversations. Thank you, Off-Brand. That's dope. Wayno, shout out to Wayno the God. Much love and respect to you all y'all brothers, man. Shout out to you too, Wayno. Wayno has a fantastic channel. Make sure you subscribe to Wayno. He's really fantastic. Really fantastic. Sean Kearney. Thank you, Sean. 1 second applause. That's dope. Tales from Purgatory. Thank you, Tales. That's dope. 1 second applause. New members. Andy Pandy. What we got, Andy? You think Joey beat Ray with the next 4? I was being nice by giving him the win over Impossible Patty just to be unreasonable. Lux helped him. Lux didn't help him. I know it might look like it, but at least how about this? Lux says he didn't, and he says it vehemently. And I don't think that Joey would do that. But yeah, I definitely do. Because the next 4 are the Red Bull Cypher, the Finals, My Town, and Crash Dummy. So I don't hear anything that came from Ray or Daylight that matches up with that run. 1 second applause. Tekken. Joey's bars aren't enough to fill Pop Smoke's shoes. He needs a 2010. He needs a 2010 full of Devastated. Commercially, 100% correct. I mean, Pop Smoke was on a whole nother level. Commercially, definitely. But we shall see, right? I mean, look, all I'm saying is right now, the future is bright. The future is bright for young Jovan. And we've never seen him this well positioned. If he can make records, we're in a whole different space. 1 second applause. Tales from Purgatory. Joey didn't take the crown, though. The crown was given to Ice Spice by Von Wick. Joey ain't brave enough to take the crown from Little Orphan Annie. Joey gonna have to get it together. Joey gonna have to get it together. You right. You right about that one. Joey gonna have to show up to, I don't know where she lives, somewhere near the Yankee Stadium, or she show up on one of her dates with a football player. That's where I see her most of the time. She's always walking around with some athletes. Maybe to show up at a fight or something and be like, Little Orphan Annie, rat beef, nigga. That's one of my favorite lines from the Boondocks when Thug Nipsey gets into the rap. He said, fuck it, rat beef, nigga. That's funny. 1 second applause. Oh, God. And man, how dope would it have been, though, if Ice Spice really did have some bars? Like, I think that would have been really dope. If she showed up and said, you're not going to play with my name, that's what hip-hop is. That's my favorite thing about it. Tatted Reaperus. Someone put a diss track on DJ Ag. I'm trying to give his name, but cannot send over a super chat. It's probably a Prince Angeles. I saw Prince Angeles drop. Now, Prince Angeles dropped a few tracks during this past week. I know Prince Angeles dropped earlier. I think that's probably who it is. I haven't had a chance to hear it yet, but shout out to Prince Angeles, man. He's got a great Twitter account. He's really active. He was one of the first people to jump out when Joey Bada said something too. I'll take a listen to it. Let me know what you think about it too in the comment section because I haven't heard this track. So 1 second applause. Prince Angeles' his name. Yep, Prince Angeles. 1 second applause to Prince Angeles. Chauffeur. Shout out to Chauffeur out here. Super active. She drops a whole bunch of incredible insight and perspective in the comment sections all the time too. 1 second applause to you, Chauffeur. Appreciate you. Like his bars or not, Joey maneuvered this moment flawlessly. The moment is his. The record needs to be near flawless. I'm with you. I just don't see how you could look at what happened and not see someone who was able to maximize the moment in a greater way than other people. Now, you might have opinions or critiques about why this happened in the first place. All that's fine. But everyone who engaged had the opportunity to find the best way to navigate. And his way came along with the biggest sway in public opinion. I think a lot of times when people are battling people, they forget that they're battling the audience. Yeah, your opponent, you have an opponent, but the audience is who you're trying to win over. The audience is who you're trying not to piss off. The audience is who you want to look at this other guy, this other person in a totally different way. Joey figured it out and pulled it out. 1 second applause. Darrell Odom, Ray cooked Joey with that casting couch on GoldenEye in his mid-ass career. Joey's retro-ass music has always been trash. 1 second applause to you, Darrell. You definitely talked about the Diddy angle a lot. No, Sean, how does a lyricist with only 900 subscribers build with your brand? I mean, I don't really care about subscribers. Look at this this document I put together has got people with literally 9 views at the time I wrote them down. But just hit me on social media or whatever. But I think a lot of it is more so for people in general, maybe not just with me. I think a few things people should consider when they're trying to build with people's brand. One, on social media, people usually have where they can be found or whatever. And I definitely have it on my YouTube channel. My YouTube channel has my email. So that's the best way to get in touch with me if you want to, be serious about doing business or starting a conversation. 2, people need to be explicit with what they want. I think a lot of times people just want feedback or someone to listen to something, and that's cool. I think other times people want people to sit down and listen to a whole album, and I think that's cool too. I think you have to understand that everyone has their own time constraints, and everyone in music media, generally speaking, gets a lot of requests like this. So I would do my best to prioritize efficiency, right? You're going to hit me up, let me know who you are, where you're from, why you're doing this, and what's the one thing I need to listen to. When people are like, here's my whole album. Now, I tend to listen to stuff, but a lot of times if I'm not really feeling it, I forget where it came from and I forget to get back to somebody. Because I do a lot of listening in the gym. I do a lot of listening when I'm walking around. I do a lot of listening when I'm cleaning. And if I don't like something, a lot of times I forget who even made it. And then they have to follow up and they have to ask me what I thought. And I have to go listen to it again. I have to be like, oh, this is the one that's cool. Oh, this is cool. You know what I mean? So prioritize what it is that you want people to listen to. Prioritize the time that they have or don't have. So be efficient in explaining who you are. Be explicit and efficient in explaining what you want. And make sure that you don't overwhelm them with too much stuff. Because if they like more of what you have, generally speaking, a lot of times people will be like, yo, damn, this is dope. Is this on a project? What else is here? And now you're actually building. So good question. 1 second applause. No shun. No shun. No shun. No shun. That's dope. I like that. Andy Pandy. I'm glad you're excited, Justin. Joey needs practice. I like Kai Cash, Nick Caution, Rome Holman, Chapo, and Eastside K-Boy better. Andy Pandy Pie. You like Rome Holman more than Joey Badass? No disrespect to Rome Holman, but you like Rome Holman more than Joey Badass? Everybody else up here, I can see at least a stylistic preference that might ring louder. A stylistic preference. Like Nick Caution and Joey in the same crew. He had a higher energy level. He came way hard. Nick Caution came crazy hard at Ray Vaughn. And Nick Caution and Joey, they might have revealed Ray Vaughn's real age. I guess that there's something going on with Ray Vaughn's age. And it only came into play because this is another reason why it's hard to say that Ray Vaughn won. Because here's another angle that didn't work for Ray Vaughn. Ray Vaughn on Ho Era has a line where he says, CJ's like 40 and he's on drugs. Now, CJ's not 40. CJ's like 30, 31. All these guys were in high school when they went to high school together. He says like 40, 41, right? And then Joey Badass has a line on Crash Dummy. He says, "How am I your OG? You're older than me." Now, I didn't understand that line. I didn't get where he was coming from when he said that. But then Nick Caution's joint comes out, and Nick Caution is like talking about how Ray Vaughn's real age was revealed. And there's a whole, and then on Twitter, there's someone who's posted old Instagram conversations that Ray Vaughn was having with people and other websites who had his age as being born in 1993. And then then his Wikipedia that says 96, his recent Spin Magazine interview that says 1996, and his recent All Hip Hop conversation that says 1996, right? And so the point is, in the songs, Nick Caution goes hard on that angle. He goes really hard on that angle because Ray Vaughn was trying to say CJ is 40 and on drugs, right? So one of Ray Vaughn's angle was Joey didn't have any plaques. Well, he's got Devastated at least, and then he wrote the hook for Post Malone, Ill Yuck Gross's Rockstar. So that's a Diamond song. So factually, that one's off. And then he tried to say that Joey and them were older. And then Joey rebuts that with one line. How am I your OG? You're older than me. And then all this other stuff started showing up online, right? So Nick Caution was doing that crazy. So I could see Kai Cash. Eastside K-Boy basically put out an EP, if you like the West Side, the West Coast gangster flow, the vibe and feel, I'm with it. Rome Holman, Andy. Rome Holman. I don't have the answer to these questions, but hey, bro, we all have preferences, and I think Joey really does need to make an album. If Joey makes an album, it's kind of hard. It's kind of hard for anybody to. I don't know who else has that full, complete package at that point in time. 1 second plus. No Shud. What were the keys to victory for Daylight in the battle? Not overthink things. I think Daylight has, in Punch's conversation with Curtis King, he talked a lot about how, in a lot of ways, super lyricist, super deep, complex lyricism, and mumble rap are the same thing because nobody can understand them. So when you try to get too lyrical, too deep, too metaphorical, too metaphysical, you lose the general audience. So the key is to work on the mid-range. And I think Daylight had a great mid-range in the beginning with definitely High U. I'll say that one as well. And then by the time you get to Word to My Mother, mid-range was gone. It started doing too much, right? And then Ayoa comes back, but then he starts dropping all kinds of different songs. And so I think it kind of goes a different direction. I think End Credits was really good too. And Word is Bond's a nice song, even though I wouldn't call that a diss. But I think his keys to battle were to be simple and understandable. And, I think it's debatable whether he was able to do that for the full duration. I think he definitely did it in the first round. That's why I say Joey won 4-3, because I feel like High U was better than anything Joey dropped in the beginning of the year. But I think that's what he needed to focus on. And I'm not sure. From my point of view, I think he could have been more effective at that. 1 second applause. Tatted Reaperus. Prince talks to his soul and really shows why Act looks up to Drake. I recommend listening ASAP. I'm going to check it out. Word up. Thanks for that. 1 second applause. Do you think in the midst of this lyrical era, the South will soon be coming with their own regional champ? The South's been had it. I think the thing, if we're talking about Kendrick being the king of all hip hop, I think you can make a strong argument that Future's been the king for a long time too. The South is like, the South is a lot of things. It's a huge region, but Future's been running this for a while, right? And if we're looking at it on the lyrical side of it, I mean, we can't discount the fact that we had a whole era of Ludacris, Lil Wayne, T.I. sitting at the top of the charts, so we've seen the South can be super lyrical and find success on the charts. I think what's happened with trap, makes us look at the style of lyricism that's generally coming out of that style as being perhaps something that's a little askew or adjacent from this conversation that we're having here tonight. But They've had their king. Their king is Pluto. And I don't know how or if that's going to change. I know I saw the saddest video of Lil Baby trying to promote his new song. The video was, what was the caption on that? He said, "These are the eyes of a man who knows his career is over," or something. It was brutal. But, Baby's he's still trying to find his rhythm again. And we'll see what Thug's got coming. They had Money Over Money. I think that's the song with Future and Thug that just came out. It reminds me a lot of the video for Otis with Jay-Z and Ye. But that was falling out of the Hot 100 right now. I think it's at 95, so it's had about 3 weeks on the charts. We'll see where that ends up going. I'm not sure how much they're pushing it or what the push they're putting behind it actually looks like. I think it'll be interesting. We'll see. And it's funny. I saw the track list for everyone that's going to be on Young Thug's album, and the track list was like 21 and Lil Baby and Future. And that shit was like, oh, all the same guys, all the same people work with all the time. That's who's on the album. It's the same people that we work with all the time. So I think that there's an opportunity for them to diversify and switch things up, and we'll see what that looks like going forward. But if I'm looking at the South right now, the artist I'm thinking that really gives me that feeling that's in that age range, that prime, moving into their prime, is JID, is Jid. And Jid wants it. Jid, oh my God, you can just watch Jid. He wants to be the king of everything. He wants everybody bowing to his microphone. Wow, that's a pause moment right there. Since we're all talking about New York hip hop, I guess it's only fitting. Either way, Jid wants it, and you can tell Jid wants it because, like, when he, for example, for the Forever Story came out at the same time as one of them DJ Khaled projects, right? And DJ Khaled ended up selling most records, so he got to number one. And they were on the red carpet at the BET Awards, and DJ Khaled goes up to him and goes, "Yo, Jid, you're amazing. Wow, you're amazing. Yo, great project. Congratulations. We the best. Congratulations." And Jid looks at DJ Khaled and goes, "But you beat me, though." And then Khaled was like, "It's not even about that. It's not even about that." But to Jid, it is. To Jid, it is. When you listen to Jid on that track with Eminem, on Eminem's Death of Some Shade last year, that sounds like one of them songs where Eminem's on with somebody who Eminem really has to focus on what he gonna do. And that song that they're on together, I can't think of the name of it. Is it Fuel? It's not Road Rage. Maybe it's Fuel. That song is one of the best M rhymes I've heard in a long time, but from a concept and rhyme scheme standpoint, even M's doing different stuff. Like, he has an alphabet scheme where every verse begins with a different parts of it, like 6 to 8 bars of a verse begin with a different letter, but A, B, C, D, but then it's a story at the same time. That's some extra Marshall that I know that he only had to deal with because Jid was on that song. Jid wants it badly, okay? When Jid said he don't even be with Dreamville cats like that last summer when all this stuff was going down with J. Cole, I know Jid is like, man, I know I could take Cole out. I know I got him, right? So I think Jid to me is the one from the South. If we're talking about this particular type of lyrical competitive hip hop, to me, he's the one from the South who wants to be the one overall. To me, he is one of the ones who's got Kenny in his eyesight, in his eye line. And judging by the type of albums he puts out too, because all of his albums are really conceptual. He puts out concept albums, and that can't be lost in the conversation either. So I would say Jid over everything, but the South has its king. The South has Future, Pluto. But that's a good question. 1 second, applause, Chris. Ace 130, my man. Does stuff like RTJ 1, 2, 3, 4 count as a sequel? Yeah, and that's a great example. Like, they did a great job. Like, that whole series, the Run the Jewels series, incredible. So I count them as sequels, but since they're in the middle of it, I think it's different than when people try to go back and restore the glory. Like Eminem went back to Death of Slim Shady. Now, I like that project a lot. The fans who voted for it at the AMA seem to like it a whole lot. But most of y'all and most people I talk to are like, why is he going back into the Slim Shady box? I find it entertaining, but a lot of people don't. Or if you look at The Game, the documentary, he did 2.5, which is actually really good. 2 and 2.5 is really good, but it's still a little bit different. You know what I'm saying? So, and there's multiple albums in between. So generally speaking, that's when I start getting worried about things. A little less so than when it's like the Carter 1, Carter 2, Carter 3, Carter 4. You know. Now 5, all right. 6, we'll see, because that comes out next week. And I would put the Carter series something like the Run the Jewels series. So, but yeah, that's what we got. That's what we got. Man. Well, that was fun. Did you guys have fun? Dang, it's been 5 hours. I didn't know I was on here for 5 hours. This is a good time. What are you guys up to now? What you guys about to do? You guys about to go to the gym? Maybe you're gonna go. Maybe Andy, you're gonna go listen to some Joey Badass. Would you like me to give you some Joey Badass recommendations, Andy? I could tell you listen to the Louvre. The Louvre is probably one of my favorite joints right now. The Louvre by Static Selector with my man Stove God's Cook. Stove God's Cook, Rome Streets, Joey Badass, and West Side Gun. That's great. Fuck You Mean, that's a great song too. But yeah, so Rome Homan, I can't believe please, people go take a look at this list. Rome Homan over Joey Badass. Andy, I feel like sometimes we just be saying stuff sometimes. I feel like that's a little bit more than ones. I feel like you had like 4 good examples, and then maybe you had like one more that you said, if I get one more, I've really hit that point, and you just do Rome Homan. I love you, Andy. You're the best. But thank you guys so much. I really appreciate this. Thank you guys for tapping into this Culture United 9. Again, next week we're going to do our first one. At the first one in person at the Grammy Museum in Los Angeles next Thursday. So be sure to, if you're in LA, check that out. I'm going to post about it. I'm going to make it quick. There's going to be a change to one or two of the panelists. So I'll have that confirmed tomorrow. And we got another question from Chauffeur. Justin, how does the email work on here? If you go to my channel page and you go to information about me, my email's in there. So you can just send me an email from that. So when you go to the video, when we go to my channel homepage, that's where my email is. Also, my email is on my Instagram. I'm pretty easy to get in contact with. I don't make myself, too unavailable, because I do value community, and I value the power of what happens when people come together and communicate. So, and one of the things I learned in LA when I moved here, because it's so different, like living in LA a lot of times is like living in a dark room, like you're going north, but you're really going south because the ocean's on the other side, you don't know if it's January or June because you're wearing the same clothes. So one of the things I decided to do was I decided I had to be the one that had to change how I looked at things, because I wasn't reading things right, because culturally I didn't understand what I was seeing, right? So I got to the point where I realized I got to be open, got to be honest, got to be vulnerable, treat everyone the same, and then give everyone equal opportunity to shit on me once, right? So I decided to make myself very open after that. So my email's on my YouTube channel. It's on my Instagram page. And so, yeah, just send me an email. It's usually the best way to stay in contact with me. And so, yeah, but this was great. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you guys for rocking with me for so long. This is a great panelist, and 9-second applause to you all. And thank you guys in all the other regions who stayed up so late, because it's 11 o'clock here, and I'm starting to hit that wall too myself. My name is Justin Hunt. I'd like to subscribe to the channel. Follow the Company Man on everything. Follow Justin Hunt Podcast wherever you listen to podcasts. And make sure you like this and share this. It really goes a long way when you guys clip stuff, and it really goes a long way when you guys let other people know what we're doing over here. You guys are priceless. 9-second applause to you all. It's all happening.
Justin Hunt is here, it's all happening. Justin Hunt is here, it's all happening.